Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Thank you for listening to the What is Truth podcast with Greg Fernandez Jr. This is episode number 2, Bohemian Grove Report 2020. Now throughout this, we're going to not only look at Bohemian Grove 2020, we're going to go back to some of the introduction material about the Bohemian Grove. We're going to go through some songs from Sacred Owls and some past Bohemian Grove demonstrators. And here is the trip to, at, and after Bohemian Grove. Here's what we found in 2020. And we are on our way, once again, to Bohemian Grove. And we'll see what happens. What we expect to find, what I expect to find is gates closed, nobody there. Shut down. That's what we expect to find at Bohemian Grove. We'll see once we get there. It's still a long ways away. It's a nice drive, Northern California. Looks like we're gonna get some good weather today as well. That's always a plus. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Hey there, Josie. Thanks for checking in. We are going to go and we're headed to Monterey, California. Bohemian Grove is not supposed to happen this year, so we're going to go see. We're going to go and just check it out and make sure that nothing is going on. That's all. Monterey, small little town, but there's a lot happening. It's a very poor town as well. And this last week I've spent a lot of time going, yeah, it is a long drive. I spent a lot of time going to, or just reading up on the Bohemian Grove, the Bohemian Club, some of the early days, 1890 to, I think, through 1900. I think that's where I'm at now. I think I'm at 1902. So it's interesting to see what the Grove was like before the quote-unquote real Grove play, the first Grove play. Before the first Grove play is called Man in the Forest, but there were actually 2 plays technically that were Grove plays before that. But for whatever reason, the Grove play in 1902, The Man in the Forest, is considered the first Grove play. It's pretty interesting. The Daibatsu, there was a big Buddha statue at the Bohemian Grove, not at the location in Monterey, but before they moved to Monterey in Muir Woods. I believe that's where the big Buddha statue was, like I think it was like a 60 foot Buddha statue. That's a big one. That was finally taken down in 1923, made from plaster of Paris. It's an interesting tale there that I still don't know that much about, but it's mentioned just once in the Annals of the Bohemian Club, Volume 4. I think around page 164. So I'm about halfway through that. I know Brendan has all of them. He's got all of the annals from the Bohemian Club. So long drive. Yep. Said it was removed. Yeah, it was removed. They said they couldn't maintain it anymore, so it was taken taken down. But by that time, the cremation of care was already in full swing. So the cremation of care was, I guess it was not really considered a play, because it's been around for a long, long time. And the play itself, the cremation of care play, whatever you want to call it, has really, from what they say, it really has not changed. It's pretty much stayed the same. But the more I read about the Bohemian Club, the more I'm just like, what are these guys? Who are these guys? What are they doing out here? It's such a weird scenario. I don't know if it's just rich people being bored. Maybe they really enjoyed the arts. It sounds like a lot of it, especially the early days, was really focused on art. It's focused on plays, focused on drama, paintings, things like that. Very artistic stuff. So that, I think it's still there today. We can still see some of that. Maybe not as much as we did in the past. So I just figured I'd check in here for a couple minutes. Don't want to stay on too long because I need to preserve my battery. I am not wearing a suit this time. There will be no suit because we're not formal. And like I said, we're expecting to get to Bohemian Grove. Gates closed. Nobody there. No police. No barricades. No long drives. No blocking street corners. We'll see what happens. Hopefully the best case scenario is this 2-hour drive to Bohemian Grove and 2-hour drive back to Bohemian Grove is the bulk of what I do today. If everything goes right, that is the plan. We will see. Traffic is pretty light here in Oakland, California. That's always nice. That's a rare occasion, especially even on a weekend too. But usually it takes me about 2.5 to 3 hours to get to Bohemian Grove. Thanks, Josie. Yeah, we'll see. I'm very curious just to see what the vibe is like, what is going on. I think only 1 year in the past they've ever canceled the Bohemian Grove. And I think that was during the plague. I think somebody said 1918, somewhere like that. It was the only other time that the Grove has been canceled. So I'll be curious to see if it's canceled. I'm not going to snitch on the Grove if they are not social distancing or having a big party. It's not my place. The Sonoma County Sheriff's Office they know what's going on. So they're always there. This was supposed to be the first year that the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office did not protect the Grove. So we'll see if that's true too. Hey there, Ellie. How are you? Thanks for checking in. Yes, today is supposed to be the kickoff day. Tonight is supposed to be the big cremation of care. So we'll see. We'll see if there's anybody there. If it really is truly shut down like they told us that it was. So Bohemian Grove is supposed to be canceled, but why would we let that stop us from making sure, from checking it out? So like I said, hopefully best case scenario, we get out there, nobody's there, drive back home.
Stay to the right to I-580 West, I-80 East, Berkeley, Sacramento.
Listen, I'm telling you, there is no way it's canceled. Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna go find out, all of us, together. We're in this together. Let's go see what they're doing at Bohemian Grove. Ellie, I don't know if you got the book yet. Hopefully I told you I did send that out, so let me know when you receive that. It should be soon, should be coming soon, sometime this week, I believe. It might have come already, I'm not sure, but you should receive that very shortly. Thanks again for all of your help and for keeping truth alive in this deadly and dark time that we are facing here. I walked into the right to
I-580 West, I-80 East, Berkeley,
man,
Sacramento.
This is so wrong. Everything, it all just felt really, really wrong. Everybody masked up. too close to each other. All the
Continue straight for 4 minutes
social
to exit
distancing marks on the
I
floor
580 West
still
Point, Richmond, San
are
Rafael.
pretty funny to me. Just doesn't make sense, but whatever. That's a whole nother issue. So we'll see if COVID will stop Bohemian Grove or not. But like I said, regardless, I will not be the snitch. I will not be calling the police or the mask patrol to tattle on the Bohemian Grove. Sorry. Not gonna happen. Nice try though. So anyways, I hope everybody's doing good. Having a good Saturday. In California, we just got some beautiful weather today. So the Grove knows how to pick the right day. They pick the right day if they're still active. But yeah, I've never seen the gates closed. Maybe once. I think I went there on an off-season time, but that was it. Usually, we get there, the gates are open, people are walking back and forth, employees coming in, being bussed out. Those big black taxi cab looking things going in and going out. We'll see. See what happens here. So, God bless you all. Keep us in your prayers, and I will check back in here later. I'm gonna let my battery kind of recharge a little bit. I'm not a morning person. I don't like being up this early, but it's once a year. All right, good people. Thank you all again. We will be back.
Up in Mendo, if you're allowed to by your doctor, you can go without masks, but you have to carry proof.
Like a permit?
Like a doctor's note.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look into that one.
They're starting to find people.
I've seen more people in masks in Monterey than I've seen on the whole drive out here. It's just kind of weird. Small town, less chance. But all the houses are kind of spread out. It's not like San Francisco where everything's all, somebody sneezes and you can feel it next door. No cops, I'm assuming.
None.
Too bad our little spot won't be open for a while. The golf course is open. Go hang out there if nothing else.
Sounds good.
I didn't have any coffee for breakfast today.
I'm very undercaffeinated.
We could change that. Here we are driving to Bohemian Grove 2020. I would have never thought this would be Bohemian Grove 2020. No signs on the side. We could park anywhere. I was expecting the gate to be closed, though. I gotta be honest about that.
Big empty parking lot.
Yeah, there's nobody in that parking lot. That is so odd. Yeah, it even looks different though. There's nobody at the gate, nobody guarding the gate. We could probably go walk right in. Literally nothing going on. Day. Must be doing some construction or something. Because that, where the dumpster is, that property is owned by the guy who lives in that house over there, I think. This is usually where the smokers come out, the workers. But maybe they leave the gates open all year round.
Yeah, they got caretakers. Always going in and out. And even if the camp's closed, the members can reserve time there.
For like weddings and
Yeah.
funerals and spirit cooking.
Yep. People in cages.
People in cages. Yeah, that parking lot is pretty interesting. Should get some good shots of that. That's one way to shut Bohemian Grove down. Corona strikes again.
They're all on vacation with their new COVID bailout.
And there are literally no cars, nothing in there. This parking lot is always full. I used to think it was just employees that park down here too, but I'm not so sure. But there's a second level up there too of parking, apparently. There's the Hangman's Noose. It's pretty weird. Lookout Tower. Lookout Central. They've added a couple rocks here. It's a new addition. Be careful.
Those are beautiful rocks they've added.
Just for us.
Those are for looters.
Are you sure it's not like some type of spell or something being cast? There's the parking lot. There's the empty parking lot there. And there is the entrance to Bohemian Grove. So I couldn't get the live stream going, but like Brendan said, this is a ghost town. There's just nothing going on here. Absolutely nothing. Bohemian Grove shut down. Probably blocking my signal. It's a Hangman's Noose. It's pretty weird. Tempted to go. Well, what do you think?
2020.
Are you surprised?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Expected to see something? Somebody? I expected something. No guards, no workers. Is it officially canceled, or are they just...
Yep.
Maybe they have a portal and they're just gonna port themselves in. But yeah. It's a sight you won't see every day, every year. Bohemian Ghost Grove. We'll probably go check out the golf course down the road. See if there's anything going on out there. That kind of looked kind of dead too. The golf course always had people on it. It's like two people I saw there.
Yeah.
Where's your mask?
Hi.
Yeah. It's an employee, right? They have the green hat and the green
They
logo.
have a
They have groundskeepers.
groundskeepers, maintenance, security.
that might be the highlight. It says,
Elon Musk. Tesla.
like I was a little old to be Elon Musk. You never know.
Sounded like that.
I'm not seeing anybody. Maybe one person. Construction. 2 constructions. That's all we've seen is three cars. 1 going out, 2 coming in. This looks like they're doing some construction work or something in there. Sonoma County held to. I haven't seen much here so far today. 4 people, 3 cars, 3 nice cars. What, a Porsche? One was a Porsche, one was a Tesla. I forget what the third, and a Benz. Wow, Mercedes. But that's it. Only 3 cars. We don't know if a tire popped or if they tried to throw a firecracker at us or something. Something happened. But the highlight of the day would be this, I guess. The empty parking. Back there in the trees is where the second level is. Hard to see it from this angle. Some stairs too. Shut down. Bohemian Grove 2020. Looks just like any other day in 2020. There's our guy. That's one of the workers. That might be the guy that you gave the sign to. It might be, yeah. It looked just like his car. He's, I guess, the groundskeeper. He's the guy. He was Tony's boss. The guy that was rolling with Tony. That could have been him. Well, he's late.
They have a new head of security, Jerry.
Jerry?
Jerry.
Yeah, last year was Jerry's first year, right?
Yeah.
No Jerry either. I see a lot more cars coming through here. Still only 4. Guy and his wife. Couples. It's pretty interesting. They're letting women in this year. Something must be on the schedule right now. You should see an influx of cars at some point. And you can do a lot of social distancing in there.
Yeah.
2,700 acres.
A lot of trails.
A lot of trails. So,
A lot of nooks and crannies.
oh, big hawk. It's a drone. That's our guy. Must be something going on. Another couple. A guy and a girl. Show you. There must be something going on in there. But it's couples. Is it couples day at the Bohemian Grove? Is that what we're seeing here?
Was that new one?
Yeah, I've
The wife
seen.
and 2?
Yeah, at least 3 cars, I think. And a husband, or at least a guy and a girl. I don't know if they're husband and wife or whatever, but maybe their policy changed.
It wasn't.
Maybe they didn't identify as a female. That's pretty interesting. Looks like we are live at Bohemian Grove. Say hi, Brendan.
Hey.
We saw what so far going inside of Bohemian Grove. 3 cars zoomed in and then zoomed right back out. That was pretty interesting. So I can flip this around. So you see nothing there, nobody there, completely empty right now. But there's something going on inside because we saw 5 cars go in there. At least 3 of those. I don't know if this last car was the last car a guy and a girl too?
Just a guy.
Just a guy. So at least 3 of those cars did have a guy and a girl go into the grove. We saw the groundskeeper, I think the head groundskeeper came through, and then another Bohemian Grove employee. Looked like he had the groundskeeper gear on, so he was there. But other than that, it's really, really quiet. Take a look at the parking lot over here too, and this parking lot is usually filled up by now, and there's nothing. There's nobody there, nothing going on. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe they're just having a private party, but there are no cars, no guards. Guards are always out here. So we're not seeing that. Maybe they're deeper in. Maybe the guards are just deeper in. I'm not sure. But there was a caravan of 3 different cars that just pulled in and pulled right back out. I thought they were maybe workers trying to hide or something, but maybe they were just tourists or people get lost. I wonder how many people actually just come through here just to see what's going on, you know? Oh, we're here in Monterey. Let's stop by Bohemian Grove. I don't know. Of all the places to vacation, this probably isn't one of the places you want to go to, but yeah, it's actually a little cold. This would have been a perfect day for a suit, I think. If I was going to wear my suit any day, today would have been that day, but didn't work out like that. So the gates are open. It looks like the gates have probably been open for years because you can tell by the trees they're not moving or anything, but trees are covering the gate on this side. There is that famous little glove that's been there for what, 3 years now? Man, that glove is hardcore.
Easily.
There's like nails or something in the road right there. Is that what those are? Like boulders. Maybe that's where the old gate was. Actually, you can see the little bolts, yeah, all the way along there. Maybe 2 gates. Huh. They've got some maintenance work to be done. Got the nice fence here and some wires in between the fence. Brendan thought they were trying to electrocute us or something. You never know.
That's a noisemaker thrown at us, possibly.
That could be. Comes another car, looks like a Jeep. Let's see if this one has any people in it. It's a nice Jeep. See, we should have done that. People drive in, just drive through, drive out, like there's no going on here. I wonder how many people do that too. Just let's just go see what's going on. It's a nice hug too.
No smiles.
I think it's ladies' night at the Bohemian Grove. That's what I think.
Picked a good time to bring in families. All the cohorts are not here.
All the creepos were staying home.
Tour them around their little camps.
Probably at each camp. How many camps? 100 camps?
Over.
I say everybody could have their own camp. Maybe maybe they're renting it out or something. But
That's the second dog we saw. Maybe they're having a dog show.
it could be it too. As long as they're not eating him. Be all right. That's a beautiful truck. I want a truck like that. My next car is going to definitely be big truck than my 5'4" self side of the truck. I would try that, but that wouldn't be very honest. But we are definitely live here outside Bohemian Grove. Another dog in that car too. Okay, in here with 2 people and left with 3. They picked up a young Asian person, it looked like, and a dog, possibly. What's going on? I'm getting suspicious. Getting very suspicious. We're just hanging out here. Some maintenance work going on behind us. Some cleanup.
Did you know?
I don't think so. Brought the signal to us. So we're just hanging. See if we inside.
Put my mask on. It's just somewhere.
Generally, this would be any of that today.
Members.
Yeah.
Making fun of us.
Giving us evil looks.
Spitting at us.
Yeah. What else today so
Wait
far?
until your camera's off for them to screw with you.
Making sure we know all the rules and regulations, but not seeing any of that today. Before noon.
What are you doing here?
Showing us their badges and their membership badges. But yeah, it's cold. So we're here. I don't know. If you had to judge it right now, would you say that they're open or they're closed?
The circus isn't in town, but some freaks are coming in and out.
Hey there, Ruby. Yes, we are live right now, standing in, and the parking lot that is usually full over here is completely empty. I tried to go live a few minutes ago. It didn't work, but I've seen a few cars roll through. This is the day would be the day for the cremation of care. Yes, this would be the big kickoff day. Generally, with the second got canceled off, and so we don't see the regular workers, the chefs. That's about it. We're seeing couples go in, which I think is interesting. Yeah, so they'll be here all through this week, all through next week, and then yeah, we're not seeing any of that. It is just, I don't know, either the guards are further deep in, maybe trying to hide, or maybe there really is nothing going on. But we have verified there are people inside of there, at least 3. So take that for what it's worth. That's stream gets you a little more ghostier, if that's a word, than normal. But cafe wasn't open. It looks like it's closed down. Doesn't look like it's even there anymore. So the beach area was open. Thankfully the park was open, so the bathroom was open. The Bohemian Grove 2020. All the protesters are probably happy. All the people who've been out here, for years, for decades, protesting Grove, they got their wish today. So whether they're doing it, it's shut down. I mean, unless they're doing it in secret, and at a very social distancing level. This is it.
First time since the owl shrine's been built, they haven't had a cremation of care.
Yeah. That's it. That's history. Ruby was asking, is there a road that goes around it? There is a side road somewhere.
Side road.
Yeah, there's a side road somewhere, and of course they can always fly in or parachute down if they want. Teleport. But this is supposed to be the only way in here, and that's. Hey, Virginia, thank you for that. God bless you too. Second gate is kind of, if we're looking at the road right now, second gate is over to the left, so it would be stage right. I don't know. Don't ask me. These guys know about theater. I'll ask one of them. But if we can get one of the guards or one of the employees to stop, maybe we can ask what's going on. Probably should have when we first saw him. I should have asked the guy, but I was trying to get this live stream up and running. I'm surprised that it's even working. So, but this is supposed to be the one way in and the one way out for the most part. So it was interesting. We saw a car go in with 2 people and it leaves with 3 and a dog. So, but there's definitely people in there.
The third was a young child.
Third was a young child. That's right. Everything. Usually we would hear bottles being dropped into large dumpsters by now. Not hearing things like that are circling. So I guess that's another indication that there's not too much partying going on. Not too much going on inside there. I don't know. We'll keep watch. There's a look at the road. Bohemian Avenue and Railroad Avenue, where the 2 meet. So I think if you go up Railroad, there's supposed to be another road up here or some little gate, some side gate that you... A lot of traffic or a lot of people or anything like that coming inside here. At least dog to Monterrey Day is what it looks like. I need you to try to work out what you're saying. Sounds like you're speaking to me in code. And I have not had my coffee yet. What do you think you would need to accommodate it? I don't know. I want to get inside. I want somebody to let us inside at some point. But that might not happen. This is one of the first cars that came in. This is a construction worker of some sort. So they brought some stuff in on the top. That's another indication of what's going on. Something's going on, you know. They're doing something. There's another guy. Can't tell if that's a guy or a girl. With their dog. You gotta breathe. Breathing Corona. It's cold.
Yeah.
It is really cold. Physically. It's an interesting day. Look it out. I'll put on my thinking cap here.
What was the question?
I think she wants to say something, but trying to purposely to not give things away. I think it's related to the side road. We need a drone.
We had him.
Yeah.
For a minute.
We had a map, and then she tore it up. Let us keep the map. I wonder what's on that back question. I don't know if that's where Alex Jones was let in, or if that's something else, but Looking at the video, it looks like this is where the parking lot is. Flowing hair.
Tasty.
Very pasty.
I saw Cooper.
Anderson
Years
Cooper.
ago, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With a baseball hat on. Some sunglasses.
Yeah, I wonder what's on that back road too. Street and turn.
Heavily res. And there's a little trail that goes up, I believe.
It's like, yeah, it's. Yeah. Yeah, they have their mess. Gets pretty stuffy in the car without. Virginia's saying, write down the license plate numbers and see if you can get DMV information on the people going in. Is that legal?
There was a Nazi hunter a few years ago that was writing down every plate.
Is that right?
For that purpose. Yes.
Did he ever find anything?
Never heard another word.
He never returned? Might be another car coming out. Sounds like a truck. Something going on. Can hear something in there. Little Georgia Guidestone looking rock monument thing here. Inside of this parking lot somewhere. That's the worker. It's a complete ghost town. Probably nothing to do, nothing to clean up. Visual, it's passable. Hope it's not too bad, but best we can prize it's even working. Wish there was more to. It's usually where we stand over here, but doing suck. Comes another car. What that box is in the road for, but looks like another Mercedes, possibly. Guy didn't look too happy.
He was very angry.
Didn't have a mask on.
Camillus.
Maybe he's gonna guard the grove. First car that's stopped here. So again, thank you everybody here for joining us Blackberry? I think I'll pass. I don't know where those have been. It's a nice offer, though. Any cars that are high end? Yeah, I think the 3 or 4 cars that we did see come in were all high end cars. There was a Tesla, and then there was a Benz, a Porsche. Yeah. The loud noises. There's a big dumpster right behind us, right behind where Brent. Okay, same connection. So sorry about that. If the connection is really bad. At least the sun's starting to come out now, though. Yeah, sure, Kitty, no problem. Thanks for joining in. I wasn't expecting too much. It's more than I was expecting, for sure, but... That's a pretty high-end car that's been sitting there. That guy seemed really angry about something, so... We'll see, I don't know. Not much they can do about us, really. Yeah, they're breaking down trees, I think. I think they're clearing out some trees in the background. Hey, on the 15th. That's possible. We have three weeks to be here, so... Be good to come back a few times and just make sure they're not doing they shouldn't be doing. Not that I would ever tell anybody. Curious though. Yeah, good point, Ruby. If nothing was going on, you wouldn't see high-end cars. It's true. I just was not expecting to see women in cars going past this road here. That just seems different. I don't remember that any other year. It's not like this, at least. Southern Cal. Yeah, Southern Cal. Southern Cal is pretty crazy right now. It's crazy everywhere in California, I guess. Doesn't matter. Let's try to stay in cities as much as possible. So I wouldn't think they're too worried, aside from my shaky hand, but to make sure it's not too bad. Women allowed. Yeah, that's what they say, but they went in. At least 4 of them. 3 or 4. And usually with the women, some of the women you would see, they'd be a lot younger than the guy that they were with. But in this case, a few times, both of the man and the woman look like they're probably in their 60s, maybe 70s. Something going on in there. There's no doubt. I mean, I think we've shown that. We've proven that they're doing something here. Doesn't mean that they're gonna do everything, but it's a good chance mission of care or a version of that will happen. I don't know. Guess we'll see. Cars are usually pretty nice, pretty chill. See a car in the back, maybe. impossible to see from this, guys, with this camera, but beyond those trees there is a second level for cars. It's, yeah. I mean, this is 2,700 acres here. Don't think social distancing would be a problem, even if they had a couple hundred people. Looks like they are obeying law, or the ordinance, whatever you want to call it. Going for broke. We're about 35 minutes into. At some point, we're gonna have to go get something to eat, possibly some coffee to wake up. Like 20 times. There, that's more like Bohemian Grove. That's more like what they do every year. Just come out, circle around, and then leave. Now it feels like I was hoping to catch him, just ask. Low battery. Okay, we'll keep going. I'm sure as soon as you show up, all of your great questions and prayers, and so your interest in this very unusual, the Bohemian Grove. It gets very interesting every year. Always something weird going on, but approaching. That's a nice one too. Yet another couple. No, it's okay. The truck didn't have a couple, but the nice car before it. Mode this year.
They're allowed to have.
Alright, gonna take one last trip through Bohemian Grove 2020. Is that where all the prostitutes go?
Yep, that's the place. And those little bungalows are in the corner. Huh. Good prices on those places.
Good to know. Maybe next year I'll take that under consideration.
Not the easiest to get during July, but then earlier in the year they were all open this July. Consequence.
No cars on the road though. Monterey. Well, they're not prostitutes. They're way too young. Who knows? Yeah. Forgot where I was.
Remember that male prosy we saw?
Yeah.
That was something.
Yeah. The dude in little flip-flops.
Yeah. Those short shorts.
Short.
And like, didn't want to
Cut
film him. I thought, oh, okay, I'll be respectful. And then a car full of boy toys pull up. That convertible, remember that? That was like out of a movie.
I do remember.
You saved me. He hops in. He was so nervous we were gonna film him.
I wonder why.
He looked young.
Grove or your experience this year?
Well, this year has been unusual. See if this is the new normal.
New Grove.
It got canceled. Everybody's protesting like crazy this year. Yeah, we're the only ones there to celebrate that it's canceled. Should we celebrate that it's canceled? Should we hiding? Should we be hiding under a rock right now?
Is it canceled?
Is it canceled? Is everybody just having picnics in there today? Because we've seen them going in and out.
They're doing something there. Just hanging out. It's Monterey. Vacation Wonderland, really. I would not have labeled it as such.
They have shave ice.
Right. If there's something in it. Oh, over there. Wow, look at that ice cream truck. That is like the most pedophilic truck. You see that truck on the road, stay away. But the beach is full here in Monterey.
Here's the bridge they found a bomb under a few years ago and never mentioned in the media.
That's right. That never gets talked about. What year? 2017? 2018?
Yeah.
I wonder if that was the same year that they thought that Antifa was coming
Yeah,
out.
it was the year they blamed us for being Antifa.
Oh.
We're so Antifa-like.
Generally, I would say I've been called worse, but in that case, not too much worse. No. So, just gonna take one last drive through Monterey, through the Bohemian Highway. Bohemian Avenue. We're on Bohemian Highway. We're now turning on to Bohemian Avenue. I wonder if that is where that one video took place of those guys that like go up into the mountain going through Bohemian Grove. They turn off of one of these streets and it's so narrow that it was just like, I don't know how their truck could even stay up there. I think it was gonna fall. But
I will never roll my truck for the Bohemian Grove.
I don't blame you. It was this one of these roads that they went off of, and I was like, you guys are crazy. There's nowhere to turn around or to do anything. Come a long way from having all of this blocked off, cars backed up here. There's a couple. These must be locals that live out here. Nice people. Very friendly people this year. They're probably all happy that the Grove isn't happening too.
Yeah.
Parking lot still empty. Garbage dumpster guys are gone.
Turn around on the gravel.
Turn around. I've never gone inside there. Everybody else does.
One time.
Gotta run time. Come on. We're just turning around here. There's no good place to turn around. Private road, no through road, no through trafficking, blah blah blah.
And there's the gate.
There's the gate, and definitely no one here. But we see people parking right here all the time. Let's see, they got cameras. I got my license plate. That's fine. I got theirs too. Bye bye Bohemian Grove. It's a wasteland. Today was supposed to be the cremation of care at the Bohemian Grove. It's actually tonight. So there's still a possibility that might happen. But the Bohemian Grove that we saw today look nothing like the past years from 2012 on. 2012 was the first year that I was standing outside of the Grove. Nothing compared to what we saw this time. Maybe about 5-6 cars total within a couple hours. That was kind of odd. The people in the cars, it was couples in a couple cases, a couple children, I think, too. Dogs, a lot of people had dogs out going into the Grove. Out of all the people we saw go into the Grove, I believe we only saw maybe 1 or 2 cars go out. But literally just a handful of cars went into the Grove, and only 2 employees that we saw. The one guy in the red truck just going back and forth, kind of. He was going in, he was going out. There was another car, truck, whatever, that kind of stopped, came out of the Grove, did a U-turn right at that intersection for Railroad and Bohemian Avenue, and just went right back into the Grove. So just went outside of Bohemian Grove, did a U-turn, went right back in. That was kind of weird. But aside from that, I mean, that was the only thing that really looked like every other year that we've seen. They always do that. So that was odd. Couldn't get the live stream to work for a long time, so I don't know how well it actually worked out there. But I mean, we did see people going in there. Bohemian Grove is not closed. It is open. People are in there. Couples are in there. Men and women are in there. What they're doing in there, I don't know. I mean, you have 100 camps, so in theory you could have 100 different little groups. I don't know if that would be considered a violation of the social distancing. There's only one car, like a white Benz, maybe an SUV, and it was the only one that, as soon as they saw us while they were trying to enter Bohemian Grove, they were driving, and it's 2 white males, 2 older white males. As soon as they saw us, Brendan and myself, they were driving, they put on both of their masks and went right into Bohemian Grove. So they look pretty scared, pretty freaked out to me. You know, sometimes you get a car that will kind of stop, or not stop, but kind of slow down, and then will just kind of drive slowly past us or do something. But this white car was the only car that really kind of seemed to be freaked out, put on their masks, and probably felt a lot safer. So that's all that I know here so far. But it was cold out there. First it was really, really cold, then it got really, really hot. And my phone battery died after a little while, but it's okay. I couldn't stay all day like many other times, but there were no workers, no employees being bussed in or bussed out. Didn't see any other taxis or anything like that. Didn't look like anybody was being taxied in. But nearby at the golf course, it was still pretty active. Not as active as it normally is either, but it's pretty active. And that's where some of the outside Bohemian Grove parties are supposed to happen too. So. Overall, I was just a little surprised that get over here. I was a little surprised that the gates were open. It looked like the gates have been open for probably years. It didn't look like they had any plan on closing those gates. But and then it was shocking to see men and women going into Bohemian Grove. Something I had not seen before. If there's ever a woman who was in a car or going into the grove, sometimes by themselves, but I think they would make them stop. They'd have to speak to whoever the guard was at the front gate, right before the front gate, and then they would generally have them turn back and park on that little side dirt road that is inside of the Bohemian Grove property. But here we saw just 4 or 5 couples going right in. There was a caravan of 3 young groups, and they all went in and did a U-turn out of Bohemian Grove, waved, and that was about it. Lots of people waving, lots of nice people. I bet they're all happy too that the Bohemian Grove isn't in town, clogging up the streets, clogging up everything. So, lots of beachgoers out there in the Monterey area, Guerneville, right off of the Russian River. You know, there's usually a lot of people out, lots of people out today. So, as I'm driving back towards San Francisco, all of the traffic was going towards Monterey. So, they're all hitting up these little lakes out there, and I can't blame them. It's a beautiful day for that. But just wanted to go and check it out. I was just curious to see what they would do, if they would do anything. I think if I hadn't gone out there, I probably would think that the gates were closed, business was shut down, and nobody was going in. But that's not the case. Bohemian Grove is open, and people are going in and people are going out. That's what we know for sure. Let's see, the evil don't want us to see them. Yeah, I think you're right. And hey, Virginia, I think you're right on that. They don't want us to see what's going on. It's when they're quiet about these things. That's when we tend to focus more on it, because now they're not saying anything. They're just being very quiet about it. So, well, thank you for just, you know, for your prayers, first of all. That is the main thing, and for the encouragement, for the support. You know, I'm in the area. I'm able to go out there and check it out. So I really wanted to. I knew I didn't have much time, and hopefully we'll be able to get back out there in these next weeks. But this will be going on for 3 weeks. So the gates will probably be open. We'll probably see minimal cars going in, being very secretive, which from what I hear is what some of the other years were kind of like. But to see the parking lot, the Bohemian Grove level 1, the Bohemian Grove parking lot, just dirt, just nothing there. I had seen that once, I think, in the off season, but never like this. Never like this. It's pretty odd. Other than that, it was pretty uneventful as far as all of what we usually see. We usually have the Bohemian Grove guards coming out there. They talk to us, they let us know, blah blah blah, you can't be in the road, don't harass our members, la-di-da, la-di-freaking-da, all of that. None of that. The only time we had the one guy who kind of rolled out and rolled back in. We had the guy who I believe is the head groundskeeper. He drove in, because I know this car, this is one of the cars that was kind of it's given us some trouble in the past of just being a weirdo. But so that car came out, or went into the Grove, and didn't see that one again. But not too much traffic going in. There was one car that actually came in, 2 older people, and then left with a younger, maybe 12 to 14-year-old Asian girl and a dog. So there was something going on in there, and there were so many dogs going in. We were thinking maybe there's some dog show or something going on inside of of the Grove. And there were a few cars that also had dogs that went up the side road. So I don't know what that was about. But it was like family day at Bohemian Grove today. So maybe they're changing, maybe their rules are changing, they're changing things. I have no idea. But no cops. I did not see one cop in the whole city. It's a small city. It's a very small city, but usually you see one or two somewhere. I didn't see any of them. No streets blocked off, nothing like that. Where we normally stand, there was a big dumpster, and so the guy who owns the property next to the Grove was doing some type of tree work, or they were throwing stuff into the dumpster. So when you see the live footage, you'll hear that. You'll hear these bangs and booms and all that, and that's just the guys in the background working. Where we normally would have been, but not this time. So, but I think that is about all I would have to report on this. We'll do a little podcast version of this and put all of the different clips that we have together, but the main point was just to get out there and to see if Bohemian Grove was open or if it was closed, and it was open for business. This we know, and like I said in one of the early videos, no, I'm not going to snitch on you, but we'll put the video out. Alright, God bless you all. Hope you have a great day. Keep truth alive, and remember, Jesus Christ loves you. What is truth? Thank you for listening to What is Truth. I just want to take a few seconds here to encourage you to check out Anchor. Now, if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. Now, first of all, it's free. Second, there's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer, which is what I'm doing right now. Now, Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. So make sure that you download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started right now. And now let's go into this podcast, this episode. Thank you all for listening. Let's talk about what is truth. Jesus Christ is truth. So here's a message from Walter Bradley, host of HeartTalk, talking about Bohemian Grove.
Hello, this is Walter Bradley, and you're listening to HeartTalk. And we're here with Greg Fernandez Jr. Say hello, Greg.
Hey there.
Hey there. And we're here to talk about what, Greg? What is the big hot topic this week?
Well, I would have to say that would be the Bohemian Grove.
What? Bohemian Grove? Is that a place in Germany?
It might be. You never know. I mean, there are many groves. Bohemian Grove, I think, is just one of many places where powerful people go to have their lakeside chats, to hang out, pee on trees, drink a bunch of beer, and talk shop. Now, it might not be talking policy, but they are talking shop, and I think that's very clear by the subject matter of their lakeside chats. I think that's pretty clear.
Absolutely. And I for one, when I went to Bohemian Grove, that was in 2012. And I've been gone 7 years, and I haven't been back. I went wandering around Monterey even before that. And have you ever heard of the program called the Stepford Wives?
No, I think there was a movie.
Yes. Look that up.
Okay. Stepford Wives.
Perfect city. Or perfect little town. As I looked at it, everything was so circumspect, so orderly, so good. You'd think, wow, I'd love to live here. Look at this. And frankly, I would like to live there. However, the Bohemian Grove, and that's at 601 Bohemian Grove Way. Not 601. What's the address there? Do you remember that, Greg?
I have that right here. Let me pull that up for you.
I lost it.
Okay, so
look at
the Bohemian Club is located at 624 Taylor Street in San Francisco, California.
Correct.
And
Union Square it is.
the Bohemian Grove is at 20601 Bohemian Avenue in Monterey, California.
20601. And I, for one, you know, the Bohemian Grove was started by who? Artists, poets, authors, and basically entertainment type of people, and those who are writing poetry books and so forth. Now, today, it's totally different. It is not based on that any longer. Today, who do we have there? The highest powers in all the world. Politicians. And you know, right now, I don't see a lot of news about politicians or anything. I at least not that I have noticed much about politics going on when the Grove is happening. Have you? As far as the news and anything, major, you know, politicians speaking from their bully pulpit and talking their whatever it may be. It seemed like during this time, it kind of quietens down. Do you get that same feel and notice that?
I think so, yeah. I believe so.
And one of the things I put out on my Facebook page is I said, have you noticed everybody's laying low and nobody's around talking, and all the high and mighty and the politicians, notice who during this time of year are not out there, and wonder to yourself and think, why is that? Well, this time of year is, right now they're still, guess where they are? They're at the Grove. Some stay, it's up to 2 to 3 weeks of being just in the Grove. Now think about that. You're in a wooded area with some of the richest, most powerful people, and because not everybody there knows what's going on. As in every circle, there's inner circles, outer circles, those in the know and those who do not know. And in the know, they know that that owl represents something. Now, Greg, tell me what that owl represents. I remember we talked about it, and I spoke it outright at the time and said what deity they were focusing on. And do you remember which deity that is?
I don't. I don't think it's Moloch, though.
Yes, it is.
I don't know. I have a hard time with that. But there is one spot in one of the Bohemian Club's books where Moloch was part of a play, but they don't mention Moloch aside from...
They will not ever say the name, technically.
Right. True.
They will not. And they would not say that owl represents Moloch. But the owl does have a representation with Moloch, an association. And really, it's tying back to the ancient worship of deities long forgotten.
Okay, and next we're going to go into the introduction to the Bohemian Grove. This is a chapter titled Dole Care from my next book, New World Odor. We read in Matthew 6:19 through 21, "Do not lay up for yourself treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal, but lay up for yourself treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroys, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." Matthew 6:19 through 21. The cremation of care receives thunderous applause as a human effigy is sacrificed before a giant owl, while men in jewelry clothing watch the body burn to ashes. Alex Jones filmed his experience in Monterey when he and Mike Hansen posed as invited guests entered the Bohemian Grove compound on July 15, 2000, and filmed the cremation of care ritual. We now have the video evidence to suggest that what is happening at the Bohemian Grove is at least partially satanic. To worship an idol and to sacrifice something before that idol is a satanic act. Still, there are some who disagree with the satanic angle. Others might say, who cares about a bunch of drunken men dressing up as druids, burning a wooden person before a 40-foot owl? What's important to me is who these men are, and what they are doing at the Bohemian Grove, and why. In Mike Hansen's book, The Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy, he writes, "Would you let your neighbor even walk your dog or babysit your children if they were sacrificing humans in effigy to some 45-foot stone owl god and chanting, 'O Great Owl of Bohemia'?" It's a very good question. The Bohemian Club is located at 624 Taylor Street in San Francisco, California, and the Bohemian Grove is at 20601 Bohemian Avenue in Monterey. If the Bohemian Club is their office, then the Bohemian Grove is their golf course. The history of the 2700 Redwood Forest encampment known as the Bohemian Grove dates back further than the creation of the Bohemian Club. The Bohemian Club has been through a few transformations and relocations over the years. The club and the grove are separated by a mere 100 miles. The history of the Bohemian Club dates back to 1872, but the 2-week encampment of the Bohemian Grove probably began in 1878, right before one of the founding members was going to relocate to New York. A big party was thrown for Henry Edwards, a founding member of the Bohemian Club. The party took place in the Redwood Forest of Martin County, where the Samuel P. Taylor State Park is today. An actor and head entomologist at the California Academy of Sciences, Henry Edwards moved to New York City after his send-off party on June 29, 1878. The next year, 1879, the party continued, this time without Mr. Edwards. A night of liquor, socializing, sleeping in the redwoods of Marin and Sonoma County became the yearly tradition of the Bohemian Club members, guests, and entertainers. Part of the current Bohemian Grove location was rented out from 1893 until 1899, the year when it was purchased from Melvin Meeker, who ran a booming logging business in the Monterey area. The Bohemian Grove property expanded over time until it became the 2,700-acre encampment it is today. It is generally believed the Bohemian Club began as a fraternity among male journalists, artists, musicians, and others who enjoyed the entertainment arts of the late 1800s. Soon journalists and art lovers were joined by industrialists, banking elitists, and government officials. Also included as members or guests are corporate CEOs, Federal Reserve Board members, military contractors, oil companies, members of big media, and high-ranking foreign officials. Membership dues pay for the expenses and maintenance of both the club and the grove. Despite a long waiting list to become a member of the Bohemian Grove, some people are given honorary membership titles. Others are invited guests, but mostly all are male unless they're employees. And even then, women are restricted to certain areas and curfews within the Bohemian Grove complex. There are over 100 camps inside the 160-acre main encampment. Some of the names of the camps are a bit creepy, like the Lost Angels or the Semper Virens. Other camp names like the Caveman Camp or the Silverado Squatters sound a bit more simplistic. It's believed that the Hillbilly Camp is where people like George Bush Sr. and Sons can be found. The Stowaway Camp is allegedly where the Rockefellers nest, but the Owl's Nest Camp is where the previous United States presidents throw away their cares for 2 weeks. Mike Hansen is the other guy that infiltrated the Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones in 2000. In his book, Bohemian Grove, Cult of Conspiracy, he recounts his personal experience inside the Bohemian Grove and examines the history and inner workings of this annual gathering. Personally, I don't care who was the first to infiltrate the Grove or the first to film the cremation of care. I just care what's going on inside the compound, which includes sacrificing dull care before a giant owl-like figure. If the people who are a part of this mock sacrifice are people within our government, the American people do have the right to know. More so, we have to prove that they are discussing policy up there, which I believe we have done. In his book 9/11 Descent into Tyranny, Alex Jones described the owl-like figure. Quote, "As we were walking into the grove, we came within about 10 yards of the 40-foot stone owl that sits on the north side of the small lake. We were only about 7 yards away from the black altar that sits at the base of the owl." End quote. Page 196 of 9/11 Descent into Tyranny. Great book, out of print, but you can still get it online. Become a Prison Planet TV member. Now, there's no denying the ritual of sacrifice. Some say the cremation of care ceremony is harmless. Others believe it's satanic, like me. Either way, there should be no doubt that this ritual is in fact taking place once a year behind the property line of the Bohemian Grove. Mike Hansen writes in his book Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy that the year 2000 was a very interesting year because, quote, during the 2000 Grove summer camp, they announced Dick Cheney as George W. Bush's vice presidential running mate from the Bohemian Grove. Quote, during the 2000 Grove summer camp, they announced Dick Cheney as George W. Bush's vice presidential running mate, end quote. This was the same year Hansen and Alex Jones infiltrated the Grove's summer camp. The date was July 15, 2000. The hidden video footage of the cremation of care will forever mark a turning point in my life and my spiritual journey. Here was the physical evidence of what I already knew in my heart. The devil is not an allegorical figure. It is the temporary ruler of this world, of this physical presence every human is a part of. The Bible clearly states that the devil is the ruler of this world for a short time when Christ says, "My kingdom is not of this world," in John 18:36. Now thousands would flock to Christ for they knew he would heal them. Their belief that Jesus Christ was the one they had been waiting for was what truly healed them of their sicknesses. In the Christ home of Nazareth, as we read in Mark 6:5-6, he could do no mighty work there except that he laid his hands on a few sick people and healed them, and he marveled because of their unbelief. Mark chapter 6, verse 5-6. Because there were multitudes who knew who Jesus was. The scripture speaks of thousands of people at a time being fed by Jesus. The Christ laid his hands on the blind and made them see. Jesus looked into the souls of the crippled who believed in him and made them walk. He even brought a little girl back to life. And as the end of the Gospel of John we read, "And there are also many things that Jesus did, which if they were written one by one, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that would be written." Amen. That's from John chapter 21, verse 25. So just examining the things we do know about Jesus Christ, I have felt his love jump off the pages of the living word and into my own heart. The darkness that clouded my mind faded as I read more about Christ. Imagine thousands of people seeing Jesus from afar, get on a boat and head into the sea with his apostles. Scripture tells us many knew him and ran there on foot from all the cities. They came to him. Our hearts today, we're so self-centered, so self-focused. He knocks at our door now. I think he always did. Jesus and his disciples were on their way to a deserted place to rest after hearing of the beheading of John the Baptist by King Herod. When they arrived to the deserted place, thousands were waiting for them, hoping to greet Christ and hear his teachings. And then we read in Mark 6:34, "And Jesus, when he came out, saw a great multitude and was moved with compassion for them, because they were like sheep not having a shepherd. So he began to teach them many things." And he's still teaching us today. But just imagine what he would teach us if he was in front of us. Things that we probably would have a hard time comprehending. So he would speak in parables to the people, but I don't believe that he only spoke in parables. Just my view on that. I often feel like one of those sheep who ran across the cities, around the sea, just to be near our Lord. What God chose me, I must observe, and what I observe, I must put into action. God did not desire for people to sacrifice their children to Moloch, or to sacrifice a wooden body to anything, to any idol, to sit before any idol praising it and clapping for it as something burns. If powerful people who run this world are participating in or are orchestrating the cremation of care ritual at the Bohemian Grove, then the public has the right to know who they are and why they would attend something like this, especially if we're voting for them. We will continue to expose the horrors surrounding sacrificial death and the child rape that John DeCamp speaks about in his book, The Franklin Cover-Up, Jeremiah chapter 32, verse 33-35. "And they have turned to me the back, and not the face, though I taught them, rising up early and teaching them. Yet they have not listened to receive instruction, but they set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to defile it.
And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire of Moloch, which I did not command them, nor did it come into my mind that they should do this abomination, to cause Judah to sin. People pass their sons and daughters through the fire of Moloch, all because they were deceived by the evil one. If we don't read the scriptures, we may miss the warning of what we should do, but more importantly, we will miss what God wants us to do while we are here on earth, which is to spread the word, spread the truth, spread the way. What is the way? Christ is the way. I was looking for information about September 11th, 2001, when I came across Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove, a documentary video exposing a bunch of men in druid costumes burning a human effigy in front of a giant 40-foot owl before a crowd of happy Grove members and selected guests. In my opinion, Moloch is just another name for the devil. I believe all evil relates back to the devil. That doesn't excuse the evil each human chooses to do. False idols like Moloch serve to promote evil and spread the word of the devil, which can be viewed as belief that the God in the scriptures is not real, or that there are multiple gods. In the foreword to Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy, Tex Mars writes, quote, "It appears that the ancient Canaanite and Hebrew deity Moloch is represented in the Bohemian ritual by a 42-foot owl. Shrouded in flames, this owl deity is surrounded by druidic priests and other characters. During the ceremony, these victims are sacrificed. Their screams and shrieks pierce and shatter the still night air. Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed for a reason, so if the actions of the Bohemian Grove are similar to those of the two fallen cities, then the Grove may suffer the same fate. If Senator John DeCamp's book about claims of child abuse on Bohemian Grove property is true, the truth should come out. Those who testify to such claims should not be ridiculed, harassed, or punished with years of imprisonment. That will cause more victims to think twice about coming forward with their stories of similar abuse. John DeCamp was sued for the claims that are made in his book, The Franklin Cover-Up, and the book The Franklin Cover-Up covers how he won that lawsuit. So what does that tell you? If you've never read The Franklin Cover-Up by John DeCamp, please consider doing so. I did, and I cried. It was a very tough thing to read. But if the allegations are true, and if this is happening at the Bohemian Grove and places like it, why would you not want to expose that? Why would you not want to let the people know this? The Franklin Cover-Up is a lot deeper than just what happens at the Bohemian Grove, but it deals with a child sex ring where high-profile people within government parties and within our governmental system are having sex with children. That's what we're talking about here. At the very least, that is satanic. Mike Hansen wrote, quote, "The Bohemian Club's historical annals even admitted their obsession with the occult and what they call druid rituals. Amongst the great redwood trees, they revived ancient ceremonies that in truth had their roots not in the druids, but in Babylon itself." End quote. These next verses from Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 20 are something that are just as relevant right now as they ever were. "Beware of false prophets, who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. You will know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Therefore, by their fruits you will know them." Again, that's Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 20. Matthew is one of my favorite books, and I would recommend the book of Matthew for anyone who is trying to study the Word of God to learn more about Jesus Christ. Start with Matthew. So who are the people that attend the Bohemian Grove's annual gathering? More so, who attends the cremation of care ritual and why? Because not every person that goes to the Bohemian Grove gathering necessarily attends the cremation of care. The cremation of care is a play that is put on as a main event for that evening, but there's nothing that says that everyone has to attend the cremation of care. So that's something the insiders would know about, not me. Bill Clinton was asked about the Bohemian Club, and he said, "The Bohemian Club? Did you say the Bohemian Club?" "Yeah," responded the man who dared to ask the former president such a question. As Clinton answered, the man was escorted out of the building for speaking out of turn. "But it's a valid question," Clinton continued. "That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right?" The crowd responded with laughter, and Clinton kept on. "I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air." Whatever that means. I don't believe the Bohemian Club is limited to Republicans dancing naked in the woods, but it's important to note that former presidents Calvin Coolidge, William Taft, Theodore Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, Dwight Eisenhower, Ronald Reagan, George Bush Sr. and Jr. have all been known to attend the Bohemian Grove festivities. Henry Kissinger has admitted to attending the Bohemian Grove Summit. James Baker and Dick Cheney have also attended the Grove. They're all Republicans. Alex Jones stated, quote, "There are about 95 different clubs within the Bohemian Club. All the different clubhouses and log cabin style mansions that are built into the cliffs have different names and different memberships. The most elite club, according to press reports, is Mandalay, with Henry Kissinger and Paul Volcker, former Federal Reserve Chairman, and other New World Order bosses." End quote. Mike Hansen wrote that, quote, "About 1/5 of the membership are either directors of one or more of the Fortune 1000 companies, corporate CEOs, top government officials, current and former, and members of important policy councils or major foundations. The remaining members are mostly regional business/legal elites, with a small mix of academics, military officers, artists, and medical doctors. Most of them are Californians. 70% or more are political conservatives, and 99% of them are white, and all of them are very, very rich." End quote. That's from Mike Hansen's book, page 35, Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy. Anyone can do a little search and see that some of the known members of the Bohemian Club include writers Mark Twain and Jack London. Some of the attendees, not necessarily members of the club, included Nelson Rockefeller, Charlie Chaplin, Barry Goldwater, Bing Crosby, and former German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt. In the foreword to Mike Hansen's book, Tex Mars also wrote that Nixon also admitted that it was the warm and enthusiastic reception he received after one of his talks at the Bohemian Grove encampment that proved to be the catalyst for his subsequent successful political campaign for the presidency of the United States. Mars added that Ronald Reagan's talk to the assembled movers and shakers translated later into media support and millions of dollars in the Reagan campaign coffers. End quote. During their infiltration, Alex and Mike saw only one African American, and they suspected he was a simple worker at the Grove, not a member. Of course, later on, Alex Jones would say that he saw Danny Glover at the Bohemian Grove. That was a trip. Alex also mentioned that some of the elderly white people were not very happy that Danny Glover was there. Star of Predator 2, of course. Now, while they were getting to their place to film the cremation of care, they had just received a pamphlet or a full-color program about the 121st Annual Cremation of Care. Hansen purposely wanted to sit behind the other members because he didn't want anyone sitting behind him because they might see the camera that they had in a bag somewhere. So, of course, in Hansen's book, he mentions that someone could have noticed that he forgot to cover the little red light on the camera. And then he makes it very clear that God was with him. So Alex Jones and Mike Hansen both believe that God was with them. Alex Jones and Mike Hansen were able to witness the cremation of care firsthand and film it in its entirety. They almost got themselves caught several times while inside the encampment. When questioned, Jones just said he was with the Hillbillies. Alex Jones made it clear that the Hillbilly Camp is the camp that the Bushes are members of. And before the cremation of care began, Mike Hansen was handed a printed program of the 121st Annual Cremation of Care, which would imply that the first such ritual took place in 1879. As Hansen pointed out, Hansen is certain that at least by 1913 the cremation of care was taking place inside the Bohemian Grove. 13 years after Alex Jones and Mike Hansen infiltrated the Bohemian Grove, interest in the activities of the Grove continues to grow. This year, like last year, many members from We Are Change San Francisco and East Bay will join in the protests against the Bohemian Grove 2-week summit. The fight against evil is the choice between temptation from Satan and following God. It's all about sacrifice. What they do is sacrifice. They want to sacrifice us to save them. But what Christ did is he sacrificed himself to save us. It's a big difference. And you find that in a lot of these satanic ventures, they do things backwards. They'll put the cross upside down. Instead of Jesus, they'll say Jeebus. Or you have somebody like Kanye West who, tries to make himself God or whatever. It's still wrong. So it's good to point those things out. And we need to point these things out. We don't need to make laws about it and need to bash it over people's heads or anything, or burn them at the stake. You should call out evil where you see it. There's nothing wrong with that. And if someone thinks that it's wrong for you to call out evil, don't be around that person. There's no point. I mean, when you think about how much we don't know about the Bohemian Grove, just the little bit of information that researchers and journalists like Alex Jones have been able to uncover has really helped us make the Bohemian Grove not only a hot topic, but a truthful topic, and has really shown that, look, at the very least, we need to look into this more. We need to really see what these people are doing here, who these people are. We always talk about the rich, the 1%, blah, blah, blah. This is where they are. This is where a lot of them go. So, this is our day in history. They lied for one more day. We got to expose their lies just one more day. And that's what I loved about this video. I love this video. This is probably one of my favorite videos. Lie Another Day, Bohemian Grove 2013. Yeah, the video starts out, you'll see some of the memorabilia or some of the things you could buy from the Bohemian Grove gift shop. And one of the activists who showed up brought a bunch of things for us to film. A little mug. He even had maps. He had a couple maps of the Bohemian Grove outline and showing the 2,700 acres. And
How did you get this?
Bohemian Club Halcyon. So Halcyon must be one of their clubs, and a church.
Real
Halcyon. Sean.
Bohemian Grove is about control.
He's right. on.
Bilderberg is about control. Just Google them. Forget conspiracy theories. It's just about control. Conspiracy theories are what people talk about if they just want to gloss over the subject. We're not glossing over anything. We have sheriffs out here that are protecting the Grove on the private property. Okay? So, first of all, we're doing, our tax money going to their private grove here. It's not just their own personal security. And they're even putting barricades up so we can't even park on the side of the road like normal people would park on the side of the road, So, it's all about control. What they want is more for them and less for us.
And here is Owlmobile by Sacred Owls.
Open to your
And now we're going to go to a message from Manny Trev. This was originally recorded in 2015, right after we left Bohemian Grove.
On our way there, we really didn't see too many people, just kind of security detail, I guess. But the moment we got to the gate, some of the workers going in and out for, I guess, shift change or breaks or whatever. But one of the workers asked me for a cigarette, and I was like, yeah, bro, you can have a smoke, no problem. And I asked him, I said, how are they treating you in there, man? And do they treat you like crap, and you guys get paid good? He was just a little pissed off, but he wasn't too comfortable talking to me. He kind of got a little freaked out when I told him who I was with. He asked me if I was with, any news organizations. I said, I'm just here doing this for the people, and we are change and groups like that. So after I said that, it kind of got weird, but he really didn't explain anything of what he saw in there. He really didn't talk about it, but he was kind of spooked that I even asked him, like, hey, what's going on in here, bro? So yeah, it was interesting. We saw a lot of other workers come out. You had the first-hand experience dealing with the sheriff and some of the security detail coming up to you at the gate. I was actually over in the back talking to some other people that were just cruising along, and they started asking about what was going on in the Grove. Just two random, this couple, I guess they're from somewhere up north, and they're just kind of driving around doing the tourist thing, and they knew about Alex Jones and the Bohemian Grove already. So to me, that was a surprise, just some random people actually knowing about what's going on. Surprised in a good way. We have, as we engage against the enemy, we have this idea that no one else knows about it, and that we're the only ones that know about it, and you can't talk to anybody about it. But that right there was just a testament to show, look, there's other people that are in this world that know about it, and you're not crazy or conspiracy theorists or anything like that. You're just an investigator trying to find out more of what's going on in there. And those two people that I spoke to, they asked me what I knew about the Grove, and I said, I only know what's come out. I've never been in there. I only know what's been leaked out by Alex Jones, the whistleblowers, other people that have actually infiltrated it, and also from the testimony from some of the victims of the satanic ritual abuse that they've experienced there. So that's all we can go off of right now, but we do know that very powerful politicians, industrialists, pretty much the corporate elite meet there annually for 2 weeks out of the year to participate in the cremation and care ceremony, as well as discuss upcoming events and what the future holds for them, because they're deciding the future of the world in terms of geopolitical things. Like 1 year we were there, we were fortunate enough to speak to an Italian diplomat and try to get some information from him. It seemed like he was more or less a low-level guy that really didn't know the inner workings of the elite and what was going on at the higher levels, but he kind of knew something was going on, but he was there. We've also had other people come out and talk about their experiences within. Locals talked to us back in 2013, I believe it was, and gave us a picture of a map, some of the cups from in there with the owl on it, the Bohemian Club owl and things like that. So there are people willing to talk about what's going on in there. I'm sure they fear for their lives because the rich and powerful are the ones that meet in secret there. And when you have millions upon millions of dollars, you can afford hit teams. If I'm not mistaken, the average assassination is like $500,000 to $1 million. And if these guys have billions of dollars, I mean, all it takes is just a paycheck or a check or cash, whatever, to take out these people. But with that said, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of anything, because they fear us more when we take them head on. They want us to be pacified sheep that don't even discuss these issues, because when you're ignorant, it is not bliss. You're not in the know, so they can do what they do behind the shadows in secrecy. So it's up to us as investigative journalists and just the general public to exercise our First Amendment rights and go to places like this. I mean, the Bilderberg group, they just met in, I believe it was Sweden. Right? It was Sweden?
I don't know.
This year. Well, anyways, the Bilderberg group met. Thousands upon thousands of reporters convened on the event, tried to get as much as they could. People from the Telegraph were getting harassed. People from InfoWars went there, they're getting harassed. You had security forces, I believe it was under the name of Cobra Security or something like that. I mean, this is straight out of a movie. I mean, you can't make this up. Fact is always stranger than fiction. But once you start looking at the reality of what's going on around you, it's like we're living in a sci-fi movie, but we're not. We're living in reality. So, like I said, it's up to us as individuals, as people who care about our fellow human being, to expose this and try to do everything we can to put it to an end. It's like they say, there is no stopping Armageddon. There is no stopping what's happening in Revelations. But we as Christians can do what we can to prevent things from going on and fight hard against the devil and don't allow them to create these, these massive schemes where they take the entire world into war. I mean, in order for the war to even begin, someone has to pull the trigger. And if they know that they're pulling the trigger for, an unjust cause, they're not going to want to do it. So hopefully, as we expose more and more of what's going on, people will see that. I mean, we've already seen instances where the United States Marines were questioned, will you fire upon American citizens? So some of them said no, a lot of them said yes. So, why would they even be asking those questions? Is something going on that we don't know about, or is everything that the conspiracy theorists in the 60s and 50s talk about, is that coming to fruition now? We've seen basically the pretty much destabilization of the entire Middle East. I mean, they were working on peace in the Middle East for years now, and everything they do just continually destabilizes everything. We have the Wahhabis in Saudi Arabia pretty much funding ISIS and other terrorist groups to create havoc in the region. By creating havoc in the region, you have a conflict zone, which increases the prices of oil, and the availability to get that is a lot more difficult because you have to hire security forces, you have to constantly fight against Al-Qaeda, ISIS, different mujahideen type organizations that are continuing the jihad against the West. So it's in their best interest to keep this artificial scarcity going, so that there's constant war throughout the world. So hopefully after today, it'll get other people to think and make the decisions on your own. Can't tell you what to think.
Any final words about your trip?
It was nice. It was nice. We got to see a lot of forest and nature. We're back in the bay again. It was about an hour and a half drive from here. Right now we're just looking over at the bay. It's got a nice view.
Yeah.
The Richmond Bridge right here in San Francisco Bay. So yeah, anybody could come out here and do what we did. Hopefully someone else out there will do a better job than us, because I just work 9 to 5. I'm just an average guy. I'm nothing special. But you are.
Thanks a lot, man.
Beware, take care. Here is another great Sacred Owl song. Beware, take care.
I got those scars on my arm one night at a party where Larry King was, and he had brought somebody. I don't clearly remember who it was. Wanted to see how strong a men we were or something, and have us push our arms together. And you push your arms together. King has these same scars. And you push them tight together, and then you light cigarettes, and as soon as you get burning, you just drop them down between your arms and, let it burn. And they made us stand there naked and touch each other by holding our arms together and burn cigarettes. It's on film someplace. I mean, they filmed it. Burning.
Like 2003 short border, walking to the hospital in New Mexico, screaming, where I have to be because of this book. A Franklin cover-up, he waved, leading to his grave. He was given drugs by the doctors to calm him down. Who knows what they gave him? No time for a hospital gown. He's slumping down, and he's going
Beware of the big green dragon that sits on your doorstep. He eats little boys, floppy ducktails, and big fat snails. Beware. Take care.
And here is some commentary from Sean Ackley. He's going to tell us a little bit about the Bohemian Grove.
So the owl of Bohemia is not Moloch, right? But it is part of an ancient Babylon religion.
Sure.
And the important thing to note is that the controlled opposition to us just simply try to find out information about the Grove will always say, oh, well, Alex Jones put out The Secrets of Bohemian Grove. He talks about the Owl of Moloch. And what, is he just the only spokesperson for truth? I mean, come on. You know, he was just one cat that got in here and did a filming, right? So if he made a mistake about the Owl of Moloch, okay, so... So he made a mistake about the Owl of Moloch, but why repeat that over and over, year after year after year after year? These people think that it's the Owl of Moloch or it's the idol of Moloch. Well, it's because they want to keep on perpetuating the fact that people don't know what they're talking about. So what we do is we get out and we research what the owl is, or we research, like Greg, your new pamphlet book on what is it called, Dual Care on Bohemian Grove. You know, you go out and do the research, and then so sure enough, then you have all this information about the rituals and the history of Bohemian Grove and who's attended, and there you go. And then it's a fact after that. You know, and the fact that it's a Babylonian ritual means that there's some truth to what the Babylonians used to do, and there's some pretty bad stuff that's come out of Babylon.
Couldn't it just be a coincidence that, you know, they're sacrificing care here in a play, and a coincidence that, you know?
The coincidence is not that they're similar. What it is that
the bottles.
The rituals today are toned down, kind of like Halloween is toned down from trick-or-treat. Because what trick-or-treat used to be putting a pumpkin on your porch, you know, in respect to the Druids, whether or not, you know, you're going to be able to sacrifice your daughter or not, you know, to the Druids, right? And these are all, you know, pagan rituals. And it's kind of like, so are you suggesting that when my kids go out and they dress up in whatever, you know, Superman outfits or Spider-Man or something like that they're in, and they go do trick-or-treat, and we have a harvest festival, or we go to a church, or just down the road to somebody putting on a Halloween party or something like that, does that mean we are actually sacrificing our daughter to the Druids? Well, no, I don't even have a daughter.
So it's kind of like having a Christmas tree. Like I was told, if I have a Christmas tree, then I'm a pagan. I'm glorifying pagan
and
worship.
All of this comes around. So Christmas trees are pagan.
But I'm not a pagan.
Exactly.
Yet
so
I have one. So
are we capable of having a Christmas tree
without being a pagan
and decorate it up? So
no.
If you look at the original story of the Christmas tree, you'll find that Christian faith man, he cut down his Christmas tree. He cut down a tree.
Okay.
And he knew it was a pagan symbol.
To cut down the tree.
He cut the tree down and he made it into...
How's it going, man? All right.
A Christmas symbol for his family to celebrate Christmas, which is a Christian tradition.
Okay.
Okay? And then what he did then is he decorated it and used the gifts because of the gifts given to Christ, and he basically turned around the Christmas tree tradition from a pagan symbol to a Christian symbol.
Okay.
Okay? Didn't Hitler do the same thing? Hitler took a symbol of the swastika and took it from an ancient symbol and turned it into his symbol because he liked it. So symbols are always converted and used. You know, and by that same very principle, is the CBSI mean an Illuminati, or is it just because somebody liked it? I don't know.
Good question. It's a good question.
I'm not going to blame CBS for being an Illuminati because they have the eye on their symbol, but they do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And it's an all-seeing eye, so I don't know.
It's a very good question. Very valid, I would think.
It's just questions, all right?
It's questions. Yeah. Yeah. You're not saying that everybody who puts on a Halloween costume is
right.
a Satanist out there.
And then the fact that they have cremation and care, that doesn't mean they're sacrificing little girls
and
today.
And
you know,
doesn't mean the people that are watching it, that everybody watches it, just because they're watching it doesn't mean that they necessarily think that it's a good thing.
There guaranteed is going to be people out there and groups out there that believe in these rituals, that believe in them. Okay. And so what they do is they see this happening and they go, you know something, I agree with that. That's all. It reminds me of stories of, you can go back in the news articles about kings and queens and their castles in England, and about how the local police and the local jurisdictions will find all these bodies buried under their properties. It's just public news. All you have to do is search for it. Years and years back, I mean, you know, hundreds of years back to current day. And you find out that these kings and queens and nobilities, and they just love killing kids because it's part of puberty and it's part of, you know, getting the energy from the sacrifice. And this is the whole thing where you, I don't know, what is it, the golden child, right?
Steal their essence.
From the 80s, the movie with Eddie Murphy?
Yeah.
Golden child, about sacrificing the boy because it would bring the energy for the demon and everything. That's real stuff. So you start talking about that and you're like, oh, that's a movie. That's from the Golden Child. It's like, well, yeah, but
where did they get that?
Devil worship is real, people, right?
Yeah.
And so we have groups up here in Monte Rio that are like, oh, no, there's nothing like that happening. There's no, you know, Monte Rio Bohemian Grove sacrifices happening. And it's like, okay.
They're not even open to
maybe
it,
they're not. Maybe the last 10 years, maybe the last 20 years of the Grove, maybe there aren't actual, like, during the public rituals, well, public to the people that are in there. Maybe they're not sacrificing little girls right in front of everybody. Okay. You know, but those rituals came from somewhere.
Yeah.
And all I'm suggesting is that we believe that it's capable of happening. That people really are capable of believing that the energy from these young kids can energize them, or energize the evil spirits or evil demons, or if you want to call them, you know, fallen angels or whatever else you want to call.
Yeah.
Now that's fast. That is really, really dangerous speed coming into the Grove there. That's hilarious. I am standing in the middle of the road though, so bad on me. But yeah, it's like that sheriff's gonna come over and get on the damn road.
No, he's not. He doesn't want to talk to me.
So
I wish you would.
He hasn't budged all day.
No.
So yeah, so my answer to those people that say, oh, those crazy nut jobs, they believe in all these crazy things about Bohemian Grove, it's like, well, why shouldn't you believe that evil exists out in the world? These are not just so-called Republican conservatives that are out here fracking for their own benefit. That's not the only reason. They're there for money, power, and control. And if fracking makes them a bunch of money, like the Koch brothers or whatever, they're going to do whatever makes them the most money. I don't agree with fracking putting chemicals into the water either. So just because I might think a certain way, I don't think the way the Koch brothers think.
Right. But they'll put you into that.
They'll put me into that box.
Yeah.
I eventually get put into a box, or anybody you get put into a box because, you know, you think differently.
Yeah.
And I'm just here to say that it's not true. There's no box that we should be placed into, because the Koch brothers are not conservatives. mean, for God's sakes, their family was, funding the Nazis, and the Bush family was funding the Nazis.
It doesn't sound conservative to me.
And there's nothing conservative about that. There's, the Republican Party is, anyways, they got all kinds of problems, obviously. The Republican leadership is all about, gay hookers and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Yep. That's all in the news. I don't even have to go into it. They just have to look just a little tiny bit and see a bunch of this. People who are part of the whole missing and exploited children's organization, some of the top leadership have been outed with child pornography. That's a really popular news story, actually. There's Child and Protective Services, what's usually considered CPS or whatever, nationwide. You find CPS departments all throughout the nation, even recently in Florida, I guess, right? Is there some news stories coming out of Florida about how they'll find all these kids have been, like, quote, missing, and then they find a bunch of kids dead. And then other news stories comes out about how some kid died in the hands of the CPS, and then nobody ever gets busted. There's a famous news story out of Texas where the what do they call them? The Texas Rangers, I guess.
Yeah.
The Texas Rangers did a whole story on CPS, and I guess the Texas Rangers are badass because they were able to not be persuaded, I guess, by other government agencies, and they were able to complete their investigation. Just look up Texas Rangers child kidnapping CPS investigation or something like that, and then it'll come up.
All right.
And it's like, yeah, bad things do happen. There's definitely portions that not only start at the Grove. You have the rich and powerful that. And I say rich and powerful, I mean just those people who would purport to be our leaders. Or even guys like Zuckerberg, with his Facebook, where he's like, well, I'm going to lead the pack and show people how to use social media. And, I'm going to, what? Dude, man, I don't need you to be my leader. Just give me a computer platform that I could use, and I can pay for my advertisement. And you want to display ads to me, well, that's fair enough because that's how you pay for your site. But don't think like you're some leader. Maybe you're a leader in industry. I'm a leader of industry. I'm a leader of social networking. Fair enough, because you obviously were able to create a platform for people to talk about. I got finger? Nice.
First finger of the day.
That's the first finger of the day, huh? And this must be a busy time.
I think, yeah. There must be.
Maybe employees that are being picked up or something, huh?
Could be lunch, could be. Yeah, could be.
But yeah. So I think there's a lot of sheep out there. I think there's a lot of people that will just simply follow the mainstream. Everybody's using Pokemon, so let's go use Pokemon.
Hey, I wonder if they have Pokemon in the Grove there.
In the Grove, right? Maybe they got some Pokemon characters in the Grove, right? I think about it a different way. If Pokemon has been given to us on the cell phones because it's a new game, how is it any different than Minecraft or Angry Birds or anything like that, right? It's a game. So use it as a game, but just know what you're doing. Think about it, right?
Yeah.
If you're interested in a game, go use the game. I mean, it's like Monopoly. Maybe they can create a augmented reality version of Monopoly.
Don't say that.
So you can go out
Give them any ideas.
and do your tokens in real time.
Man.
Wouldn't that be crazy? Because Pokemon, at least it makes people get out of their damn houses, right?
I guess. They're still on their phones.
My kids asked me about Pokemon. I says, Dad, can I download Pokemon? I said, well, what are you going to do with it, right? To get you out of the house. They're trying to kick you out of the house, I guess.
That's one way.
Get your butts out and go do something, right? Maybe I'll go out and do Pokemon. I get some exercise out of it. No, maybe it's a good thing.
Maybe we should have did Pokemon right here.
I just,
That was
just saying, man. Just do something with your life so you're out there, and you know, I don't know, man. I previously, well, we've done actions talking about big mainstream department stores, right? Have we done that before? Like, you know, why are people going to shop at Forever 21?
Mm-hmm.
It's just all of this crap that's made in China. And, or the Gap even doesn't, all their stuff. I actually went into a Gap and none of their stuff was like from the US.
It's all China.
It's all foreign goods, right?
Like Thailand.
I still have the same opinion of it. I think that we need to have more manufacturing. And God forbid I bring Trump into the situation, but you know, at least he talks about bringing, you know, making America great again. And
well, Obama talked about that. So
even Obama talked
hope
about
and
it.
Change, right?
Hope and change, right? So there's a lot of talk about it, but the question is it actually being done?
Probably not.
And I think that for those people who work at those stores, those chains, the the big commercial outlets that
Yeah, they growled at us last year.
You did.
He growled.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Went roar.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's just being funny though,
Yeah.
right? Probably. Yeah.
He was pretty serious.
Yeah, it was a there's intent in that crowd.
Well, he was posted over there pacing back and forth at the end of the street, and finally he had to walk past us, and he wasn't very happy. Anyway, the growler.
What I say is, it's important for people to know what they're buying, I guess my point is. So I've had previous campaigns where we've gone out to San Francisco, Westfield Mall, and stuff like that, and we've simply asked people, why are you buying stuff? Do you need it? Do I need a lot of the stuff that I have, quite frankly?
I need everything.
Right?
I need everything I have and everything you have. I need it all. I need to have it. I should own everything.
Just ask people why do they need what they get, you know? I mean, when was the last time I bought a pair of I did just buy a pair of jeans in Las Vegas because my old ones had literally, they got holes in them and ripped.
Oh boy.
So I had to go buy a new pair of jeans. But do you have to buy a new pair of jeans every week?
No.
You have to buy, women, God forsakes, you want to have a lot of shoes. All right. How many do you need?
How many is enough?
For what reasons? You
For what
want
reason?
one for every dress? Or do you need two pairs for every dress because you want to have different accessories?
Good point.
All right, fair enough. But at least pick and choose what you have, right? Yeah. I don't know.
I don't buy it.
Everything
I
in
try not to buy it.
moderation.
Yeah, moderation.
I think moderation is important.
Yeah.
I get scared at malls because there's so much advertising coming at me.
Is that what it is? Because I used to love going to malls as a kid. Now,
Absolutely, right?
Now I hate it.
When
I dread it.
When I go into a mall now, well, not all the time, because now I try to actually get myself into malls every once in a while. But when I went back into a mall for the first time, I hadn't gone for a couple of years. I was like, not shaking, but it was kind of like aware of like all of the programming coming at me. So then, and once you go back into it and you keep on going back into it, then it kind of, your alert level goes down.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a bad thing.
Okay.
Because then you're not on alert. And the more and more you go onto a mall and the more and more you buy stuff, then you kind of get programmed into it.
Mm-hmm. Become just second nature for you.
So I don't know if we want to talk about that kind of stuff at the Grove. I think it's all about programming. It's all about what they can do and cook up that will get us to follow what they're doing. Zuckerberg wants to have his new plans. He's got to figure out how to get people to buy into them, right?
So that's what the Lakeside Chats, that's where the Lakeside Chats might be very useful.
That's right. It seems that the Lakeside Chats are basically talking to people and saying, this is what we want to do.
Consensus building.
Mm-hmm.
Consensus building, there you go. what's all the new stuff coming out? News stories about Fox News. Just look up Fox News RFID chips. What were you thinking?
You got a lot of shade on your. I'm gonna move this.
Sexual harassment. Roger Ailes story.
Sexual? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess it's going to be maybe on the top of the news list now is going to be talking about how taking the RFID chip for buying and selling and trading of goods is now going to be something that'll start popping up into our news cycle.
Oh, okay.
Because it's already a popular thing for clubs and stuff, and that's been going on for years. So yeah, that's just taking a little bit too far. And obviously, you know, credit cards already have chips in them. Well, a lot of them do.
Mm-hmm.
All it's doing is preparing you. It's like, what's the next step? How much easier is it to say, you know, you got that chip in your card,
It takes
and all we have to do now is you just have to come into a facility and get a chip in your hand, and all you have to do is wave your hand across the cash register, and you can instantly buy or sell or do anything that you want, and all commerce can be done through the chip. Really? Okay. Where did I hear that before?
Yep, definitely break time. Where are they all going?
They send them all home, I think, so that all of you guys can go out and do their what they're going to do their lakeside talks, right? Information and Carol's going to happen.
It might.
Love this job. Love this
hit
job.
me up on my Instagram and Snapchat.
Stan Lee, 2 underscores, 4 E's, 4 E's.
4 E's.
I'm gonna get like 1,000 followers now.
His name is Stanley.
Eric Golub also joined us for Bohemian Grove 2016. And here's some of the music from Eric Golub. Bohemian Grove 2015.
Because it's always bent right there on that. Can you see that little that little bend right there? So it's always vulnerable to breaking right there. But that's exactly the place where I pick it, and so it always fractures right there. If I use it to grab it, you know, because this is my strong hand. So
It's all Sean's fault.
I go a few. It is. It's all Sean's fault. I mean, I needed to be able to scapegoat somebody about something, and Sean filled the bill.
Sean just happened to be at the right
by
place.
having me move his backpack, which was only 175 pounds. Love is but the song we sing, and fear's the way we die. You can make the mountains ring, or make the angels cry. We are but a moment's sunlight.
Hunting them down and throwing them to a lions. They hated them. Walden Baptist. Huh? The Waldens and
Exactly. Exactly. Because the Romans were trying to wipe them out. Yeah. What was the Cathars? You ever hear the Cathars? Catara? Yeah, they're still out there. They're awesome. Good people. They're really good.
We're looking to be safe. Okay? So we're fitting in, and all of these dark ones know about them, and they say, okay, as long as you don't work against us, you can go for your power just like we go for power. Do you have a website? Your website? You know, context is so hard to hold because I'm touching on so many different things.
Morning. I don't got time for you.
So it's all contextual. There's a specific context.
Come down off your throne and leave your belly alone. Somebody must change. You are the reason I've been waiting here so long. Somebody holds the key. Well, I'm in the end, and I just ain't got the time. And I'm wasted, and I can't find my way home. It's just not enough sun here. To get the sun, I have to be in the road.
Right. We could go over there if you want.
Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another.
Beautiful.
Some will come and some will go. We shall surely pass. When the one who left us here returns for us at last, we are but a moment's sunlight. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now.
So as soon as I get like running context, you're asking how I have something that works with the running context.
Yeah, the funny thing
It has the contextual
these
package
letters,
to
they
me.
came in red, gold, and blue, right? And I tried to spell out a bunch of different things. Now they're all like the same color.
Weaving spiders come not here. Here is a great song, Weaving Spiders by the Sacred Owls.
a web of intrigue that starts at our Holy of Holies, Boys Town, Nebraska, one of the most respected institutions in the United States, and spreads out like a spider web to Washington, D.C., right up to the steps of the nation's capital, the steps of the White House, involves some of the most respected and powerful and richest businessmen in this United States of America. And the centerpiece of the entire web is the use of children for sex and drug dealing and drug couriers, the compromising of politicians, the compromising of businessmen, but worst of all, the corruption of key institutions of government that have the duty and responsibility to make sure these things never happen.
And next we're going to go into the extended version of DarkDox number 25, where myself, Brendan O'Leary, and Christian Coffins, the host of DarkDox, we all talk about, guess what, the Bohemian Grove. Here it is.
How do the American people know that 9/11 wasn't staged, wasn't engineered by you, David Rockefeller, the Trilateral Commission, the CFR, and Bilderberg Group, sir? Answer my question.
Please sit down and shut up.
9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 7/7 was an inside job. Government-sponsored terrorism isn't the exception. Hence the rule.
Was an inside job in the
made that decision to pull, and we watched the building collapse.
Job, double talking, was an inside job. Operation Northwoods was an inside job. MK Ultra was an inside job. Project Ajax was an inside job. Operation Thrust was an inside job. Al Qaeda was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. JFK was an inside job. Was an inside job, MLK was an inside job, KKK was an inside job, government sponsored terrorism isn't the exception, hence the rule. Government sponsored terrorism isn't the exception, hence the rule. Government sponsored terrorism isn't the exception, hence the rule. Terrorism isn't the exception, hence the rule.
And if you hear the shouting, it's a group of demonstrators who've come. 9/11 was an inside job. Oh, get a life. Get a life. 9/11 was an inside job.
Inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job.
Exactly. When we come back, we'll take you into the secret world of restroom gay sex. I think these demonstrators are all into restroom gay sex.
Could their objective be world domination? Nation?
Settle for a scrap. Got you on a map. Trust is a trap. Think that you'll be safe. You play that little game.
Alright, we are live here on DarkDox Digest. This is episode number 25. I am your new host, and I'm bringing on our new co-host here. My name is Greg Fernandez Jr., and I have Brendan O'Leary, and we have once again hijacked this show and claimed it as our own. What's going on, Brendan?
Oh, not much, Greg. Good to be here.
All right, we're 2 for 2, I think. This is great. Christian will be joining us. He is still the host. Nothing has changed. Nobody freak out. We're just covering in until he can join us here. This show, I think, is going to be mostly focused around the Bohemian Grove, once again, the Bohemian Club. And Brendan, I had a quick question for you. How did you get involved in all of this? I mean, who just wakes up one day and says, hey, you know what, I'm going to go check out that big 40-foot owl? Is that what kind of brought you into this? Or how did you get involved in looking into the Bohemian Club and everything that goes on at the Grove?
Yeah, pretty much. Wow. Everything stopped when I saw, in all honesty, that video from Jones of the cremation of care. I guess that probably was in 2008. I saw that, or maybe 2007, 2006. I don't know. It was a while back. Anywho, I saw that, saw how close it was to where I lived, and I said, well, I'm gonna try to read up on this. And that time, as it is today still, everything you read about the Grove is, it's like wrapped up in a weird Christmas package, you know. It's, you don't know what you're getting. So much misinformation, disinfo, just hidden stuff. And so in 2011, it was the first year I went down. I had a lot of petitions against some climate engineering and stuff from my good friend Rosalind Peterson. Went down there. Had a lot of interesting experiences that first time. I mean, when you go to the Grove, you never know what you're going to get, and you never know who you'll talk to. Those first few years that I went, there was a lot of people, and then it really petered out into what it has been, just us. I have found over time, though, that this Christmas wrapping around the Grove really is vestigial. I mean, honestly, yeah, you could probably classify us as historians more than protesters, because everything we go on is decades old for the most part, and we've been able to find, all of us working hard, we've found lakeside talks, we've found, the annals, we found people that we speak to every year out there, and the information is out there, and it kind of always has been, which is pretty interesting to consider. The internet, everyone has it, but I don't think everybody uses it to the full extent. But yeah, that's what got me interested, and I'm glad it did, because 8 years on, I can sit here with the annals on my table, and I can understand what the hell is going on instead of just relying on alternative media,
That's right. And now, eight years later, has your views changed since you first got into this? Are you completely burnt out? Are you willing to give up at any point?
Well, when I'm 80 years old and I step away from the Grove, perhaps 100 people will replace me. That's what I like to think when I'm reading this stuff.
Nice.
But I don't want to be a spokesperson at all. I just want to find information and share it with people that want to know things. I guess originally I was a little angered, about the privacy. No, I'm 40 years old. I understand privacy. I wish I had more of it. But they're right to do what they want to do in there. They could be burning an effigy of me in front of a hamster. Go for it. That's what you're going to do. That's your private thing. But honestly, I think war criminals are definitely a part of this group. And I think any time where that amount of power is, you have to really start looking into the system around this private club, this country club, and see it for what it is. And there's wonderful research out there from professors and scholars, and William Domoff, or people like that. Just wonderful stuff out there, and it's been available for decades. Nobody wants to read it. I don't know.
Don't have time for that. It's not entertaining. It's not, it's not going to bring you any joy or any happiness. It's usually just going to stress people out. It's kind of what I've found out about it. And when you start talking to people, and you know what I've noticed? I've had the hardest time trying to explain the Bohemian Grove, trying to sum it up, to accurately sum it up in one or two sentences that just kind of let people know who they are and why we go out there, because I think sometimes these things get lost where we get too wrapped up in the conspiracy angle, we get too wrapped up in some of the more sensationalism, and I think a lot of the just basic hardcore facts kind of get overlooked. And I know you've been really good at uncovering or just helping get the word out about some of those facts, about all of these things that they are doing. These are real people going to a real place, sacrificing care. Maybe not sacrificing a real human, but they are sacrificing care in front of a 40-foot owl. And I think when you start there, it looks weird. Now, before Alex Jones had footage, I mean, people knew about this big owl, right? But it was like once Alex Jones got this footage, it was hard for people to kind of brush it off.
The cremation of Kara has been in the news before Alex Jones, and they've always called it mock druidic, ritual, and it's even been described, over and over again in like old CNN stuff from the 80s or whatnot, early 90s, Russia Today. A lot of people have gone there. A lot of people talked about it. But you can't get past the sensationalism of saying, oh, they might be burning people in front of that owl. It really detracts from possible cases that involve human trafficking. We know that there is human trafficking and prostitution. In the 70s, the Sonoma County sheriff, a new guy, actually tried to set up some stings and get rid of that, but it got thrown out under a technicality. I guess the main witness actually had a prostitution record themselves, and somehow, I guess, that made them discredited. It's crazy. But, I mean, they have known brothels in the area. They do. And it's disgusting. I always felt that Moloch was very sensationalistic and was not what I felt that it was. I never leaned in that direction. To each his own idea. But when you read the annals, and they talk about dull care, they actually say that dull care represents the real world.
And when you say the real world, you mean just like care in general, just giving 2 cents about anything that's going on?
There's some feedback.
There's some feedback here? Okay.
Yep.
How about now?
The real world. That
better?
sounds good.
Okay.
Yes.
That was good.
So the real world, they mean, like, of course, all the stress and the care and the pressures of the outside world, as we were told a couple of years ago by the orchestra leader for the cremation of care, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that. Yeah, sure. That's definitely what, kind of the goal of it, because, then they say that it kind of justifies their debauchery or whatever, their culture within the club there. But when you think about it, it's a human effigy being burned, and it's considered the real world. So the real world in the shape of a human effigy is being burned in order to justify like debauchery and all. And that's out of the annals. Of course they don't say debauchery or whatnot, but come on, that's it's very
strange. And I think the lakeside chats are some of the more strange things that happen at the Grove, inside of Bohemian Grove. The lakeside chats are really where you can see all of the interesting talks that they're doing, and they look like they're talking about government policy, don't they?
They are, and sometimes they can elicit debates themselves. In the early 80s, there was Edward Teller. He's the father of the hydrogen bomb, and he gave a lakeside talk that basically said we need to elect Ronald Reagan because Jimmy Carter's foreign policy sucks. And it was noted as being unbecoming of a guy there. And so
ungentlemanly.
Yes. And so the Secretary of State at the time, possibly Secretary of Defense, I'd have to reread the memo, but he took offense to this, and afterwards, after the fact, they went to the camp that Teller was in, and he and another person started the debate that that Carter was okay, blah blah blah. We know all this because it was in the Jimmy Carter White House memo from his presidential library. And there's a big C in the corner where he initialed reading it. That's an interesting thing. Yes. Of these, and then we have, I guess, 1991. That was a big year for Bohemian Grove and Lakeside Talks. Let me move my book here. That year saw Dick Cheney give a nice speech on, on the major defense problems of the 21st century. Saw George Shultz, the former Secretary of State for Reagan, also the former Secretary of Treasury under Nixon, and the Director of Management and Budget, and the Secretary of Labor, all under Nixon again, give one called The Agenda for America. And that one actually closed out the Lakeside Talks. They kind of saved the big last final one for something special, you know. Back in the day, it was usually President Herbert Hoover giving it. He did that for decades. They saved him for the last speaker.
It's good to be back here at the Council on Foreign Relations. I am Christian Coffins with you guys. Sorry I was tardy to the party. I got pulled over. There was a speed trap coming from Melbourne, and it's 50 miles an hour, and then immediately goes to 35. So, you know, I have my cruise control set for 55. And then I see the 35 slam on the brakes, and sure enough, there's a cop hiding right there. He's like, I clocked you at 49 and a 35. I'm like, no, you didn't. You clocked me with a going of 49 and a 55, and then you caught me right as I was passing the sign. He let me off, like, oh, just, watch your speed. He let me off because I had all my crap with me. I'm here with my son and stuff. Still triggered, by the way, by being incarcerated for 13 hours for the first time in my life on a fake DUI that I'm going to be going to court on Tuesday for. So, I'm all shook up like, he's going to handcuff me in front of my son and crap because, it's in the system. I have all these paranoid thoughts going through my head. So I'm a little jitty today. I apologize if I'm all, high strung and stuff. I'm trying to unwind. It's good to be on with you guys. I'm glad to see you guys are throwing down already. I like what I'm hearing.
Cool. Are we both coming in clear? Any audio technical?
Sounds good. When I first came on, I had, last episode I found that the microphone on my laptop actually sounds better, at least through the Blog Talk Radio, than this Audio Technica headset that I'm using right now. So, but I know that, you just muted me when I logged on with that because there was feedback, which makes sense. I guess the Blog Talk Radio compensates for that, but perhaps this free conference call does not. So you'll get a feedback loop. So I'm curious to see how this sounds after everything. I have a microphone from a 4-track recorder, a condenser stereo mic that I want to try out, but I'm not going to experiment with that live. I'll mess with that later. I have a super nice mic, but I need an inbox for that. So,
which I might have too. Yeah, I might have something like that.
Oh, fantastic.
Send you over.
Yeah, bring it to the Grove in 2 weeks.
Cool. I will bring care.
3 weeks, maybe.
A care pack.
Dole care. Dole care.
Dole care. That's right.
The fire.
World.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys can see the screen or not. We're also trying out our screen share, so this all just is a.
This is great.
It's all a nice test in progress here.
Yeah, we got a little chat window here. We're all Greg Fernandez Jr. today because I guess we got to create our own free conference call accounts so we can.
It's all about me. That's all.
That's
don't
right.
Worry.
DarkDox Digest with Greg, and Greg. We're like a law firm. Fernandez, and Fernandez.
Might as well be.
It really does sound like a law firm. I'm sure there is a Fernandez, and Fernandez.
If there's not, I'm going to start it. I'll create one.
That's right. So this is great. This is recording an MP4, I assume.
Yeah,
we can get a video file. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we can get a video and a audio file. So I did play a song at the start. I played 9/11 was an inside job. I'm not sure about the quality or anything like that, so it'll be interesting to hear how it plays back. Hopefully it's not just 4 minutes of silence, but if it is, just, hey, sometimes you got to take those silent moments and just make the best of it. No worries.
It's a conspiracy of silence.
There you go.
It comes for you in the night.
It really is.
And while we're experimenting, I'm going to go on Facebook Live as DarkDox using OBS Studio, an open source software any of you guys can download. And
yeah, I was going to ask you
I'm going to do the screen sharing and system audio and microphone going into that. So in a couple of minutes, you can go to facebook.com/DarkDox2, that's DARKDOX 2, and see it live as well.
Nice.
And hopefully it doesn't lag or create feedback or anything. We'll find out.
Excellent. You never know. You never know till you try.
Uh-oh. Why don't I have a Facebook Live button on DarkDox? Oh, here it is. Okay. They changed the look of it. I was like...
That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, everything's a conspiracy.
Everything is a conspiracy except for the fact that everything is a conspiracy. That is not a conspiracy. That is a fact.
That's right.
Like, yeah, whatever.
We used to say at federaljack.com, our slogan was, conspiracy is no longer theory. That was our moniker.
That's right. Conspiracy.
Nice.
Yeah, Brendan, did you have any readings or anything for us that you wanted to...
Yeah. I want story time with Brendan. We need to make a jingle for Bohemian story time with We all sit down Indian style, listen to Brendan tell us stories from the annals of the Bohemian Grove.
With some nice elevator music in the back, a little strings and quartet.
Library story time where they come to the libraries and read the Bohemian Grove annals in drag. I think we should do that.
In drag? Okay. I was thinking maybe like an owl.
Fantastic.
How about in like druids?
Some robes. Yeah, up like with a hood and an owl mask reading from the grove. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's normal. Completely normal.
Hey, if you guys are protesting it, all of you activists and you Antifa, then you should have no problem with this in our public school. I think we should. That'd be a funny little, mock protest kind of thing to do.
I love it.
All right. Sing me in.
Dun.
All right. Dun.
Let's start streaming. Let's see.
All right. This is a little bit from the Annals of the Bohemian Club, Volume 6, 1973 to 1987. The secret of the Bohemian Club, the thing that to some extent authenticates the name and that makes the club unique, is the Grove. One must start with that. But here the hand grows shaky. The annual encampment amid the giant redwoods of Northern California coast is, whether its more boisterous celebrants understand this or not, a mystery. The encampment is all a game, a gesture, a midsummer's night dream. It is a fleeting escape. No man abandons his position in the establishment to enter this Bohemia. 1,500 men and more, many of them distinguished Americans, assemble in highly comfortable campsites amid soaring trees on the valley floor of the Russian River. For 2 weeks they drink, feast, enact picturesque rituals vaguely redolent of Druidism, and put on elaborate musical and theatrical performances. Then it is over. The university presidents, the authors, the actors, the corporation chairman, the diplomats, the admirals, the generals, the Nobel Prize scientists, the statesmen, the financiers, the San Francisco lawyers and businessmen go back to the world of dull care. The groves fall silent. The sunshine slants through the redwoods on empty camps and untrodden paths. The Bohemian Grove is a stupendously successful illusion, a gossamer spell, achieved by a massive logistical work. The cost is terrific. The effort, chaotic. Shows scarcely less elaborate than Broadway productions play one performance to a private audience, then vanish. None of this material and none of these performances are geared to the taste of the professional art world. They are, in a true sense, amateur. But at the heart of the Grove's magic lie not these theatrics spectacular though that they are, but two emotional experiences. The first is the general attitude that every man there is a brother. Once past the gate, old tycoons, young account executives, astronauts, and singers become equal, men together, returning to nature in high style. To be an ethereal dream of a Redwoods Eden, as elaborate and complicated under the idyllic surface as an aircraft carrier. Sunlight shafting through redwoods can be captured in paint, but scarcely in words. So too the brotherly affection of men for each other, in the style of Old West, men sitting around a fire in rough clothes, in the cold light of the night, under the trees, talking, drinking booze, listening to improvised music. Such affection eludes definition, especially to wives. Men can decently love each other. They always have. But women never quite understand. The second experience is awe-inspired by the trees. The oldest and grandest of living things there are an almost visible signature of the Creator put to his natural handiwork. Americans are embarrassed by religious talk. Little is said in the Grove about this feeling, though it finds some formal voice in the cremation of care ceremony. But in the meditative silences of men sitting or walking together under the trees, much is wordlessly spoken. Then it goes on a little bit to say, Bohemia is a unique artifact of the Western Americana. Men's clubs around here and abroad, but there is only men's club abound here and abroad, but there is only one Bohemia. Seen from a certain aspect, it is remarkably dogged. It is a remarkably dogged effort to persevere, at least for a fortnight, at least under the trees, an America that dates back before the Second World War. An America
Oh man, they were playing
rock
Fortnite back then? Were they like dabbing and doing the floss at the Bohemian Grove? Am I hearing this right?
Yes,
I'm
you are.
Fortnite. I have a 9-year-old, so I'm appealing
Don't
to the
let him play
YouTubers.
Fortnite. Don't let him play it.
Yeah, man, that's a psyop.
Bohemia is permanently out of synchronization with the real world, which it calls dull care. Its manners and tastes are quaint. The occasional legato ribaldry of low jinks only makes one wistful for naive old days when there really were standards to be skirted or violated. Now what the hell does that mean, huh?
Alright, I'm about to go live on DarkDox Facebook, so we'll do like a little mid-show introduction and then we can continue. Sound good?
Yes. Cool.
Alright.
Cool.
Going live. Welcome to DarkDox Digest, episode 25. We are now off the grid and off of Eternal Affairs Media and on our own with Brendan O'Leary and Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we are going to be reading from the annals of the Bohemian Grove. It is drag story time with Brendan at the Bohemian Grove, and we're going to continue on. We were pre-gaming a little bit, and I'll let Brendan continue with his reading from which year's annal is this from?
I'm gonna begin reading from 1987 to 1996, Volume 7.
Ah, an excellent vintage.
It's a good vintage.
Good year. Good year.
We're gonna look at 1991. It's a good year in Bohemia. A lot happened. What I would like to do is to roughly and abbreviatedly kind of go over all of July and specific what happens at the Grove. I think everybody would like to know what the itinerary at the Grove looks like. I'm using 1991 because that was the year that we had Dick Cheney talking about the defenses of the 21st century. That's where we had Richardson, former Secretary of Defense, talking about New World Order. A lot of good stuff. I want to say that in the months leading up to July, usually in June, but in this case in 91, in May there was the Sonoma County Officials Day. It's where they go to the Grove and have a lovely banquet. All right, July. So in 1991, the Bohemian Grove encampment went from July 12th to the 27th. July 12th, there was something called Safari. It was the opening thing. I don't know what it was. There's not much detailed, but it had a sire, which means it had a host. So I'm guessing it was either a small show or some music and some food. Then that day, July 12th, there's an opening ceremony at the Owl Shrine, followed by scattered leaves, and then a speaker of the old guard gives a speech, and then the speaker of the young guard gives a speech. Then, on the 13th, the next day, there's there are lakeside talks every afternoon around lunchtime, and then there are museum talks daily also. The lakeside talks, particularly, they're very important to pay attention to. There's a good quote, and now I'm reading from the Henry Kissinger biography written by Walter Isaacson. Kissinger was famous for performing skits. In 1988, he played... I'm sorry. That's not the quote I wanted. Basically, he gets up and... there's low jinks also that... I'm all backwards. Sorry, guys. Alright, so... Cremation of Care happens after the dinner honoring the old guard. Cremation of Care usually happens at around 9 o'clock. After that, there's the cremation afterglow, and that's a big party. It's where everybody does a lot of drinking and talking. The next day is the campfire show, followed the next night by another campfire show, and the next night, and the next night, and the next night, the campfire shows. And then they have orchestras. These are huge orchestras. We're talking 60-plus people sometimes. Friday night, for the first night, is for the first week, is a lovely giant feast where everybody sits and they eat for hours. And then it's followed the next night by band concert. This goes into the second weekend. This is when people fly in, the real heavy hitters fly in for brief lakeside talks. They kind of focus the more important talks around the second weekend, and then the third weekend, of course, they save the big final talk. Now, the low jinks, I got ahead of myself earlier with Kissinger. Low jinks are pretty important. Low jinks are really lowbrow humor shows with lots of money put behind them. And one one famous example of low jinx is Henry Kissinger comes out on stage and he plays a whole play inside a Henry Kissinger mask. And everybody's like, that guy can really sound like Henry or whatever. He pulls the mask off, and then he declares that low jinx is the world's greatest aphrodisiac. You know. Now,
I thought it was
when
adrenochrome.
Yeah, I guess so.
I love that. It's like Russian nesting Kissinger.
Maybe they have like champagne fountains with it pouring down flutes.
It's just a bunch of pee. They have fountains of pee that they drink from.
Delicious.
Just kidding. That's fake news. I just made that up.
The crossing the river, usually that's what they call visiting the prostitutes in the local area. Crossing the river, jumping the river. And this is the second weekend. That's when it's historically at its peak, I suppose. Then they start having campfire shows the rest of the week. Mind you, Lakeside talks are going on every day, as are the museum talks, and those are the policy steering. They can be political, they can be about art, they can be about media, but usually it is leading towards steering commitments and social cohesion towards a certain topic. When you head past the second weekend, you get into the final part of the Grove, and that builds up with campfire shows and bands every night. And the final weekend, they have a Grove play, which is a giant Broadway equivalent show in the woods with everyone in attendance, absolutely shit-faced, having a good old time. And then, Winter Carnival, which is pretty interesting. There's a photo of one of their little Winter Carnival activities, it's like a relay of watermelons, and they're all in rafts, and they all float around with watermelons in their laps, and I guess they go so far and they switch them out. I'm guessing it's like, when you have an egg under your chin. They do that all day. A lot of water games, and then you have for the final night, last Saturday night at the Field Circle, which has lots of very important people in attendance. I would say if you wanted to see anybody, roughly go between the last Friday and the end of the encampment, because that's when generally they are said to be there. Okay. So I guess about that for now. I gotta drink some water.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Miss Burial and my son are pretending to be sea urchins in the distance to get my attention, I think. I don't know what they're. I got the headphones on. What? So my son has this summer learning book that so you don't get like the summer lull or whatever, and summer slide back they call it. And what I like about this book is that between every couple pages of activities, just like math or reading or whatever, you have to do like something physical. So they have to pretend to be jellyfish as one of like the physical activities. I love that because it gets like the blood going, and it's very, very interesting. Good book. It comes with like little star stickers, and so you can like cut out flashcards when you're on like long car rides and stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. I was really happy to see that they still make fun things like that. The youth is
Yeah,
not
kids
lost,
really
is
need
what I'm
that.
saying.
Yeah,
That's good.
thank God.
There's
Still
hope.
alive.
Yes, yes. And he loves it. It's great. And we took a day off from, he's doing 6 pages of stuff a day. And usually takes 2 hours or whatever. And then we took a day off for him to come out with me to the Trump rally last Tuesday. And that was like his first political thing, going to anything. And he got to really get like the full experience of, there was a thunderstorm we had to deal with, and we were stuck in line. It was band playing, and then it was like super hot. People were dying, like passing out literally from heat exhaustion. There's paramedics coming out, and and then finally they let us in, and we got to see everyone speak. So I thought it was like the full gamut of social experiences for something like this. I got to see a little bit of protesters. We met the Proud Boys, Florida chapter. And I gotta say, I was wearing I made these sacred owls. I went out to Goodwill and bought a bunch of nice dress shirts. And I cut off the arms, so I won't be like dying of heat on stage on tour. And, so they're like cut-offs. And I screen printed like the Owl Buster, the Bohemian Grove logo crossed out on the backs of Sacred Owls. So like they're like business casual rockabilly wear, I suppose. And I got a lot of compliments on them, and a lot of these Trump supporters, different ages, they were well aware of what that symbol was, and that they were taking pictures with me, and they just assumed by my look that like I'm in a rock band and rockabilly bands and stuff, and so it was a great way. I had a bunch of Sacred Owl stickers, DarkDox stickers, and was passing them out to the crowd. And if you go see like Nancy Pelosi or Joe Biden or any of these Democrats and stuff, and you talk about this stuff, you'll get nothing but like eye rolls, conspiracy theorist, Alex Jones, tinfoil hat, nah, orange man bed. But over here, you talk about, I'm just sick of these secret societies running things and all these pedophile, human trafficking people. It's disgusting, this and that. And like, I'd always, they would kind of look at me like, so are you against Trump? I'm like, we don't have any annals or any information where he's a guest, or there's no pictures of him, this and that. What are the chances, do you guys think, that Joe Biden's going to be at this year's Grove? That's what I'm curious about.
I think this is speculation, just my opinion. I think they're just as high as Jared Kushner being there.
Yeah, I think it's possible. You never know who's going to go. But it's usually for...
Ooh, we got some autos too.
Got some more autos?
Testing?
Yeah. Testing 1, 2.
There you go. That's better.
Much better. Okay. Auto issues all day, but auto issues will not stop us, so it's okay.
No.
I like it. It sounds like those, when they auto-tune the news and stuff, I mean, we're talking about the news and we're auto-tuned, and the YouTubers are going to love it.
Yeah, we're trying to go for that Kanye.
Yeah, no, this is all intentional, thing.
Yeah. Biden at the Grove. I don't know. I'd be curious, but
I heard that he might be standing outside groping owls.
That's what I heard. I heard that he's going to be 7 feet tall, and he's going to be whispering into the owl's ear with his hands on the shoulders of the owl, and just whispering sweet nothings and saying, "Talk to my daughter about the video. I'll see you at the pizza party."
You look so good. You are so effing hot.
Oh, what? You're 300 years old? Maybe if you were 17. Maybe if you were 14. And too old for my blood.
Yeah, 300 years old.
Yeah. And I love it. It's funny. Like, I actually heard him say "too old for my blood." I need to get that clip. It's in the Pizzagate documentary that we have at DarkDox. "Too old for my blood," because don't they, in this all spirit cooking and stuff, don't they get the blood of young people and like they drink it and like rub their faces in it and sometimes inject it in order to stay alive forever, So like literally too old for my blood, like I need your blood, but like if you're younger, you're 19, too old for my blood, It gives a whole new meaning.
Did you catch in Teddy Bear's Picnic that reference?
No. Well, adrenochrome or?
There's a senator, I believe it's a senator or somebody, and he's sitting with another guy, and he's like, I'm 82 years old. He's like, what? You're 82 years old? And he's like, yeah. He's like, what? You look so young. What do you do? I don't get it. And he's like, baby's blood. And then it cuts to another scene.
Oh man, dude, like you need to watch that movie. Even like us, where we catch a lot of little things, but that movie is so chock full of those little gems. Every single shot, like the first time I watched it with my mom, and of course she's Christian Coffin's mom, so I've been bombarding her with this stuff for over 10 years. And she knows everything about the Grove and has posters for Sacred Owls and stuff. She's an amazing person and a super fan of what we're doing. And so when this DVD came in the mail from Amazon, I was like, oh my God, do you know what this is? And I was explaining to her the Harry Shearer, and he's a member, and Spinal Tap, and because we were big fans of, Spinal Tap, of course, and what else? A Mighty Wind's Best in Show. Those movies are fucking hilarious. So it broke my heart when I saw Order of Death, and it's like, oh, Harry Shearer, member of the Grove, is an apologist. And I was like, no, it's nothing sacred. This is bullshit. And so I put the DVD on, and I'm literally having to, like, they'll say something in the car. I'll hit pause. I'll be like, okay, what they meant was, and then I'll hit play. And then they'll say the next, line of the movie. I'd have to hit pause and be like, okay, what they're referencing here. It's literally every single shot is just like some sort of Easter egg reference to some occult thing. And it's so well written in that, like, they nail it on every, like, they don't miss any opportunities. And it's so much that you can't just casually watch the film. You almost have to, like, watch a scene, hit pause, dissect it. It's a little riddle. You got to think about it, and it's almost so chock full of information. I almost wonder, is it really an apologist or is it like an expose? Because it almost feels like something we would making fun of them. So it's like I still am not sure if it's like to make it seem silly, or if it maybe a little bit of both. Because it's like in the Illuminati, or so all the writings by Albert Pike and things like that. It's good sport to be like very hidden in plain view, and they can't do terrible things without literally telling us what they're doing and laughing about how we're so dumb that they literally were telling us and we don't get it. And it's like a gauge for them that once we start catching them on their bullshit stuff, they're like, oh, we better, mind our P's and Q's because they're waking up. It's like in They Live, where he's like, you look like formaldehyde face. You need a Brazilian facelift. And then she looks into her watch and says, we have one that can see. And then she fucking disappears. That's kind of how they gauge things, They'll walk around hidden in plain sight, because everyone's under a brainwash. But then once you put on the glasses, once you wake up, then you can see them for what they are, and if you call them on it, they'll report back to HQ that the slaves are waking up, and I don't know. I think it's a little bit of that.
Yes, I see that movie and I see scenes in it, and it's like almost PTSD. I'm like, I've been there. I've had that conversation. Those protesters are funny. Yeah. That's a great movie. I've probably seen it like 6 times.
Absolutely. I remember watching that movie when it first came out, and like a lot of that stuff, like I really had to go back, and I think when I watched it in like 2010 or 2012, it was like watching it for the very first time. And I thought I was watching a whole different film.
Oh yeah, yeah. Watching it awake versus because I first watched it when I was 14 or 15. My old drummer from like the first band I was in, Lance, who is going to, he lives out in LA now, and he's going to be at our Los Angeles Sacred Owls show, and that's going to be at 5 Star Bar in Los Angeles on the day before we go to the Grove, so it's Friday, July 12th. And for all you listeners out there in LA, come out. And it's a special appearance because on government-sponsored terrorism, the song "They Live" was actually written by Lance when we were in. He was actually in middle school when he wrote that song, but then we adopted it for our band, the Roonies, in high school, and it never got recorded by that outfit. We started to do a demo for it, and then the band broke up, and you know, we went on to other projects, and it wasn't until I moved up here, met Ariel. Actually, before I met Ariel, when it was like the second incarnation of Sacred Owls with our old drummer Joe. We reintroduced that song and started playing it live again, and you know, we had the projector, so I had all the clips, and it became a Sacred Owls song on government-sponsored terrorism. But yeah, man. So I watched that movie, and you know, we had the song and stuff when I was really young, and I just thought it was like a cool kind of fun sci-fi movie. But then as the years gone by, and the reason why I made it a Sacred Owl song, and that actually launched the whole, you know, kind of branch of Sacred Owls material, where I was like, okay, we're going to have like hardcore truther nonfiction songs, but we're also going to have maybe 40% of our stuff be songs about fictional things like Idiocracy, Death Wish, that are going to be fictional based on these classic films, which is kind of a callback to the Misfits, where, you know, they had Plan 9 from Outer Space, Teenagers from Mars, and Return of the Fly, where they'd have all these songs that are kind of callbacks to classic horror films that inspired the band to really become a band and the whole horror punk genre. So it's kind of a callback to them that's a callback to the 50s horror and things like that, where now we're in this new age, and you know, being a 35-year-old, kind of reintroducing these 1970s, 1980s grindhouse classics that were very influential in our aesthetic, in our art and things like that. And of course, you know, Death Wish, it's all about vigilantism and how, you know, a good, you know, kind of straight-laced guy, an architect, a law-abiding citizen, something terrible can happen to him, and he'll see the corruption of law enforcement and how useless they are, and he is forced to take the law into his own hands in order to have justice for his wife and his daughter. And then you have Idiocracy, of course, which is a prophecy by Mike Judge, the creator of Beavis and Butthead and Office Space and many other amazing films. And he predicted way before, you know, a lot of these things really started happening, just the decline of the educational system and how it will affect mainstream culture. And now, you know, you have politicians like AOC using street slang on Congress, which is exactly what was happening in Idiocracy, where they're like, it's the House of Representing, you know, Georgia 305 represent, you know, and you have cops like, okay, sir, you'll be a particular individual in prison with a, you know, just acting like retarded, and we literally have a cap on IQ for law enforcement. If you have an IQ above a certain number, you cannot be a police officer, because statistically, people with higher IQs will tend to question authority in what they would deem like an obnoxious, regular basis, which will cause what they call obstruction of justice, when they just want goons to be taking orders and not questioning what they're doing because they know that the higher-ups are going to be telling them to do things that are corrupt and go against their oath to uphold and protect the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the citizens of the United States. When, we're actually, the people that are in the know, members of, the ACLU, which is already starting to become corrupt in the past couple of years, so we backed away from them. But people that are libertarians, have a copy of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution in their pocket. And of course, that's why the FBI document back in the late 90s came out with a dossier that, potential terrorists will be Ron Paul supporters. Potential terrorists will have be citing the Constitution to law enforcement. Maybe have a copy of 1984. Maybe have a copy of Zeitgeist, or and they'll tie it in. They might have a copy of 1984 or the Communist Manifesto or the Anarchist Cookbook. So they'll be spinning guilt by association of people that are straight up terrorists, literal fascist, violent people mixed in with people that, hey man, I know my rights as a U.S. citizen, law-abiding citizens. And they want that confusion with law enforcement. So that's why we brought in Idiocracy to remind people of hey man, they've been talking about this for a long time, and this is what it means. It's a deconstruction of sorts, the way we introduce these topics that people have heard of, and it's fun. It breaks up a lot of the scary, fucked up shit that we talk about. But They Live has always been a big one with us, because watching that as someone who is awake and knows about the corruption, of course you could have the whole lizard people angle and stuff and take it literally. I don't, but I see it more as you have people that have been corrupted or co-opted by globalism, by this real fascism that is in fact socialism, and communist ideologies that are infecting the minds of the left here in the United States. The Democrats and the Democratic Socialists sounds a lot like Hitler's party to me, and that's the way they act. And yet they call everyone on the right that is more, conservative, just wants to be left alone, just wants their national sovereignty, and doesn't want the southern border, being, just bombarded by literal illegal aliens. And then they'll say, oh, you're a racist if you're against that. And I want to bring up another topic that I was just listening to the No Agenda show, which anyone listening to this, you guys need to check out that podcast. It makes ours look very amateur, but hey, we're just starting out. They've been doing it for 11 years, hosted by Adam Curry and John C. Dvorak. Adam Curry used to be an MTV VJ, and then he has had a bunch of Fortune 500 companies, and he gave up all of that stuff he's the founder of podcasting. In fact, he's called the Podfather, because he actually developed the software that, and the format, the idea of actually recording these talks that people will just have and talk about issues, having sound clips and things like that, and publishing them so people can listen to them later, download them, collect them, syndicate them, and whatever, and for it to be all in the Creative Commons, open source, da-da-da. John C. Dvorak wrote for PC Magazine for over 15 years, and he has an amazing resume. You can look him up. And what they were talking about is they have, instead of listeners, they have producers, which I love that idea, and we're going to more and more start to adopt that on DarkDox Digest, where if you donate money to us in a certain amount, you will become a producer, executive producer of that episode, and we will vouch for you, just like in Hollywood. And we will read your letters on the air, no matter what they say, and we will not censor you, because you are helping produce the show. And your say matters if you actually help donate, help us keep this going, so that we can donate our time and expertise in order to bring you these very valuable broadcasts. And one of their producers today wrote in a letter, and they actually ended up talking for about 9 hours about how the black people here in the United States have been very, of course, we all know, disenfranchised, and especially now there's a new hashtag that's I forget the exact acronym, but pretty much it means like people of color that are descendants of slaves, like direct, like you can actually show your lineage, like my ancestors were slaves. And, you know, at first, like reparations, everyone rolls their eyes, this and that, it's the Democrats, they just want money, this and that. But, I mean, when you listen to these people, these black Americans that are dealing with a lot of crap, and, you know, some of them are Black Lives Matter, some of them are more like on the right wing with like Candace Owens and things like that. You know, when you actually listen to what this movement is really about, is actually about how the Democrats kept promising them, you know, all of these things and keep screwing them over. And then when Barack Obama came into office, he promised them all, and they were all like, finally, we got a black guy in office. We actually, in the movie Endgame Blueprint for Global Enslavement, the Alex Jones film, you have KRS-One, the hip-hop artist, black man, black American, and he was talking about how, you know, we were on the brink of revolution, and then they put Obama in office, and we just all had to fold our arms and sit back because there's nothing you can do. Because if you talk bad against Obama, even if you're black, you're racist. Where Obama is not an African American. He is admittedly from another country, and it has nothing to do with America. He's just black in skin tone, but he is not an African American. So real African Americans that I've talked to, you know, and I've talked to a lot of them when we ran Coffins Print Shop, we were the only white family in, I don't know, probably like an 8-block radius. We were in a black neighborhood, and, you know, I got to really hear how all of my neighbors felt about Obama when he was in office. And, you know, as Trump was like, you know, running for office as we were moving out of there, because we got our land out in Cocoa, you know, I got to see that whole transition and how a lot of them were Trump supporters. And I was like, wow, I was surprised, you know, because, you know, what you hear in the mainstream media is like, blacks don't like Trump, he's racist, you know, but they're not falling for it at all. They're like, no, we're done with the Democrats. And that's why you have this whole walk away movement. And, you know, you'll hear a lot of, again, new conservative MAGA blacks saying, you know, we're leaving the plantation. They're talking about leaving the Democratic Party, which, by the way, has always been racist. The Democrats founded the KKK. You can look it up historically. The party never flipped. It has always been, is now, and always will be the racist party against the black people. They disenfranchise them, they pander to them, you know, promising all these things and never delivering. And now, you know, the blacks are fed up with the Democrat Party and the whole Dreamer DACA movement with immigration in the southern border. The blacks are pissed off because they're like, yo, we're the real disenfranchised people here, and you guys are you know, favoring and giving all of the attention, all of the privilege to Mexicans and South Americans that are coming in illegally when we are U.S. citizens that literally built this country off of the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors, you know, and they're sick of it. So we're going to start seeing more and more, you know, loud stuff coming from the blacks, and I'm on their side. I am supporting them 110%, and they need to infiltrate the leftist, you know, Black Lives Matter movement and wake them up and educate them. I'm not saying that they all have to be Trump supporters, and a lot of them aren't. A lot of them are simply, they're looking for another alternative. So, like, this is a time where we can get black African Americans to, you know, join, or, you know, the libertarian movement. Of course, we have, you know, like congresswomen like Cynthia McKinney from the Green Party, you know, an amazing woman. I voted for her when she ran against McCain and Obama. And, you know, we're going to be seeing a lot more of this. And what disgusts me is the mainstream media has African American and black women talking on CNN, MSNBC about how their whole hashtag and their movement, they're trying to say this past week that their whole movement is, of course, Russian bots. So now you have black people disenfranchising and dehumanizing, quite literally calling them Russian bots, when they are actual legitimate African Americans that are descendants of slaves that are fed up with the Democratic Party. And I just wanted to bring that to the attention of a lot of our listeners. I'm gonna start keeping a closer eye. I'm gonna be joining these groups. I want to have some of them on the show, because this is the real, third American Revolution that is happening right now, where we need to unite the blacks, the Hispanics, the whites, the gays, everybody, to understand the corruption of the Democratic Party. And yeah, the Republican Party has its problems. It always has, always will. It's a false left-right paradigm, and we need to have people on all sides, and we need to have new young politicians that are up and coming running for local office under the Democrat and the Republican and as independents, so that way no matter which side wins, we win, because we're infiltrating all these groups. Just like Fight Club, we need to be the servers, we need to be the lawyers, we need to be the law enforcement, so that way no matter who you're dealing with, we have someone within us, within the ranks. We need to be the real Anonymous, not the fake Guy Fawkes mask wearing, in their mother's basement. Some of those guys are great too, and they mean well, but, it's time for all of us to unite, step up to the plate, and that's what the DarkDox Network is all about. We're anti-racist, really anti-fascist, not punch a Nazi. We believe in the First Amendment, and hey, you want to be a racist, that's fine, but the moment you fuck with somebody, you're going to get sorted out. And that's why we need to uphold the First Amendment, protect it with the Second Amendment. Anybody going after our guns, we need to go after them. And that's why I want to make that clear as a message to President Trump as well. I like a couple things he does. I like how he threw down against the United Nations and said, hey, we're nationalists, we don't believe in globalism. But guess what? I'm not too crazy about how he passed that bump stock ban. I'm not crazy about how he's talking about going after silencers. By the way, Mr. President, they're called suppressors. If you're going to be a fucking cuck for the New World Order, at least get your terms right. So again, I'm speaking this way, to let everyone know I am wide awake and looking at the left and the right, dissecting every little thing that they say. At the Trump rally, I like a lot of stuff that he said. I like that he was, making fun of and calling out the fake news that were all lined up there, covering the rally. And then when the whole crowd of, 40,000, the capacity is 30,000, but I can tell you that those seats were filled and there were still people outside when Joe Biden can only get about 150 people to his Morgan & Morgan Orlando date. So, and this is supposed to be liberal, Pulse, Orlando United, so you automatically assume that it's going to be a Democratic place. Yeah, no, we had people from all over Florida, all over the country, all over the world. I met people that flew in from Taiwan to come to this rally because they like President Trump. So, and again, like I'm not his biggest fan. I think he's the best president that we've had since JFK, but then again, we haven't had a lot of anything good since JFK, and that's why he was assassinated. And if Trump keeps throwing down like he is, he's probably, going to be in some crosshairs as well. He has way more Secret Service than I've seen any other president have since, I've been going to rallies, which I've been going ever since Kerry and George W. Bush. So I've been involved in this political activism and watching the left and the right, all of these political candidates, going to their rallies and researching and investigating. And again, to all of these people in Orlando that are like, Secret Owls is Trump now, Orange Man bad, that's bullshit, and you should know it, because again, if Hillary Clinton came to town, I would be there. Doesn't mean I support her. It means I am researching the news, because this is information warfare, and the mainstream media is lying to you. Even before Trump, they were lying to you. It's all part of MKUltra. It's all part of Operation Mockingbird, which we have those documents for download at darkdox.com that we got from Freedom of Information Act requests from state.gov, CIA.gov, FBI.gov. So you can check our sources. They're all right there in the documents, and they've been doing this stuff and lying to us, to Pentagon talking points. ever since the Warren Commission, ever since JFK. So again, we need to, as citizens, show up to political events and film ourselves and release it on YouTube, release it on Facebook Live, so that way the media, we can catch the media lying about this stuff, because once CNN sucks was being chanted by these 30, 40,000 people out there, CNN cut the feed and went to all of their goon talking heads talking about lies about, he's warmongering and, racist, and they stopped actually covering what he was actually saying, and they're just now talking amongst themselves. That is all just, what he is probably talking about right now is blah, 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 blah. And they're reading off of teleprompters coming straight from the Pentagon. So, again, like, this is not a left-right thing. We are here in the center as libertarians on the mountain. We are the watchers looking at the left and the right that are shooting bombs left and right over our mountain that we sit on, looking down at both of you. And it's time for all of you on the left and the right to step up, climb that mountain, and meet us at the mountaintop. Be the tip of the spear and actually see what's going on with your own eyes. Research all of these things with your own eyes and your own ears, and so you can actually, create a real idea of what's going on within yourself. Use your critical thinking skills if you have them, if you were ever taught them. And if you don't have them, you should maybe do a little bit of research and learn about how to sharpen your skills. That's what we've been doing. And yeah, I'm going to get off my soapbox. Who wants to talk next?
That was very well said, Christian. That was very well said. I was like, crossing off this, okay, I want to talk about this, crossed off that. Yeah, you pretty much covered everything. Everything I thought the 2-hour show was going to be, you covered in about 20 minutes. That was awesome.
Oh, we're done. All right, well, good night, everyone.
I did have a few questions about the rally, since you were there on the ground level. Did you see any fights? Did you see any fights, any disturbances, any hecklers, anything like that?
I gotta say, I was very impressed with, I'd say, 99.9% of the Trump supporters, and by the way, Democrats, I didn't see anybody missing any teeth. Everyone was forming complete sentences, and were actually rather eloquent, rather thoughtful. I was being very loud. You'll see on the footage, because, I mean, you want to speak out against corruption, against Trump. I'm not saying that Trump was actually behind this. That's speculation. But something that I really didn't like that I talked to you guys about was, so people were camping out overnight, and some say even for like 2 days, at the fairgrounds across the street from the Amway Center here in downtown Orlando, Florida. And, because they wanted to make damn sure that they went to this rally. So, and it's Florida in the summer, in July, so it's hot as hell, pushing 100, 110 degrees at times with humidity, so it feels like 130. And then, you're praying for rain, and then there'll be a thunderstorm that will, like, knock down your tent. They're like mini hurricanes here. It's nuts. And then they'll go away, and then 5 minutes later, it's beating you with sun again. So if you don't show up with an umbrella for the rain and for the sun, you're boned. If you don't have a backpack full of water and, snacks and things to keep your blood sugar going, you're boned. If you come from out of state and you're not a Floridian and you can't deal with this kind of weather, you're screwed. So if any of these things happen, you have to know what you're getting into. So I came with my mom, who's elderly. She has a heart condition, loves Trump. She's a huge Trump supporter. So her and I, I'll be like red pilling her on some things, and then, and agreeing with her on other things. And, so she's older. She grew, not grew up, but like when she was in her 20s and 30s and 40s, she saw like Trump's rise to power and in the media and stuff. So, she's around Trump's age, and so she really relates to him on a lot of things. And then my son, he's 9. he's totally new to this whole thing, and I've been very gradually kind of waking him up to little things, about like the DarkDox worlds. Of course, I've really been holding back on the dark stuff because that's inappropriate to talk to your kids about. It's going to scar them for life, and that's abuse. You gotta kind of talk with other parents, and it's no one gives you a rule book on you should talk to your kids about these things at this time. And actually, I take that back. Yeah, they do, but Planned Parenthood puts them out and stuff like that, and they're trying to expose kids to stuff way too young. And I think it's trauma-based mind control, and I think that can really scar these kids knowing about these things. I learned about hardcore stuff involving pedophilia and abuse of children and stuff at a way young age because my siblings were victims, not of my mom, of their father, who my mom divorced him, estranged him for obvious reasons, and then met my father, he was a decent guy, and but so I literally grew up with victims of abuse that were in their teens and lashing out and couldn't hold down steady relationships because they'd get triggered, and it was just it was no good. And now they're in their 40s and 50s. I'm in my 30s, and they still have problems with relationships. And it's a forever life-changing, terrible thing that happens to you, and it messes up your mind, gives you post-traumatic stress disorder. So I've been very careful, exposing things to him and not keeping him sheltered because that's bad too. But it's a very delicate balance of a happy medium to kind of know when it's appropriate to discuss certain issues, so this was I was very concerned as a parent to be bringing him to a Trump rally, not knowing what's going to happen, what is he going to see, this and that. So we show up around 10 a.m. And then we're maybe about 2,000 people deep into this queue, which was actually pretty well thought out. When I first got there, because they had, of course, 45 fests during the day. They had a stage, they had a big screen that you'll see in the video where every 20 minutes or so they'll be playing the same clip. By the way, Trump, come up with a couple more videos and stuff, maybe show a full documentary, because they were playing the same 8 songs for 13 hours and the same clip, every 20 minutes. It got mind-numbing. It's almost like mind control. I was getting freaked out, and they had they were pretty good. They were playing a bunch of good stuff, and they were doing a good job.
Good songs.
What was that? Was that great?
They were good. They were good songs.
Yeah, the live stuff that the band was playing. Yeah, it was good bands. They were tight. They performed the songs well. It was your traditional rock and roll, yeah, America, fuck yeah, kind of stuff. And surprisingly, they played a lot of Johnny Cash, and they played some Roy Orbison, and they were kind of getting into some rockabilly and stuff, and playing a little surf. I'm all right, so really appealing to me, And but this, this is kind of the target demographic of I'd say the majority of the crowd, a good solid 90% was white, American, Southern, couples in their, 40s to 60s. You had some a little bit older, kind of some vets, and some older people in their 70s and stuff like that. And, God bless them for, going out to such a thing, because I could tell in their faces that it was rough for us. It was rough for my 9-year-old. I'm in great shape, for a 35-year-old, and and then my mom, I was of course concerned, being that she really doesn't get out much, she can't walk as well anymore, heart condition, she's on a cocktail of a bunch of pills to stay alive, blood thinners and all kinds of stuff. So I was very concerned about her. So we brought 2 lounge chairs and an umbrella to protect us from the sun and relax. And if it rains, we're good. And yeah, so we were there from 10 a.m. and then the gates were supposed to open for us at 4 p.m. And so, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Florida in July, midsummer, midday, it's a death sentence. Again, if you don't have an umbrella, if you don't have water, you don't have snacks, and you're standing up, you forget about it. You're boned. Even if you're in the best of health, you can have a heat stroke. Easy. Just the sun's beating on you, and I'm like half Hispanic and stuff, and my shoulder was burnt, even being under the umbrella and stuff, so I was getting really concerned. Some people, even younger people were like getting out of the queue, like, I give up. And at noon, an announcement came on that we're closing the gates. You can leave, but if you leave, you can't come back in. Everyone who's in here, like, they hit their capacity quota, and they were like, everyone in here is getting in. Everyone outside, they're going to have to watch from the teleprompters once you guys go inside. So we're all chanting like, we made it, And then it's hot, it's like really awful out. And then we're kind of praying for rain. And then a big thunder strike, like, comes out. And, we're like, oh, crap. And sure enough, it was like Vietnam torrential downpour, just like nailing us. And we're like, oh, man, it's going to start hailing. It's like so hardcore rain. It turns from like 107 degrees down to like 65 degrees immediately, just because of like how wet and just the clouds. And it's amazing like how the weather changes here in Florida when that happens. And people were from out of state shocked. They're like, what is this? Like, this is really insane. I heard some people saying, oh, it's HARP, and it was hilarious. And so we're just dealing with this, and my son's like freaking out, like, oh man, like, are we gonna get electrocuted? And I'm like, we'll be fine, we're grounded. It's not, there's a lot of big metal things around us that will absorb it. It'll be more attracted to that than like our little aluminum umbrella. Like, we're probably fine, and so we stay the course, and we're getting just like muddy, because it's like beating, and then the mud is kicking back up onto us, and it's a mess. And I have my spy glasses on, which are not waterproof, and our phones and stuff, we're all like putting them in a Ziploc bag in the backpack, all crouching. There's 3 of us under this tiny umbrella, and we're just like, holding down the fort for a good like half hour. And then it starts to let up, then it comes back, and like it does. And then then it stopped, and then like the sun started to come out a little bit. But like, we're all just kind of happy that it's over and it's not as hot anymore, so we're starting to kind of relax again. And then they started mic checking on the stage, and then you had Ivanka and Donald Trump Jr. and some other guy as part of the campaign come up, and they're sitting down facing away from the crowd at cameras, and then they were showing that on the screen, so that way we can be in the background of like this nice shot. And now at this point, everyone, after the storm and stuff, they're getting kind of fed up. Some of the fatter people that were out there, obese, I should say, they were literally, you could tell their eyes were starting to roll, and they were kind of like waving side to side. And and also right after the storm, right before this happened, I should mention, so there was like barricades set up with caution tape between the barricades, so it'd be like a barricade 6 feet, and then caution tape, and then a barricade, and it was zigzagging around this park, and then they had the stage facing all of us, so no matter where you were in line, you'd get like a good view of the stage. I thought it was pretty well done, but what they really should have done is went ahead and invested in double the amount of barricades, so that way you can lock the barricades together like they're designed to do. Because what happened is, after the storm, everyone was like, fuck this, and they ripped the caution tape and started going between the barricades, totally destroying the line. And, like sheep that we are, once one person does it, everyone's like, well, I'm not going to stay in line, so fuck this. So everyone is rushing the front. Now, mind you, in the queue, you have people with lawn chairs, and some people even set up tents, or like those like little 10 by 10 tents that doesn't have walls or anything. It's not like a proper tent like you would have at a festival, where you have a table or something, and people were just like knocking all that shit over into the mud and just like walking over it, destroying these chairs. And there was not enough trash cans. They should have had trash cans throughout the queue instead of just on the side by the porta potties. And they were, just like, dropping backpacks full of like, so we're stepping over Doritos and bottles of water and all this stuff, and lawn chairs, and it's just all getting wrecked and just mangled, and it was just chaos. And meanwhile, now everyone's chanting "Let us in," which we caught a little bit of in the video, and some people were just like, heckling Don Jr. and Ivanka, being like, this is bullshit, let us in, we've been here since yesterday, blah, blah, blah. And they're not letting, they started letting people in, and then they stopped. And then we were wondering, like, what's going on? Like, why is it taking so long for that little group of people to get processed through? Because it was like a good half hour that only like about 15, 20 people went through. It's like, okay, it's not taking like, over a minute for each one of those people to go through, and it wasn't TSA, it was actually Secret Service with flak jackets inside of the Amway Center that pat us down and everything. And which I thought that would make sense, as president, but I was thinking, it might be like TSA or something along those lines, but no, it's actually Secret Service agents that are running that. And that was the first time I ever saw like multi-jurisdictional task force style flak jackets that said Secret Service on it. Usually Secret Service guys, they look like Mulder and Scully from the X-Files. They got the earpiece and the glasses and the nice like Men in Black suit, But no, these are like, more like jackboot, kind of like flak jacket cops, but like they work for the Secret Service. And so we were wondering, like, what's taking so long? And we're all standing there just pissed off, tired. People are starting to kind of pass out. So we're, like, grabbing whatever lawn chairs that we can find and, like, brushing the mud off of them and, like backing people up to sit, people down and, like, try to find a bottle of water on the floor to, like, give these people. And there's no paramedics in sight. They're way off in the distance, and they're taking care of people over there. So we know that people are passing out because of the heat exhaustion. And, like, we were like, there's nothing else going on inside of the Amway Center. There's no reason that, like, we shouldn't just be, like, getting let in there on a regular basis, getting out of the sun. I mean, it's been hours now. We dealt with this thunderstorm. It was kind of dangerous. Now, like, people are knocking over barricades and stuff. This is no good. And what we start noticing is that the back gates that were closed, and they said they closed and no one else can come in, we started seeing a big line of people coming through that gate from the outside and passing us and going straight into the Amway Center. And we realized, wait a second, they are this is while Don Jr. and Ivanka are doing this press conference with us who've been waiting there all day, some of us overnight or even 48 hours, are in the back of that shot. And we realize, you know what? I think that they're holding us here because it looks better on camera for a bunch of people to be in that background of the shot instead of like, and I guess maybe even initially they were going to have that queue come in from outside and join the back of our queue and then, all of that. But because that line was outside of the camera angle of that shot and they were going straight in because we destroyed the barricades, maybe even to punish us for, ripping up the caution tape and going straight in, they were keeping us in holding while they were letting people that just showed up off of the street go in before us. So we were like, not going to happen. And then that's what you'll see in the video. I was like, come on, follow me. And then I had like a good group of like 16 people behind me when you'll see me in the footage and stuff. being like, this is bullshit. We've been here all day. You know, if you just got here, get to the back of the line. And then, you know, you see these people, you know, of course, I feel kind of bad for them because it's not their fault. They were just let in, and they're like, oh, sweet, we can get in. But and then now here we come, a bunch of an angry mob that's, you know, been through all of this all day, you know, being like, fuck off, and bumping in front of them. So, of course, we're met with hostility from them, and we have to, like, in those brief moments explain, you don't understand, like, we got screwed. And so that was very reckless on either the Trump's, you know, party or Amway Center, whoever was taking care of that whole 45 events. You know, again, there was no security. I had to take charge as just some guy, and actually, like, you know, I'm helping people like a paramedic would. I'm out there, like, you know, getting people, you know, that are being disenfranchised into the center. It's like, that's not my obligation. It's just I have a leadership, I guess, quality about myself, and, you know, I don't take orders. I give them, and, you know, so I was out there. And then you had that one scumbag I got on video, you know, that was wearing a firefighter shirt. Yeah, paramedic or whatever. And then he was like, oh, excuse me, and pointing at his shirt. And then I was like, you're not. Oh, okay. You know, and I let him through. And then the guy's like, yeah. He Dublin, you know, it said Dublin on the back of his shirt. I'm like, yeah, wait a second, what? You know, and, I was like, fuck you, you know, I was like cursing him out. And then he was like, he gave me, like, I got it on video, like that look, like he was like gonna kick my ass, and he had his like, Dad brought my son to this, I was here earlier just like you. It's like, no, why are you bumping it? You know, why are you cutting into me? You know, why are you coming from that line and not coming from the stage, which is where all of us were? So I'm calling bullshit on him too, you know, in retrospect. You know, because I think I was being way too nice. I'm just, like, not trying to start a confrontation. And I'm not that kind of person either. I don't go around, like, you know, bitching at people starting fights. I was in rare form because I was, you know, getting fucked with. And I'm with my mom, and I'm with my son, who is, like, you know, he was already, and I cut some of that footage out where he was, like, you know, kind of, like, starting to pass out. I had to get a chair for my son, you know. So it's like we're being abused as, like, people that just want to come and either support the president or just be a part of, like, the American experience. And, you know, this is bullshit. And then even still, you know, now they're saying, like, oh, you can't have umbrellas. When once we got to you know, I did not give him my umbrella because it was Ariel's, and I'm like, no. You know, it's like, I'm not going to throw away my umbrella. Like, screw you. You know, it's like, I'm not going to hurt anyone with an umbrella. You know, they're, oh, it could be a weapon. Yeah, unless you're like the Penguin or something, or my son said like the guy from Kingsman or something. And it's like, no, you know, it's like I already gave up my lawn chairs, you know, knowing that, like, you know I can't bring lawn chairs. If everyone could bring their lawn chairs into the Amway Center, it would be chaos, you know. And I feel bad for people that brought like nice tents and things like that, because, you know, what ended up happening was after we got in and the rally and everything, we got out, you know, everything was just like, they piled everything in stacks, and it's just like first come, first serve, you know. So it was literally like, leave a chair, take a chair, pretty much, you know, and no one was watching any of this stuff, you know. So it was just like, yeah, you know, if someone steals your stuff, you know, too bad, idiot, you know. It was totally disorganized. And I gotta say, all things considered, though, for how many people were there, how many things were going wrong, and how hot it was, and the thunderstorm, and all of these things that were just, you know, fucking terrible, I was really proud of everyone that was there. I'd say 99.9% of them, minus, you know, douchebag Dublin firefighter guy, you know, that, yeah, I mean, there could have easily been fights. I've been to, like, all kinds of festivals, you know, music festivals and different things throughout the years, and there's always a fight. I was at a Warped Tour one year where there was neo-Nazis, literal neo-Nazis with actual swastika tattoos and stuff, that stabbed a kid in the mosh pit with a piece of broken glass back when you could still have beer bottles at festivals. And now that's one of the reasons why you can't have them, because this kid got stabbed to death in front of us while NoFX was playing, had to get airlifted, died on the way to the hospital, you know. So, you know, just because it was fucking hot, you know, tensions are high, anti-flag was like, fuck you Nazis, we have a whole group of Jewish security that's ready to beat your asses and blah, blah, blah. You know, it's like tensions get very high here in Florida at big gatherings like this in the middle of the summer where like everyone's dehydrated, you know, drunk. They let you at this Trump rally at the 45 Fest. No one was checking bags to come into the 45 Fest or anything. So people brought in beer. I smelled a little bit of weed, less than a usual festival. But so people are like, if you're high, you know, in this weather, if you don't have a fuck ton of water, being high and dehydrated in Florida at noon in the summer, oh, that's not good. That's bad, you know, and it can make you nauseous, pass out, get violent, get delusional, all kinds of things that wouldn't usually happen to you in a regular circumstance when you're high. And then, you know, drinking beers and stuff, it could have, like, spiraled the fuck out of control. Because, I mean, substances mixed with the elements and so many people, and it was assholes to elbows, and you're stepping over all kinds of mud and fucking terrible things. And, yeah, man, it could have gone really bad. And I'm shocked and impressed that it didn't. So good job, Trump supporters and everyone that was out there. And honestly, like, I heard a lot of Democrats being like, oh, a lot of those people at that rally aren't Trump supporters. Dude, all you have to do is look at my footage and look at how many red dots there are in that crowd. Those are all Make America Great Again hats. I'd say about 80% of that crowd of like 30 to 40,000 people were fucking diehard Trump supporters that came out to this thing, traveled to this thing. Like, it wasn't people like me. I was a minority being like, hey, man, I'm just a journalist. I didn't meet an other independent journalist at all. Another thing I want to note, which was kind of funny, and I wish I caught it on camera, but it was like between the rain and my phone dying and me turning on the spy glasses, which are kind of cumbersome because you don't really know when it's recording and when it's not recording. Like, I'm still trying to figure out. It's very subtle to tell the difference. And while it's rolling, you don't know if it's rolling or not because there's no light on, obviously, for clandestine reasons. But there was something really funny. They had these like little commercials for small businesses. One was like a beer company, a microbrew and bar, that were like, oh, you know, because of Trump's tax breaks for small businesses and this and that, I was able to hire a new employee and this, you know, so it's a native advertisement where Ivanka Trump is interviewing these small business owners and kind of making fun of Democrats and the fake news and giving proof in this native advertisement for these small businesses that, you know, I'm sure they paid a fucking fortune for them to be on these teleprompters. And one of the funny ones, there was that one, and then there was, I think it was only two. It was the one for the beer company, and I forget their name. And then there was one for the official U.S. manufacturer for the Make America Great Again hats. And what got me fucking cracking up was that they said, you'll know if it's a real American-made MAGA hat if it has our company's signature forest green underlay under the cap. And they say that on the big screen, and when they say that, everybody takes their MAGA hats off, and all of them are red underneath. So not a single person that I could see in a sea of thousands of people actually had an American-made by this company MAGA hat. They all had Chinese knockoffs, which is fucking hysterical. Or Mexican, I don't know. Or maybe made in America but by another manufacturer, but probably Chinese. You know, so like that's just fucking, when I came home and I was looking through the footage, I was fucking kicking myself that I didn't have this magic moment. But, you know, maybe that was a good thing because the Democrats would just grab that DarkDox clip and be like, stupid MAGA supporters, you hypocrites, you know. It would have been just used against, you know, Trump supporters and stuff, you know, which, whatever, rightfully so, because, you know, if you're going to, you know, support these policies and shit, you should be looking for an American-made da-da-da-da-da. And most people don't look into all that shit. I am guilty, not guilty, sorry, not sorry. I use the fuck out of that Wish app, and I buy so much. My spy glasses are straight off the Wish app. I get those like little Chinese packages straight from China all the time in the mail. It's like Chinese Christmas, I call it. When I order, I got grappling hooks. I got like these awesome gloves that you see me wearing on that Wish app, and I love it. It's fantastic. Sacred Owls, they are here to save the world, the DVD. And whenever you see Spy Cam on the top left corner, that's all footage from a $12 camera from China. So, they make good shit. It's cheap. It's fantastic. If you break it, oh, well, go buy a new one. It's great. Because a lot of things in the U.S., I try to support as many American-made things as possible. But, the thing is, you buy something made in America, it costs like, fucking 1,000 times more. And then, we're a bunch of dumb, idiot human beings, and we're going to break stuff, or it's going to get wet, or this and that. And then you're boned, Then you got to invest all this money again. And, so it's like, I don't mind buying. I get all of my regular sunglasses from Dollar Tree because, I go through sunglasses, break or scratch, and I do rugged ass shit all the time. So, yeah, I'm going to buy dollar glasses because if I lose them or scratch them or break them or whatever, boo-hoo. I wear sunglasses on roller coasters and shit at SeaWorld, so, if I lose them or break them, I can just go spend $1 and go spend $2 so I get them in tortoise brown for my brown shoes and brown belt. You got to coordinate, I can't afford all that shit. But anyway, I digress. So, that was a funny moment. I met a bunch of Proud Boys that were inside the 45 Fest with us. But what was interesting is that they weren't in the queue. There was like this area where there was a couple of vendors that was between the porta potties and the queue. And, they were selling beers and hot dogs, yada. And they were hanging out there. And I was taking my son to the porta potties, and I saw all of their black polos with the yellow, collars like they do. And they see me wearing my Sacred Owl shit, and then this woman that was with them, she was like, "Are you a Proud Boy?" And I kind of chuckled, and I'm like, "I'm Proud Boy adjacent," because I was like, I'm not a Proud Boy. It's a fraternal order, and I'm kind of against fraternal orders in general for obvious reasons, being anti-secret society, and. But I was like, but I like a lot of the things you guys say. I was like, I've worked with InfoWars before, and I've been a member and activist for We Are Change forever, and you and us agree on a lot of things. We're going to the Bohemian Grove, and they were kind of resistant at first, but as I kept talking, they were like, oh, okay, and they shook my hands, and I gave them some DarkDox stickers, and then I took my son to the porta potties. And then when I came back, there was like a good like 20 of them. When I came back, they were all gone. And there was a cop like standing right next to them. So I'm curious because there was this announcement that was every 20 minutes or so, like in rotation with all the other stuff coming through the loudspeakers, saying Donald Trump and the Trump for America Incorporated campaign support the First Amendment. However, if you are not here for Donald Trump and to hear him speak, and you have any political message that is outside of the scope of this rally, paid for and hosted by Donald Trump for America Incorporated, please go ahead and exit outside to the free speech zone that was outside of the whole thing. It was about 3 blocks away, and that's where they had the big inflatable baby Donald Trump and the diaper, which a lot of my more lefty punk rocker friends, they went to that, and they have a bunch of pictures on their Facebook and stuff, which, by the way, it looked pathetic. They had a little stage, and there was like a drag queen up there saying like "Love will win," "Love Trump's hate," hashtag da-da-da, and a lot of Pulse people, a lot of LGBTQ, stuff going on there, which, whatever, good for them, that's fine. First Amendment and everything. But I found it really interesting where Proud Boys, part of their whole platform is that we are MAGA country, Donald Trump, nationalist, da-da-da. And I'm pretty sure that they got kicked out just for being an organized, wearing the same outfit. And as we were walking in, we were getting into the Amway Center. I saw a bunch of InfoWars stickers all over the floor. So I'm pretty sure those Proud Boys were passing out Infowars.com stickers, and the cops were like, you guys have your whole other thing going on, and you're out of here. And I was getting kind of worried. I'm like, oh man, my son had a Sacred Owl shirt on. I had like my custom Sacred Owl shirt on, and I was like, man, are they going to kick us out? And I have a pocket full of like Sacred Owls and DarkDox stickers. So when I saw all the InfoWars stickers on the floor, and you'll see like really briefly in the video, I was like, I'm getting rid of these. So I threw mine on the floor right there with them. So, whoever came in after me saw Infowars.com and DarkDox.com stickers all over the floor. And I hope they picked some of them up. And they were kind of ruined anyway from the rain. They probably wouldn't stick very well at that point anyway. They're kind of more business cards at that point. But they were the nice new foil ones with the blue ink. And we still have tons of them for the tour, so I wasn't worried about it. I just didn't want to go. At this point, I didn't want any trouble from Secret Service. I wanted to, I thought I was already going to get a little bit of trouble for, the sake wearing. I'm like, are they going to give me crap for having an owl buster? Are we going to have some like Bohemian Grove apologist people working there? So I was like, fingers crossed. And I'm wearing these gloves that like they're motorcycle gloves that have a hard plastic knuckle on them. Because I frankly don't like walking around without a gun or a knife or something. I feel naked. So I'm like, at least with the gloves on, if shit gets crazy and I have to protect my mom and my son, I can bash someone's skull in with these gloves on. And so I'm walking in, and I wear a studded belt, one of those punk rock studded belts, and I have a Texas belt buckle, made of steel. And so I'm walking in there, and they pat me down, and they're like, all right, because you have a magnetic belt, I have to like tuck your shirt in, so like I have this really nice guy. He's like a nice young black Secret Service guy in the flak jacket and stuff, and like he's like running his fingers inside the seam of my pants. And I'm kind of joking to the guy in line behind me, and I'm like, how often do you get your shirt tucked in by a Secret Service agent, And he kind of chuckled, and I was like, I'm just messing with you. And, and then he was like, I need you to take off the gloves. And he asked me, do you need them for a medical reason? I'm like, actually, yeah, I have a messed up wrist, and it does help, kind of keep my stuff together. And he kind of like rolled his eyes at me and smiled. But he, I took off the gloves, he wanded them, and he let me put them back on. We got to keep our umbrella, which was very fortunate because I saw at least 50 people throwing their umbrellas into this big bin. And they were like, no umbrellas, da-da-da. Yeah, we were able to go in with an umbrella. So there's clearly a break in the ranks that, the Amway security outside, and then you have at the door Trump volunteer lanyard people working for the Trump campaign, letting us know all the things you can and can't have. And by the way, they didn't even know what they were talking about, because they were like, yeah, you can't have any cans or bottles of water or any food. So I got rid of, some bottles of water we had, and we had these Ziploc bags with like cinnamon rolls and stuff. And we had a bunch more of those, and I dumped them, but I was like, whatever, I got them BOGO from Winn-Dixie, no big deal, they were very cheap, and we had a bunch of them already, and we were kind of sick of them at this point. We've just been eating these like cinnamon rolls all day, and so I was like, goodbye. But I kept like one carbonated, one of those carbonated waters in a can, and yeah, they let that go through. So it's like, you had 3 tiers of security that are not on the same page with each other. They didn't all get the same memo, and I thought that was kind of interesting and funny. So yeah, we get into this thing, and oh my God, air condition for the first time in what felt like forever, and we were like, we made it. fantastic. Let's go to the bathroom. Let's get some nachos and, you know, go get some seats. And yeah, it was all fantastic from that point. You know, we got a great seat on the 3rd floor, dead center. So, you know, the people on the 1st floor, on the floor, and on the 2nd floor, they were either like donators or like they paid something or they were a part of something to get down there. Gen pop, you know, general population like us, the slaves. You know, we were up there in the rafters in the 3rd row, so Trump was literally like a little ant, you know. I was able to zoom in quite a bit with my phone, but then when my phone died, everything towards the very end of the footage, anything that you see with like the timestamp going on the bottom left-hand corner and the date, those are the spy glasses, and the audio is not as good. I was actually really surprised at the video quality, being how dim it was in the Amway Center. I had to kind of mess with the levels because, of course, you know, Trump will say something, and then the crowd will yell, and then Trump will say something, and then the crowd will yell. That's usually how it is at these things. So I had to go in there, and so it wasn't like, yeah, the fake news media, rah! You know, and just the levels would have been insane if I just let the raw audio go. So I actually took some care the day after and went in there, and right after he'd say something, cut it, bring down the volume down to like 20%, and then do a crossfade, and then for every like 5 seconds, because it was like just so constant, you know, which it made it a lot better, a lot more audible than it would have been. Yeah, it was really interesting. We stayed pretty much towards the end. Again, you don't know when you're filming or not with these spy glasses, and this particular spy glasses, not the ones I had on last tour. They're a little nicer, and they have a lot more features. I like that. What was really nice is that these, they had they come stock with the sunglass shades, but then they also came with these clear UV lenses that you can pop those out and pop them in, and that's what I was wearing there, which are fantastic because when it's really bright out, they're UV tinted and slightly mirrored, so you can, you know, you can't really see in that much. It's very reflective mirrored, but when you're seeing out, it's just like a subtle tint, but you know, it's not, you know, beating your eyes. But what's really nice is they're kind of like transitions in that once we went into the Amway Center and it's nice and dark in there and stuff, I could still wear them and not be like wearing sunglasses where I can't see anything like the old ones. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Those were just regular clear frames that I had last time, and so they weren't sunglasses. So these actually come as sunglasses, and then you can pop them out and have that option. And they're pretty easy to pop in and out. I need to put a link to them on DarkDox because everyone, they're 16 bucks, 1080 audio. They record onto a micro SD card. They charge with a USB, a mini USB, just like the same ones an Android phone will use. And that's the charging and the data transfer. Or you can like pop out the SD card and put it into an adapter and go ahead and download your footage that way. So you got some options. And you know, but the only problem again is that like you really don't know when the battery dies and if it's recording or not. You know, so you really have to use them a bunch of times and see how much footage you get in order to know. You know, I have a 16 gigabyte micro SD card in there now, which it seems like by the time 3/4 of the 16 gigabyte thing is filled at like the 75% point, that's when the camera dies. But it's also hard to tell too because when it started pouring rain, I took my glasses off and put them in my mom's purse, and I guess while it was in the purse, it comes with a nice hard case, which is fantastic. I should have brought it, and I'm going to do that from now on, because when it was in my mom's purse, pressed up against whatever, or on our lap and stuff, it must have turned the camera on and then held the record button for 2 seconds for it to go into record mode, because I got about 30 minutes of just black video where you very often hear us talking in the middle of a storm. So like that was no good. So I could have gotten more of the actual Trump speech if that didn't happen, because that obviously drained half an hour of the battery and half an hour of footage that was just fucking wasted. So that was a total bummer. But I'm happy with what I got. I think it was all in all a pretty successful operation. I got some interesting clips that I will actually, when I have time. We got a little derailed yesterday when I was supposed to be doing my clips and uploading them to Blog Talk Radio. For all of you listeners, we are no longer on Eternal Affairs Media. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty details. It's no big deal. It was rather petty, nothing big and scandalous, but creative differences, and that's fine. We wish them well. They're doing new things. Dan Hennon, as far as I know, is still on the network, but actually right now he is doing a podcast, or maybe it just finished, with our lovely Emmy Frost. So I like that we have two camps right now. We have, of course, our Resist the Grove Sacred Owls, DarkDox troop that you're listening to, and then we have Emmy and Dan doing their own thing, which we get to, like, tomorrow they can listen to ours and we can listen to theirs, and then we're going to have each other on and stuff. But so we're no longer on Eternal Affairs Media or Blog Talk Radio. We're doing our own thing. This is on freeconferencecall.com, which I like. This is pretty cool. And we are live streaming. We got 3 listeners. Kevin Fate, member of the DarkDox Network, just gave us a fist. We got Todd Brown saying, tough day out there. In fact, land watching your podcast, enjoying this cold brew. Todd Brown saw Sacred Owls up in North Carolina, or I think South Carolina, when we played there 2 years ago now. Time flies. So I see you guys tuned in. We got Marky Karloff of the Profile. I see that was on here. So this is fantastic that now we can actually be doing this. I'm using OBS Studio. It's an open source software, 21.1.0, 64 gigabyte for Windows, and just using, as you can see on the screen here, it's just simply the display capture, and then the audio output capture with the microphone and the desktop audio both rolling, and you can just simply go on to Facebook Live and then get the stream key and click on settings and paste it in there, start streaming, and then you'll see it in your Facebook Live feed, and you can even start recording at any point and get clips or the whole broadcast of what you're doing as you're going, so you don't have to download it later, which is a very nice feature. And so we're doing a lot of futuristic multimedia stuff here, where it's recording my screen, which is right now on the freeconferencecall.com screen, which is, I see we have Sacred Owls, Chapter 2, Beware, Take Care, from our documentary, streaming off of Greg's laptop. And it's a little laggy, but not bad for like a mirror of a mirror of a mirror. And then the people watching are now getting my mirror that's being mirrored onto Facebook. So I'm very impressed. That I can't wait to hear the playback of this whole thing. And if this goes well, this is it, baby. We got a little chat box here where we can all talk to each other and have notes and stuff. And I just love that I can be in DarkDox Facebook and go back and forth on my tabs on my Edge browser and read any comments from people live, and they can actually see themselves commenting whenever I go to that tab. This is fantastic. This beats Blog Talk Radio hand and fist, because when we're done with this, we don't even need to produce or render. I've been taking our podcast, bringing them into Sony Vegas Pro, and then putting either a video slideshow, and then if you have like a 2-hour broadcast and you got to render that thing on a laptop, and I have a pretty decent laptop, you got to render that thing at 1080p, it will take like 5 hours to render that MP4, and then you got to upload that to YouTube. That is going to take like another 2 to 3 hours for it to upload, process, blah blah blah. And another thing that I like about this is that I don't have to queue up sound clips because it's recording system audio. I can go to, something and then just like, unmute the tab. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So that's something that we couldn't do on Talk Radio, where if I was playing something, you couldn't hear it. But now since it's system audio, there's M.E. Frost being played off of a YouTube player off of DarkDox.com that I could just click on any of our things and just start playing a clip as I'm listening to it with no lagging. This is brilliant. I'm very happy.
On my end, I didn't hear it. It was just silent. But then again, I'm not hooked into the website. I'm just on my phone right now.
Okay, so we're learning as we go. So Greg heard it, you didn't. You're on a phone. You're on your computer, I take it, right, Greg?
Yeah, I'm on my computer, and then I'm on the phone. Now, on the phone, I didn't hear it, but on my computer, I did hear it. So
Gotcha.
I'm curious to see how it's going to come through.
Yeah, and what's great is if there's any like blank points on like the end result recording, we could always, if we really need to, go back into our video editing software and throw that clip in, get the levels just right, and then re-render it if we have to.
Sure.
So that we have options in post-production, which is fantastic. But this is great for being live. I'm gonna hit the restroom. The topic is the Bohemian Grove is neither Bohemian nor a grove. Discuss.
Wow, it's not a Bohemian or a grove. Well, if it's not a grove, what is it? A forest? It's a compound? Oh, no, it's an encampment, right? It's a 2,500 square foot encampment to throw away care. When you're throwing away care, it doesn't matter what you call it, I would say. What do you think?
Yeah. I read in the annals that when it was first started, it was ideally going to be for the members and the members' families to use year-round. And they say that there's hundreds of miles of trails and roads in all of those acres out there. And that's pretty interesting. I read in the annals that they consider there to be two groves. One is the months of heavy activity, and then the other months, there's like about 4 months of the year, out of the whole year, 4 months about that, it's where they just have like maintenance people fixing it up for the next big encampment or whatnot. But they have people going in there and out of there constantly, I believe, and if they're not there, they're at the club. The club has shows weekly, sometimes several times a week. I mean, that is a busy place.
Yeah, the club, I've never actually been there. I've never actually tried to walk inside or anything like that. But in general, I try to stay away from San Francisco. So what I was kind of wondering is why do they have the club way in San Francisco and then have the Grove 100 miles from there?
The club, the main club's been there for a while. They had several other buildings over the history. This one, it says it on that plaque with the owl there when it was started. I think I can't remember the exact date, but they also had several different places where the Grove encampment happened. Some of them are, just different fields and forests. And eventually, they had it about over 100 years ago at the Grove, and they liked it, so they purchased a little bit of the land and then they went and they did it there for a few years, and then they liked it so much they bought as much property as they could, and it has become what it is today.
I'm back. What did I miss?
We were just talking about you.
Oh, yeah? I get to listen to the playback and hear all the smack talking.
That's right. That's right. We're telling people how you really are. Really going. So.
You're telling them how I'm a lizard person and I'm a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And
I was going to tell them how much you really love Trump and that you actually like the Bohemian Grove owl. So you kind of see them both as your two friends, and that's okay. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're called sacred owls. I mean, you know, the Illuminati, it's all hidden in plain sight, you know. We've been sacred owls all along, you know.
Right. Because you're not just owls, you're sacred owls, so. And you're also against other owls who aren't sacred, apparently.
That's right. Speaking of owls that are sacred, I shared with you guys, and Brendan actually brought something really interesting to my attention. So, you know, I'm into kind of macabre, you know, kind of dark things, and no, I'm not into witchcraft and all of that. I'm actually rather opposed to it. You know, I think most things should happen in the light of day, this and that. But, you know, I've always had a fascination for skeletons and skulls and things like that. Really just human anatomy and animal anatomy. And, you know, I think we're all just amazing, beautiful, intricate, elaborate creatures. And it's really more an admiration of, you know, some could say, like, if you're religious and stuff, we're all creations of God, and, you know, you need to have an appreciation for, you know, if you believe in, you know, creationism and, you know, divine, you know, what do you call it, divine design, or, that's not the term, something design, intelligent design, you know, like that's usually something a lot of Christians say, like, oh, well, of course there's a God that, you know, have us in his image, yada, yada. You know, that's one of the talking points. So that's the way I see it. You know, when I see, like, something dead or like a cadaver or you know, something that's taxidermied, or I'm really interested in skeletal rearticulation and exploded skulls, which is where they use like bone saws and they cut up skulls, and they use like stainless steel to you know, show the different chambers of the brain. I find that stuff really fascinating. I go to like a lot of oddity shops whenever I see one, and, you know, that they have like the two-headed pigs in jars. I love that stuff. Like, it's, you know, I don't know, it's kind of like part of my dark nature, I suppose. And so I was driving down the street like about 2 months ago, and I saw a dead owl on the side of the road. And I was like, no fucking way. So I immediately like pulled a U-turn, and like any good serial killer, I have a big wrap of a big roll of black trash bags in the back of the Owlmobile. So I take, you know, out, you know, a couple of bags because I know this is going to smell awful. I put on my plastic gloves like any good serial killer would have, and you know, and I'm just kind of chuckling to myself because this dead owl is, you know, in the gutter of the street, on the corner right where an elementary, like kind of like pre-K kind of daycare situation is. And so, you know, the Owlmobile, our big scary black van that says Sacred Owls and like dripping red ink and stuff, you know, pulls up to this like little school, and then I come out with all my ink and stuff and put on black gloves and get trash bags, walk out into the street when the red light hits, and I'm like putting a dead owl into this bag, and then bagging that bag, and then bagging that bag, so like I don't have to deal with that smell, and like I triple tie it and stuff. And then I go back to my creepy van, and I throw the corpse of the owl in the back of the van, and I drive off. And I'm just like laughing to myself, like, this looks fucking, like, they're gonna think that they're being punked. Like, I wonder if anyone called the cops, you know, and this and that. And it's funny because I told you know, Brendan and Greg this story because, you know, I of course I'm not trying to do anything weird with the owl. I really just like, I want to let it decompose naturally, and I want its, you know, I want its bones to put it back together when it's nice and clean, and, you know, observe the skeleton of an owl. And I think that that's a really fascinating, you know, amazing thing to just find. And not just, you know, it was roadkill, or I don't even think it was roadkill because it didn't look like it was hit by a car, and it was like perfectly intact. it was a little bit starting to decompose. It smelled pretty bad. The eyes were like eaten out, and there was like ants eating the, you know, the eyes were gone. And so, you know, it looked pretty rowdy already, but you could tell the death must have occurred like maybe like, you know, 24 hours or less ago. Hadn't been there that long, because it wasn't even like, usually after like 48 hours, it starts to really get bloated, especially in the Florida heat, you know, and then it really starting to go through the decomposition. So this was like a fresh dead owl, you know, not like, you know, it didn't look like it got hit by a car, wasn't run over, it was in the gutter, you know. So like this was like a find, you know. You don't see a dead. I've never seen you see a lot of roadkill in Florida. I've never seen a dead owl. I've seen dead crows, dead sparrows, a lot of armadillo, like a lot of raccoons. I actually saw a porcupine on the side of the road today for the first time ever, and I was almost like, ooh, I should pull over. I'm like, I have enough dead bodies in my house right now, you know, because I actually just you know, finished cleaning the bones of our dog Henry the Corgi. He's a Pembroke. He was a Pembroke Welsh Corgi. And you know, I cremated him on our property, which saves you a fortune if you have land to cremate a dog, you know. And then it was a partial cremation because my ex-wife wanted the ashes to put on, you know, in an urn and stuff like that. And I was like, I want the bones, so I dumped like a lot of the remains into a stream, and then very conveniently the stream, we had a drought, so the stream went down, and I was able to, you know, do a little bit of, you know, Jurassic Park action, and, you know, with a shovel, and, you know, getting all, if you could put a dead body into a stream and like let fish and just like water and nature take care of it, it's the easiest, best way to, like, you know, clean bones. So that, you know, you're just left with like these nice bones. I threw them in some peroxide. They're fantastic. I already have the jaw put together, which I learned something new. Corgi skulls, the jaw is actually two separate pieces, the bottom jaw connected by cartilage. So when you find, you know, when everything decomposes, I actually had to use Gorilla Glue in the place of cartilage to put the two pieces of the jaw back together so that it fit nicely under the skull. So, you know, I'm already learning all kinds of stuff about dog anatomy, which is fantastic. Like, and it's a nice coping mechanism too. You know, because it broke my heart when that dog died. It was there through my marriage, my divorce. Afterwards, we had joint custody of the dog. Like, we treated it like a kid, you know. So, you know, it broke my heart when he died, and then, like, you know, I couldn't, my ex-wife had to already spend like $300 on like all of the tests to see what was wrong with our dog and why it was like acting funny and like throwing up and, you know, bumping into walls. It turned out he was already suffering from dementia. He was a 14-year-old dog, which, you know, was pretty good for his breed, especially. And, you know, he was an old-ass dog, and he was already, you know, he had incontinence, and, you know, he had something wrong with his bladder, so, you know, we had to put him down. And then it would have cost another $300-something for them to cremate him and give us ashes and stuff. And I'm like, I got a can of gasoline in the back of my van. I could, you know, build a funeral pyre and do this myself. And it was hard to do, but, you know, it saved us a fortune that she didn't have, you know. So, you know, it's not like, you know, it was like a win-win kind of thing. But, you know, so I like collecting bones and skeletons. It's fantastic. So I found this owl and brought it home. And then Brendan, when I was telling these guys about it, Brendan shared with me this article from the United Kingdom, it was, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it was like you know, the Department of Agriculture out there or something, and how like you need like a permit, it's illegal, you know, they're like protected animals over there, and I'm not sure what it's like over here, and I'm not sure if I'm committing to I'm saying I committed a felony here in Florida. I didn't know about it, so.
When I sent you that article, I just pulled it up really quick, and I didn't really read it, and I was meaning to send you one from the U.S. because there's a Migratory Bill Treaty Act of 1918, and it kind of restricts what you can have, and I could be wrong, but I think possibly owl bones might be on that list. So, something to keep in mind if you're coming to the Grove with an owl skull on the front of the owl mobile.
You got a pump. I mean, first of all, I mean, I was kind of surprised, because you think of owls and like you're used to seeing they have a big full face with big and round, and the beak looks so small in comparison to like the rest of it, and those big fucking eyes, and you're thinking it's going to be like a big skull, and they're associated with wisdom, so you're going to assume like they're smart. If they're smart, they have a big brain. If they have a big brain, they have a big skull. Once So, we had it in this bag, just like decomposing, and, the proper decomposition, I let it kind of do its rowdy, initial stuff in the bag, in triple bags, and every time we kind of brushed against it, it's on my balcony with our plants and stuff, and, every time you'd kind of bump up against it, boy, would it let out a nasty fart, just ugh, it smells like death, it's literally death. It's the worst fucking smell you can imagine. Dumpster mouth, dump truck, eating shit on fire. The grossest fucking smell you can think of. That's what it was. And so I was like, all right, it's time, So I put on a mask and wore a bunch of gloves, and I was like, I opened the bags, and I dump this owl into a styrofoam cooler. And it's just black sludge, just sliming out of this bag. Fucking, it smells so bad. It's the worst thing I've ever smelled. And then what you gotta do is you gotta introduce water. So I use water, a little bit of peroxide. That's kind of like a inside, low budget trade thing. You don't want to use bleach because the bleach is very corrosive, and it will actually make the bones brittle, and really small bones and thin bones, especially avian bones, very thin bones that birds have, will crack, will break, will just melt in some cases and just totally get destroyed. And it's no good, waste of time. And I learned this the hard way because I mixed bleach with water when I tried to do a wild boar that got hit by a train by my office years ago. That was one of the first ones I tried, and I learned the hard way after 2 months of prepping this corpse to rearticulate the bones that they turned into calcified powder by the time I got them out. It's no good. And that's that's a big boar. I mean, the big pig, wild pig. If you've ever seen how big those things are. So compared to a bird, forget about it. You got to take a lot of care. Take care, full care of the owl. And so I put it in there with a little bit of peroxide and gallons of water in this cooler, and I had it sealed up. I rebagged it, and so now it's doing its thing. And fortunately, that same day, as I poured the water, the skull just kind of floated to the top, totally detached from the body, and with everything, all the gore washed off of it miraculously, where that still the claws still had flesh, and the hands, or I don't really call them the pincers and stuff, it was still kind of there's flesh still going on. So I was surprised that the skull was such a clean cut. There was barely any brains. It was all just kind of calcified, gook. I just ran it under a hot tap and with gloves on, and a little Dawn. I use Dawn to clean stuff, and it does a good job of very antibacterial, antimicrobial and stuff. And yeah, and I got the bottom of the beak and the top of the beak. It's nice and clean. It's so, and it's actually very small. This full adult size owl, once you get all the fur and stuff off of it, it had big holes for the eyes. I mean, it's it takes up 2/3 of the size of the skull, but the actual skull and the beak and stuff, the whole structure of it, I'll post pictures and stuff for the next episode. So tiny. I'd say it's about 2 inches in diameter, all ways around, with a tiny little beak protruding outward. And it's just so fine, so thin. You could crush this thing a little kid can crush this thing in his hand like you know, like a handful of like Lay's potato chips. It's so delicate that, like, you know, I can't put this thing. I was considering like making a bolo tie out of it. You know, that's, you know, like to keep the bolo tie. You know, like that's how small it is. It's just a very small thing. You know, I'm actually probably going to paint it with like a 2-part epoxy or resin in order to kind of beef up the structure a little bit so it won't just break anytime, like, you know, if I do anything with it. Especially I was considering having it as like the hood ornament on top of the hood, you know, because like we had the cow skull that some dipshit stole when we came back from California last year. But like, yeah, this thing, you know, even like the corgi dog skull is like too small. It looked kind of rinky-dink. We really need to get like another cow. So I might go to a butcher. We have a local butcher here that I can actually buy a cow skull and, like, you know, cut all the meat off of it, and, you know, it'll be pretty easy to, like, you know, get that going. If I can get like a steer, like a bull skull, or like, you know, like a male cow skull with the horns, that would be fantastic. I really want to get one of those, but it's a lot easier to find a female cow skull from butcher shops and things like that. The one we had was a female skull that we actually found out hiking by the University of Central Florida, UCF campus. There's a bunch of wild cows out on a preserve out there, and there was just a cow skull sitting there, you know, already cleaned off, bleached by the sun, eaten by fire ants. That was fantastic, you know. So that's my gross story about dead animals. I think I scared Greg.
But at least you weren't eating something. Okay.
Are you a vegetarian, Greg?
No, I'm not. No.
Oh, okay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Ariel's a vegan, so that means half of my meals are. I'm a very good vegan cook, you know. But I eat anything. I've eaten live octopus. I've eaten snake, alligator. If there's something weird on the menu when we're on the road, I'm getting that.
Wow.
I'm a very adventurous eater.
I will keep an eye out for the next restaurant that we go to then after Bohemian Grove. We'll find one that has like snakes or like raccoons or something.
Yeah, I haven't had raccoon. I'm sure it's only a matter of time. I'm moving out in the woods. I'm going to eat a raccoon at some point. I've never eaten squirrel. That's a pretty common kind of redneck thing. I haven't eaten squirrel. What's the weirdest thing you guys have eaten?
Squid. Probably squid.
Exotic. Who's crumbling up paper? I hear crumbling paper. Oh, another thing while you're thinking about the craziest thing you've eaten, another layer to how impressive this whole thing we're doing is, with the streaming and the conference call and stuff. I'll have you know that, so of course, our internet is out for whatever reason. We have Spectrum internet here that's, you know, provided by the community that we're living in, and it's usually very good, but we had a power outage. And what was weird was for the past 2 days, we have Roku, you know, streaming devices for our TVs, one in the bedroom, one in the living room. And after the power kicked back on, and then we have like a router in the wall that like rebooted, my laptop and my phone could connect to the Wi-Fi, but the Rokus, they were showing up on the end of Spectrum when we logged into the account on my phone, that those devices are connected, and the Wi-Fi was showing up when I was on the Roku devices, but then when you try to connect to it, you could not connect to the wireless router, and then therefore couldn't connect to the internet. But we could on the laptop and the phone, so we're like, well, that's weird. That's never happened before. And whatever, so I drive out, you know, to Melbourne, and I come back, you know, like 6 hours later, and, you know, I come home like I'm rushing to get in after I get pulled over by the cops and stuff. I'm running late already, and of course my laptop cannot connect to the internet. And so I knew about this, and I knew, like, I didn't want to leave Ariel and Gabe high and dry in the bedroom while I'm doing the podcast with you guys. So I was like, I have a Wi-Fi hotspot on my Metro PCS phone, which, if anyone that knows about Metro PCS, it's not the best service, but it's very cheap, and it's unlimited, and, all of that. So I'm all for, like, cheap, and I'm okay with, subpar service as long as it's cheap. That's kind of how I roll. Whereas Ariel's the opposite. She'll, like, I'll pay a fortune as long as it's reliable. So, that's very nice on the road because she has T-Mobile, or no, Verizon. She has one of those more expensive plans where, like, you need to, like, give them your firstborn and be in a contract and all that stuff in order. But they have better service, nationwide. But the funny thing is like when her phone isn't working, like in like Death Valley in Nevada or something, or California, my phone works. And then when my phone doesn't work, like in the plains or something, her phone works. So it's kind of nice to have two different providers on the road. I digress. So I was like, all right, so I have them hooked onto my Wi-Fi hotspot, the actual DarkDox network, the DarkDox Wi-Fi network off of my phone. That's like the most legit DarkDox network that there is. And, there's a wall separating us. They're in the bedroom. I'm in the living room here. And I was like, fuck. So I'm going to have to tap into my Wi-Fi hotspot coming off of my phone that is separated by, a wall, like a drywall, like two panels of drywall with like insulation between them. And I'm like, oh, this is going to suck. I'm going to be lagging. And, they're on YouTube and stuff, or Netflix or whatever they're watching, streaming service. So that's also going to be not only cutting into the signal strength, but also the bandwidth of all of this coming off of my shitty, smartphone 4G signal. And so I just want to say how impressed I am that I haven't been glitching out, I haven't been skipping, no feedback or anything, coming off of a phone through a wall that's being shared with someone watching Netflix, and then going through OBS Studio, free conference call, live streaming onto Facebook, with having multiple browsers all at the same time. We are living in the future, my friends.
We are. And it's good we're exempling this so other people know they can do it,
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and that's why I'm being so specific about, like, I'm using the software, here are the settings, here's how you do it. Why? Because this is information warfare. We're not special. We're just a bunch of jamokes like you guys, that read a couple documents, and we're a little bit more enlightened than 98% of the world's population that, just get all their information from the mainstream media. We're no different than you. We're no better than you. Yes, you can. You can go out and do this. And if you don't like the way we do stuff, if you have something to say and, you're an armchair activist, being like, those guys, blah, they're good, but I don't like how they, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm sure, like, the guys at No Agenda, if they've heard my stuff, they're like, oh, that's fine, but they focus on those pedophiles too much, and or like, Alex Jones is like, yeah, we like them, but I don't know, I don't trust them, or We Are Change is like, yeah, no, I like you guys, but I don't know, we're all skeptical of each other, and that's good. That's a good thing, and you need to go out there and have a podcast, and you need to break us down and be like, I like them, but, and then, tell your thing and you do it. You think we're not doing a good enough job, you do it. And then send me a link to your podcast, and I'm not going to be like, oh, they're talking shit about us. I'm actually going to use it as constructive criticism and be like, okay, well, this group of people thinks this way, this group of people thinks this way, and you know what? The more of you that do this and, try to start your own thing, I'm going to start to see trends on what you guys say, and if enough different demographics are saying the same thing about us, it's going to change the way we operate, because we're like, you know what? We need to broaden our audience and appeal to these demographics that like us, but this. All right, we'll put that into consideration, because this is I don't believe in democracies and government because mob rule is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner, whereas a federal republic, is a well-armed sheep with a, with a gun to contest the vote. And democracy does work in the media, though. I think a true democracy of the media is us. It's independent media, all criticizing each other and trying to do it better themselves. And then, you are our peers. We're your peers. And, we're able to critique each other and make each other better if we're open-minded. So, I think it's really important to share intel, unlike the secret societies. Why do we have these secret societies? What's so secret? What are they keeping? Why are the Freemasons called the Freemasons? Well, the Freemasons called themselves that because they weren't actually bricklayers. It's a metaphor for they build the walls to keep the secrets, and the inepts, the peons, the 1 degree, or the initiates, or there's another word they use for it in that Netflix series, The Order, which I'm going to do a whole thing on because boy is that fucking chock full of occult symbols and stuff. But neophytes, all of the neophytes out there, they want to keep the real information, the compartmentalized 33rd degree and higher secret mystery Babylon information away from the masses, so that way they are the 1%. They maintain control. They are the bloodlines of the Illuminati. They are the ones that run the World Bank. They are the ones at the tip of the capstone of the pyramid. They are the all-seeing eye. They are the members of the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, the Club of Rome, Skull and Bones, and all of these secret societies that laugh at you, and they throw these little hidden symbols, in your face. They release films like, Teddy Bear's Picnic to make fun of whistleblowers like Alex Jones, who actually got the cremation of care footage and leaked it. They make fun of WikiLeaks and call them terrorists for leaking the corrupt crimes that they are committing and that are admitted to in the Clinton emails, in the Podesta emails. And the footage that we have on the front page of DarkDox.com right now from WikiLeaks of the war crimes being committed while they're drone striking civilians, or citizens, I should say, because civilians is a Gitmo term for all of you slaves out there that aren't part of their secret societies. You're just a civilian. That's right, WikiLeaks collateral murder in Iraq from 2007. Watch that disgusting 17-minute and 46-second, video. It will make you sick to your stomach if you're not a lizard person, But what makes us different than these secret societies is that we, like John F. Kennedy wanted, are opposed to secret societies, secret oaths, and secret proceedings, where we are sharing all of the secrets with all of you for free. What a concept for your freedom. I created DarkDox.com. Greg Fernandez created GregFernandezJr.com. Brendan started Resist the Grove YouTube channel, spends his own money buying these Bohemian Grove annals for him to then spend money and scan all of them and put them on DarkDox for you guys to read for free. And if you see value in what we're doing, then please consider making a donation. You can donate to paypal.me/Sacred Owls. That's SACREDOWLS. Not Scared Owls. Learn how to spell. And, of course, Greg Fernandez Jr. has a donate button on his page. I hope Brendan steps up and has a donate button on all of his videos because, we all have day jobs. Well, I run CoffinsCollective.com, which is a a record an anti-record label where I will put out your music regardless of what it is. I will not censor your speech unless you are supporting our enemies, which are the New World Order, the secret societies, or the pedophiles. Those are the, or Nazi, racist, sexist, homophobic. If you're hating on anyone except for our enemies, which are the pedophiles, the human traffickers, the occults, corrupt government officials, and corporate heads that are enslaving us all, you can rail on them all you want, and we will not censor you. But if you are infighting within humanity, that's the only thing we'll be like, I'm sorry, we can't support you. So if you're like, a KKK band or a white supremacist band or a black supremacist band or any supremacist band or group or whatever, you're the only ones that we're going to be like, hey, sorry, go somewhere else. And I don't care how shitty your group is, how terrible your recordings are, we will put it out. And we don't have to press a bunch of them. We print them a la carte, one at a time. And they're mass-produced, official jewel case, shrink wrap. You can have a barcode if you want. Sacred Owls never puts barcodes on anything because we don't believe in barcodes. We also don't copyright our music. So if you want to cover a Sacred Owl song without my permission, you have my permission to do it without my permission, just like Alex Jones does. Did you know that you have the permission to download an InfoWars movie, an Alex Jones movie, Endgame, Blueprint for Global Enslavement, any of the Terror Storms, Invisible Empire from Jason Burmis, any of those films, and burn copies, give them away, even sell them. They want you to sell them at cost. You can do that with Alex Jones' permission. But he's the devil, he's COINTELPRO. Watch those movies and try to debunk a single thing in any of those movies, and I bet you can. I will give you $1,000 if you can debunk one thing from any Alex Jones movie on DarkDox.com right now. I have watched each one of those things, I'd say close to 100 times. We've had film screenings. We have printed professionally thousands of copies and given them away at Ground Zero in New York City on 9/11 anniversaries. We've given them away on street corners while we're bullhorning with victims of 9/11, family members of victims, first responders, and this is information warfare. These are red pill documentaries, red pill music that we're putting out at coffinscollective.com, and we have stuff that's not even political at all. Our bass player Will Brack, he has a one-man band. He has 2 albums out there that you can purchase, and we also make a profile page where I will review your records for free and give you a write-up. It's very official. It looks like you're on a record label because you are kind of, and your stuff will never go out of print because we will actually, if someone orders one, we will print one up, and soon we're going to have audio cassette tapes that we're going to be putting out as well. Right now it's just CDs as well as DVDs. We have a film studio, Coffins Flicks, and that's what put out Sacred Owls. We are here to save the world, available from Coffins Collective and DarkDox.com. This is a joint operation where, we have our music wing with Coffins Collective and merchandising. We have DarkDox, which is if Netflix and WikiLeaks had a kid and it was free, where you can download video, audio files, PDF documents. We even have open source software. You can click on the Federal Jack software for activists bundle that has open source forensic recovery software that we used when the Department of Homeland Security deleted our video footage of an illegal arrest, and then we got to use that footage and prove, with the data files that they did in fact delete them against our will while Alex Hyde was arrested. He was on the Alex Jones show. back in 2008 when this happened, talking about this, and it was great because it's a great clip. I need to find it and put it on DarkDox because Alex Jones goes off the rails and does his Jackboot Jones routine when he's like, "Yes, tampering with evidence is good. Shut up, slave. Yeah, we will delete all of your footage." You know, it's a great clip, and he's talking about federaljack.com, and you know, so we were very giddy about all of that. And but yeah, so you can have this software for free, and there's even a PowerPoint presentation and a .txt notepad file teaching you how to use all of this stuff. There's also an encryption program where you can encrypt secret messages with a public key and a private key inside of JPEGs, inside of MP3s for clandestine information. You can email an image to somebody, and then they have to use this program, you know, to put in a password given somewhere else, encrypted, that they can then get a secret message that, you know, even if someone is tracking your email and tracking however you're sending this file, they will have no way of knowing that this is in fact a, you know, data within metadata, and this is the real underground information railroad that, you know, we all have to know how to use this software and be able to, and it's funny because like we have this stuff and we don't even really use it. Resist the Grove, I mean, I think right now I'm talking about this stuff for the first time with Brendan and Greg. We don't even use it, but like, you know, there's going to come a time where we're going to need to start, you know, using more clandestine avenues of information. But again, that's how transparent we are. We do most of our discussions and business dealings on Facebook Messenger. We're not even encrypted because we have nothing to hide. We're not doing anything illegal. And I think that's another big reason why we've been able to come as far as we've come without law enforcement really breathing down our necks. Because, like, if you actually do spend the time to look into Sacred Owls, DarkDox, or Resist the Grove, or Greg and stuff, is that these guys are boring. They're not talking about anything illegal. They're not talking, I mean, other than finding some roadkill of an owl. You know, ooh, you got me. You know, oh, lock me up. You know, but that's we're a bunch of law-abiding citizens that are sick of being lied to by a bunch of corrupt, owl-worshipping, Satan-worshipping pedophiles on record. We're sick of it. And we're sick of all of you, you know, fellow slaves, and I'm not calling you only slaves, and we're not. We're the slaves too. You know, we're slaves that, we're uppity slaves. We're slaves that have a little bit of intelligence, a little bit of information, that we're trying to wake the rest of you slaves up, so that way we can fight our slave masters, so that none of us are slaves anymore. I'm fighting for you, socialist. I'm fighting for you, Democrat. I'm fighting for you, Satanist. I'm fighting for you. If you're not a part of that 1%, guess what? You're on the plantation just like us. You know, we are all slaves. You know, so let's try to, you know, work together, and we're gonna keep. I don't care if you donate. It's going to help, and our stuff is going to get better, and we're going to have nicer microphones, a nicer studio, better videos, better quality, more original. I want DarkDox.com to be as big as Netflix.com. I want to have a streaming channel on Roku. I have big dreams for this. I want this to be a full operation where every month or even every week, like Netflix, we have new episodes of original series. We have new documentaries coming out. We have, you know, a 24-hour news network where we have independent journalists, you know, just like Russia Today. Like if you go on the RT website live, they have people's cell phone footage, you know, but we need the infrastructure. We need faster servers. We need more bandwidth. We need a lot of things in order to bring you our dream of what this could be, which is, you know, bigger than InfoWars, bigger than Netflix, and we want it to stay free with no ads. You know, no advertisers telling us, hey, you can't say that. This is not brand safe. And they're talking about that a lot on the No Agenda show. Again, they don't have any ads. It's all, they have 3 hours plus every Thursday and Sunday, available for free download at noagendashow.com. And they don't pay me to say that, but we support them, because they, I don't have money to be an actual producer, but I've done some art for them. I, talk about them regularly on almost every episode because a lot of my intel I get from their deconstruction of the mainstream media that is lying to you, whether it's on the left, right, or center, whether it's NPR, whether it's Fox News, whether it's CNN, MSNBC, even RT, Democracy Now, things that seem like they're independent journalism and have some really good stuff, and kind of cover and have a lot of the views that we cover. Like, I love Abby Martin. She's fantastic on RT. Rick Sanchez has been throwing down lately, and he's a fellow Miamian, but again, they have advertisers that they have to appease. So you're only going to get some puzzle pieces, but not all of them, because there's some things they can't talk about. We can talk about everything.
Out of all the media that I've ever seen at the Grove during Cremation to Care days, it's been RT there the most.
Yes. Yeah. Have you seen Abby Martin out there? Because she's been out to the Bilderberg stuff.
It's been a few years since anybody's come out there, except for maybe like Press Democrat guy, and he like walks around for 10 minutes and then leaves.
I
really nothing.
I need to write my blurb. That's another thing. The mainstream media, I've been to media events, political events, where the mainstream media comes out and they have their whole section with, like, you'll have, local news, Local 7, CBS, Fox News, and all those guys all together. And what ends up happening is Secret Service, this happened at the Nancy, this is a good story, I don't think I've told you guys. I went to a Nancy Pelosi rally back when she was running for Speaker of the House. And this was in Coral Gables, Florida, back, I'd say, 2000, maybe 2007 or so. This was before Alex even got arrested and stuff. This was like the early days of Federal Jack. And I went in there with just, at the time, this was before smartphones. So I had just like this shitty little camera, that it recorded onto, this was before SD cards and micro SD cards. It recorded onto like a shitty little weird big, card drive. And it, recorded really, really crappy video. And the slightly better photographs. This was maybe like 1 or 2 megapixel, little shitty camera, and I had my little flip phone back when that was still like cutting edge, here in the U.S. And I went in there. I made my own press credentials for federaljack.com, and I just took a picture of myself. I photoshopped in. I went to barcodegenerator.com, and I made a barcode for the number 9/11/83, which is my birthday, and generated a barcode that was a little like hidden in plain sight thing, that if you actually scanned the barcode, it said 9/11/83, and it just said my name, reporter, very double-sided, laminated, got a little lanyard thing from Office Depot, and I walked in there. And I sat down with the rest of the press, and then the Secret Service came up to the press, all of us, and they were like, all right, so you guys are allowed to film the first 20 minutes of this speech. After that, you need to turn your cameras off. And it was really interesting where I was like, I looked around, and all of them were like, they had earpieces in, and they were talking to HQ and this and that, and they were like, yeah, sure, whatever you say. All right, so after 20 minutes, we're out of here, guys, and we got to go get the scoop for the other thing. We'll do the post-show wrap-up, and then boom, bing, bam, boom, we're out of here. It is not their job to cover the news. It is not their job to actually be the media. It is not their job to give real information to the people that they're saying, and on all of their commercials, oh, CBS News, you hear it first. breaking news, da da da. You know, we like to keep you guys in the loop. No, they are there to sensationalize what they're allowed to report on and make a big deal about it, like, oh, they got the scoop, you know. But really, it's just they are told what to parrot, what to say, how much to record, and then shut up, slave, turn your camera off, or else we'll drag your ass out of here. You know, and that happens. It happens less and less because, you know, and that's why Trump is calling out the fake news for what it is. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I nodded, you know. And after the 20-minute mark, the Secret Service guy came over and he gave like one of those like hand to the throat, like you're done, you know, you're dead, you know, kind of one of those things. And then sure enough, like good boys and girls, they're like, all right, we got the scoop, we got good job, everyone. And like they shut their cameras down and they all march out of there like robots. And then I get up with them because I don't want to look weird or get dragged out and beat up, or you know some they live alien start kicking my ass, you know, because we have one that can see. So I get up with the rest of them and I kind of circle around the Secret Service guys and I go sit down with like the rest of the slaves, and I actually got a pretty good seat. And I shit you not, minute 22, Nancy Pelosi says in front of this packed house, says, it's on your dollar bill, Nova Ordo Seclorum, a new order for the centuries. So, you know, that's what we're moving towards. And then the crowd, like, some of them kind of reluctantly clap. She's talking about the old order, the removal of national sovereignty, and it's on your dollar bill, Nova Ordo Seclorum. You know, the pyramid on the dollar bill, ha ha ha. And I've heard that same kind of like talking point delivered in the same way by a lot of Council on Foreign Relations, which she is a part of, members. It's a talking point in order to kind of, using incrementalism, slowly get people familiar with it. Oh, it's on your dollar bill. Ah, it's part of the American dream. It's not. The U.S. dollar was invented and designed by the Federal Reserve. The Creature of Jekyll Island is a book you need to read if you haven't already. We have it at DarkDox.com, available for free download in PDF form. And that is a vital book on how these central bankers, these globalists, created the Federal Reserve and pushed it through on Christmas morning in order to be subversive of the U.S. government and our national sovereignty of our federal republic, our Constitution, and our Bill of Rights in order to push us into perpetual debt and then sell it to foreign nations in order to bankrupt the United States and then have us be forced into a new world order, a one world government, which is what George Herbert Walker Bush went on and on about throughout his presidency. And then you have Barack Obama being clipped talking about the New World Order. You have Timothy Geithner and a lot of these globalists, Council on Foreign Relations, Bilderberg Group, Bohemian Grove. Brendan was actually reading a couple episodes ago from the Bohemian Grove Annals where they're talking about living in the New World Order and how we make this transition from national sovereignty into globalism. And this is all part of the same agenda. You know, this is the They Live aliens taking over humanity and having one central currency, one central court, one central bank for the whole world under a totalitarian dictatorship. And this is what the media is not covering, will never talk about. When you bring up the New World Order, you get nothing but eye rolls. Ah, you're a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, which, by the way, is a talking point from CIA MK Ultra Operation Mockingbird, which we have videos and documents on DarkDox.com. The term conspiracy theorist came out from the CIA after the Warren Commission when people started questioning the assassination of John F. Kennedy and how none of the official report made any sense. Sounds familiar? Yeah, it's the exact same thing that happened after 9/11. And what did they call people questioning 9/11? Conspiracy theorists. It's a mockingbird term. It's a dog whistle used by the intelligence agencies in order to trigger all of you people that have been programmed by the mainstream media to, they said conspiracy theorists. This is where I chuckle and act like I'm smart because I'm watching the news, and those guys are crazy talking about vaccines. Those guys are crazy talking about, co-opting the LGBTQ movement in order to groom children, into pedophilia and to beta sex kitten programming, which is part of MK Ultra. All of these things sound so far-fetched. Oh, the Bohemian Grove doesn't exist, yet it's in Wikipedia. It has its own. You tap your microphone on your smartphone and you say navigate to the Bohemian Grove, and it will take you to the gates of the Bohemian Grove. And before that, in Order of Death and Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove by Alex Jones, he gave you the address. Even before that, you had Paul Bonassi talking to John DeCamp, a former senator from Nebraska, who wrote the Franklin cover-up. And before the internet, back in 1988, when he was a 14-year-old, was able to drive John DeCamp to the gates of the Bohemian Grove, where he was sexually molested, witnessed a murder at gunpoint, had to have sex with a dead little boy. That's right. And that's all on record. And they got silenced. They had put a gag order on him, and now I assume he's either dead or in witness protection. And I hope he's doing all right, and I'm sorry for all the things we went through. That's what we wrote the song Conspiracy of Silence about, based on the Discovery Channel documentary that got pulled from production after millions of dollars went into production, exposing how Lawrence King, a high-ranking member of the Nebraska Republican Party, who actually sang the national anthem at the RNC that year, was running the Franklin Credit Union and right outside of Boys Town, Nebraska, and harvesting young children that they bust or put on private jets and flew out to Texas, flew out to Las Vegas, where they picked up Hunter S. Thompson to film the snuff film, took them to the Sacramento airport, drove them an hour and a half into California, Redwood Forest, where men in robes were doing mock human sacrifice, on record back in 1988. But no, the Bohemian Grove doesn't exist, and if you talk about it, you're a conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, fuck you, Joe Rogan. I just heard a clip where he's talking about people that are against the technocratic society and against TSA having biometric scanners for face recognition software, where you don't even need to bring your paperwork to the airport anymore. These new biometric cameras can get all of your information, but you can't have a beard and you got to take off your glasses, and we will make sure that which it's total bullshit. But yet you have gatekeeper Joe Rogan. I've had my eye on him for a little while, and I didn't want to believe. I like some of Joe Rogan's stuff, but he's out there saying, like, you are like the Unabomber. If you don't want to be a part of the technocratic society, you need to go into the woods and become a serial killer. That's literally what he said, and it was clipped on the No Agenda show today, earlier today, because today's Sunday. They released it around 3 p.m. today, and right at the beginning of the episode, they have a clip of Joe Rogan saying that, fuck you, you fucking shill cuck, New World Order sycophant. Now I am certain that you are on fucking payroll. That's right, on the screen right now we have a piece from our comic book, Tales of Terror, from Coffins Comics, and that is word for word the Paul Bonassi testimony on what happened to him. I made that little map of what he was talking about. And there's a picture of Hunter S. Thompson where in another testimony he said that the whole thing was being filmed, where men in robes were doing all of this. And it's all on record. There's nothing conspiracy theory about this. This is conspiracy facts, and we are well beyond theory at this point. The old federal jackdoc saying is conspiracy is no longer theory, and every day that goes by, every document that comes out, every video that comes out, it is no longer theory that much more. Everything is being rolled out very beautifully now, and you're a part of it. We're a part of it. I gotta sign off. I love you guys. I can't wait to see you on July 13th and 14th. The 13th, we're going to be at the gates of the Bohemian Grove in Monterey, California. All of the coordinates and times and information is at sacredowls.com. On July 14th, that Sunday, we are going to be driving out to San Francisco for the second time, where we are going to be protesting and doing a couple of live songs as Sacred Owls in front of the Weaving Spiders Come Not Here Bohemian Club plaque on the corner of the Bohemian Club's little clubhouse, where they write all their little low jinks, little cross-dressing numbers, while they laugh and make fun of all of you slaves, while they work on the A-bomb. So we're going to be out there. I didn't get around to it this time, but the guys shared a clip of Anonymous. I'm not sure if it's The Anonymous. I'm not sure what The Anonymous is, because they are everyone and nobody all at the same time. But all of the Guy Fawkes Mask people apparently are supposed to be coming out to the Grove and joining us this year. So I'm going to be curious if they actually show up. But if you are going to show up and you're not sure what weekend out of the month of the summer encampment to show up when we're out there. Brendan and Greg have been doing this for close to 10 years now, at the gate every single year on the day of the cremation of care ceremony. And I got a lot of their amazing footage that they were gracious enough to share with our operation that's in our film, Sacred Owls, They Are Here to Save the World. It's really Sacred Owls and Resist the Grove Are Here to Save the World, because these guys have been throwing down harder than all of you for years, and it's time for all of you to step up to the plate. Again, we're no better than you. Some of you guys might be better at this than us, and we're getting older. It's going to be only a matter of time before we have to retire, and then we need your new generation of millennials to continue the info war when we are too old and feeble to do these dangerous, dramatic things that we do with our life. Again, thank you, Brendan and Greg. Y'all carry on. I'm going to sign off on the DarkDox Facebook live feed right now. And, yeah, have a good night, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian.
You guys are the resistance. All right, have a good night.
Talk to you soon. All right, and I think I'm ready to sign off here, unless you got any final words, Brendan.
Yeah, I want to read one last thing here.
Cool.
This one's from the volume number 6, 73 to 87. Take it for what it is. Today the winds of change are on the rise. Bohemia is buffeted, to some extent, paying the penalty of its unmatched charm. Men of great prominence have vied to become members or even guests. And so the myth has sprung up of an arcane gathering of the mighty at the Bohemian Grove, where the fate of nations is made and unmade. Old Bohemians know that this is nonsense. The handful of the celebrated tends to come and go in a day or two of the Low Jinks middle weekend, in something like a fraternity reunion of big names. The trees dwarf them. The old traditions dwarf them. They are not Bohemia, though by their achievements they earn their welcome and perhaps a ritual spear to carry. Thank you for listening, guys. Keep up the hard work.
That's DarkDox Digest number 25. Until we meet again.
Peace.
But it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a cents with no change. All this money for the Mexican fence to play games. Build a cage, build a wall, build a monument, but all I really wanna know is where the Twin Towers went. All the lies on the lawn would hit the Pentagon, shooting down the plane to create another battle song. Bush saw it fall, Obama stayed quiet, Donald Trump called it bombs. We can see what he's decided. What's the difference in the end when they're still friends? See them playing golf and shaking hands with other presidents. And it's a shame, it's a game to false represent. I'm just another resident on one of 7 continents. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. It's just a little bit of info, it's nothing you don't get to see by looking out your window. It's just some data that I found around town while looking up and looking down. I see it now, you saw it too, and always see them do the same old moves. These same old lies, same old ties, now they pick and choose. Create economies of sacred fake geometry. Dropping bombs, call it peace, buildings fall, people bleed. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. Try to backtrack way back, taking me back to bad places. And I still remember all these faces. And I'm talking way back, way before worries and fake races. Before I knew about a paycheck. Didn't know if I could do this cause I stutter and mumble. I'm about to make another fumble. And I'm in a worldwide rumble for the champion gold. I wasn't told there was a battle for my soul, but now I know. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. I wrote a book on 9/11, but it's just a little book, just a little book. It's just a little book, it's just a little book, it's just a little book. Take a look.
Here is a song called Richard Nagel.
So wrong, I don't belong in a government camp with fake rap and fake actors who still can't act. I see lies, I see truth, not the color of you. I want proof, I want clues, not emotional fools. I might snap looking back at the way that I was, still reacting to my past of a wannabe thug. Didn't care about the facts, didn't love all people. It's hard to love yourself when you know that you're evil. Then I got saved, but I still wouldn't change. I played games with no shame, still remember the rage. Flip the page to today, now I see all my faults. See the damage that was done, and see why I lost. And it depresses me daily, stressing me crazy. So embarrassed I didn't care if my actions shamed me. Why did they divide racial stereotypes to get us all to kill each other tonight?
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, life's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
Life's a trip when you're begging to live. You wanna give 110, want you to give in. I hate sin, don't pretend that I'm better than men. Done a lot of bad things that I'll never forget. Every day I wear scars, didn't learn from the burns. Didn't think of giving up when it wasn't my turn. Every time I fall down, face first in the ground, I see another false flag and a king uncrowned who got played by their bosses. Stabbed with a lie, left Laredo in the cold so the president dies. Wanna play these spy games but you won't sell your soul. You're compartmentalized, only so far you go. But if you won't serve the eye, then they might suicide. beside you. Take away your rights, but they don't have the right to. Kill a bunch of people, then they tell us a lie with two sides, only left and right.
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you. It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
And that was a song called Richard Nagel. And I'll let you guess who the artist was. Okay, that was me, and it was featuring Shauna Darling. Driving to Bohemian Grove with Sean Ackley in 2017. That was a great time. I pulled out the camera and we just started filming. So the audio, there will be a lot of background noise here, but this is Driving to Bohemian Grove 2017.
On the way to Bohemian Grove. Another year, 2017.
There we go.
Oh my goodness. We are making our yearly migration over here to check out all the guys who have the concentrated power and see who comes in and out of the gate. We love talking to those people.
They're usually nice.
Who have we seen before? Italian consulate? Google? We had some crazy, like,
Billy Bob?
Businessman Billy Bob. It's been very interesting all the numbers of years. We've
and our donut friend.
Oh yeah, and then of course the security staff who are, what do they say? Ex-Secret Service?
Yeah, he worked for Ford and possibly Nixon.
Here's Camp Meeker, one of our milestones on the way to the Grove. There are always interesting people. The security staff is always very nice, actually. I always found that ex-military and ex-Secret Service are usually very respectful individuals. Just doing a job. However, I think it's our responsibility to keep up with the information coming in and out of the Grove and make sure that staff knows that we're out there asking questions. We don't want there to be any illusion that either we've forgotten that they're congregating at the Grove or that it's a small, minuscule event that's happening. You know, we had a lot of people show up in 2012. We've had maybe less than 20 people show up in other years after that. But regardless of the number of people, we're going to always take video and we're going to record conversations that we have at the entrance of the Grove. We talk about all kinds of different topics, anywhere from what the businesses are producing of the people that show up at the Grove. So Google, obviously, they do a lot of large data mining, data collection. They might be looking out for what other companies are doing. And then, of course, the businessmen and the politicians show up or the representatives of the politicians, to find out what they're supposed to, quote, do the next year. It's all about talking points. And this is a concentration of power, a concentration of influence issue, not so much of wealth per se. We always say, well, it's the rich people or it's the 1%. Well, it's kind of like the 0.00001%, if we want to be honest. So yes, it's a very small number of people. And we have to contend with jaywalkers going across a fairly busy road right now, which is very interesting. Oh, these are camp individuals. These
Bible
are,
camp.
Yeah, there is a Bible camp up here, interesting enough.
Pretty close to the...
There is, I know there's a alcohol recovery camp up here as well. Those kids look like they were part of Bible camp, though.
Yeah, hopefully not alcohol recovery.
Yeah, I mean, so we always talk about the wealthy and the rich, and yes, of course, we don't ever want to forget, and we don't, of course, ever want to give these so-called elite or the ultra-rich, we don't want to give them a pass, perhaps, on how they've made their money. But I think it's important to note that not everybody that's rich, of course, has made their money through some type of evil doing. So I think I go back to my axiom, which is ask questions. And that's why I personally go to the Grove. I want to ask questions. I want to see who shows up. I want to ask questions. I want to talk to people and get the word out. And my hope in all of this is that we get the word out to more people. We need to get the word out to everyone's groups and have people show up at the Grove each year. None of us can do it ourselves. And I know there's more people out there that care about what happens in the Grove. I mean, if there were 40 NBA stars that showed up in some redwood tree grove in the woods, anywhere, I mean, it could be in the middle of Philadelphia, it doesn't matter. But if they showed up and there was no press coverage, except for maybe a little blurb in some local newspaper, and everyone refused to talk about it, and yet somebody found out that 40 NBA stars were secretly meeting somewhere, I would have to imagine that the very first thing that would happen is, like, ESPN would pick it up and it would be all over the news. It'd be like global coverage. Oh my gosh, why are these stars from all these different teams getting together? Why are they talking to each other? What's going on? Are they making policy? You know, is something going to happen to the MDA? You know, and but we get 300 or more people gathered in a grove every year, and these guys are powerful players. These are movers and shakers. Previously, certainly, there's been what would be called a conservative bent to the Bohemian Grove, but I don't buy that personally. I think that it's basically whoever's in California, big business, obviously Silicon Valley's out here, but all these big movers and shakers are out here. And then they take their little business deals and their talking points and discussions back to their companies and consulates and political agenda, and they write all this stuff up, and then the next year we see it show up in the news, and just like I say, every year, this is basically a second part of what's called Bilderberg. We call Bohemian Grove Bilderberg West. Oh, look at this. They added the stop sign. How lovely.
That's weird.
Oh, they're doing, look at this. That's the reason why right there. The road broke out.
That is new. Looks like they're not maintaining their roadway system here next to a river. They've got a little stream over here. How interesting. Life happens, right?
That's right.
That's probably a pretty good analogy too, man. The roads crumble if you don't maintain them. And so that's why we're out here. We don't want our future to crumble. And we want to know what's happening. But yeah, so basically these talking points, every year it happens. Bilderberg, every year, somewhere in the world, they're holding Bilderberg. All right, so here we have the Bohemian cutoff right here. This is how we would go. We're gonna make it over here. I believe there's a pullout, isn't there? Did I take this the wrong way?
No, you're going the right way.
I think I'm going the right way. Yeah, Monte Rio Variety Show, but essentially...
Variety. Oh, that's the show.
Yeah, there is a variety show that's happening. In fact, I got a write-up in the Press Democrat.
That shows who's gonna... It's a bunch of country music singers, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
They've
but
had
I
some
want to...
interesting
I don't... Oh, it's telling me that there's one more mile yet.
Which is fine. Yeah.
That was a pullout to Bohemian Highway, but I don't know what that was. I can't remember from previous years. I have a little bit of a mapping system going on here. Anyways, yeah, I just think that if there's anything that we can do to spread the word, we need people to get out to the Grove, contact us, help with finding a list of people that you want to mail the Grove information to. If you want to protest, if you want to just talk to other people interested in why there's so much concentration of influence and power in one place, if you just want to write a news article about it, you want to take pictures for magazines, there's any numbers of things to do. Was that a park right back there?
Walter Bradley was there with me in 2012, my first year, and I know his first year too, at the 2012 Bohemian Grove protest. And now we're going to go into a special edition of Heart Talk number 33. And guess what Walter and I are going to be talking about? I don't know if I would know about Bohemian Grove if it weren't for Walter Bradley and for the circumstances of me working at Family Radio at that time, watching videos when I was supposed to be working. One video I watched was by Alex Jones, and I think Walter also saw that, and we were able to talk about it at work. Here we go. This is Heart Talk number 33.
And I want to bring in, Father, bless your word in this reading. You know, that the people that are secretly meeting in all of these places, frankly, wherever they meet, whether it's Bilderberger or whether there's any in secret meetings apart from that, leading up to these bigger meetings, because there's lots of talk before they get to the big meetings. Because you know, when you're going to a big meeting, guess what you set up? You set up your agenda, what you're going to talk about, what the focus is going to be, and what you wish the outcome to turn out for. That's what they do with Bohemian Grove. The Bohemian Grove is no accident, as we all know. There's a purpose for it. And what's the purpose? One, bringing everybody of power in the whole world together. And guess what? They get that done. Not everybody shows up though. They have remote. They remote in different ways. Of course, with today's technology, and even 20 or 30 years ago, it was easy to satellite in your person and be there though you weren't there. That way you have anonymity. You didn't get seen driving in or out of it. And there's a lot that do it that way. You know why? Because they can get there and be in denial. Plausible deniability. Well, I've never been to the Grove, and they're not lying. But have you ever been part of anything regarding the Grove? I'm sure there's a lot of people that you would not even imagine being part of the Grove who are, and may be integral to it. And, you know, the big people that go in, you can probably assess that remotely Vladimir Putin would be part. Maybe Netanyahu would be part. Who, you know, at this point, all the world leaders are tied somewhere to Bohemian Grove. You know, there's several levels of people. There's the ones that go to the Grove, and then there are the levels that are outside that remotely come in. And they may do it in teleconferencing, or they may do it, who knows, maybe they use free conference call. Who knows?
Hey, for people who don't know about the Grove, we got the YouTube stream going back up, and Shannon's VIP wants to know. You know, she said this person says they know nothing about the Grove, and this is a big thing because even the people that work at the Grove know nothing. They know nothing about what's going on in there. They are so compartmentalized that there's so many different things that are going on there. Let me ask you this, Walter. If you had to explain Bohemian Grove in one sentence, maybe two, what would you say?
First of all, I would say it is an exclusive club. You do not go there unless you're invited, and you're not a member unless you're invited by one who is a member to be a member. And you have to be a person of note, most likely, or an influencer within your industry or wherever you are known, whether it be a movie star, a singer, or an industry person, or a politician. And as I recall, and I'm not sure, you can check me on this, Greg, I think it costs $25,000 a year. That's kind of cheap, actually, to be a member. That's the dues.
Oh, you know what I heard? I heard we were there, when we were there Saturday, I had at least 2 people, maybe 3 people, tell me that it was closer to 100, but they weren't 100% sure. But yeah, even 25,000.
I would agree. That might have been way back. I would tend to agree with probably the 100,000. And to VIP, I say this: Bohemian Grove is one of the most exclusive, proprietary clubs in the world. It's centered in the most opulent city on the West Coast, San Francisco. It is a place where you can blend in quite easily, and I'm sure that the door to the Grove, nobody notices who's going in or out of there. And I am assuming that you don't have to show up to the Grove, meaning actually going to Bohemian Club, the Bohemian Club in San Francisco to become a member. You can do it remotely, apart, and never show up in San Francisco. But that club is a set club for those who are the movers, as they say, and shakers of their industry. It can be anywhere. It could be people like Silicon Valley. It could be Hollywood. It could be government associations. It could be world politics and politicians of great note and influence. And what do they do there? What is the purpose of the club? Well, anytime you have a club, you have individuals that have come together for a purpose. A club is a purposeful thing. It's to get like-minded people together to work on what they see is an important part of the world that they want to make happen or make a difference in. You know, you have the Peace Corps. They want to make a good impression and a good work in the world. They go out and they take college students that join in the Peace Corps, and then you go out from representing the United States, and you join the Peace Corps to go and help nations in need or localities around the world in need. It's a good organization. But let's compare that to the Bohemian Club. which you have to be wealthy to be part of it. Bottom line.
Fortune
There's
500.
no way. And I'm sorry. Go ahead, Greg.
Do you have to be part of a Fortune 500 company, something like that? I mean, you have to be invited, right? You have to be invited by a member.
Well,
to even be
exactly.
there.
It is only by invitation of a vetted member of the Bohemian Club.
But those are the
You
best
don't
parties.
get there by putting in an application. What's that?
Those are the best parties. That's how you make sure only people that you want to show up actually show up.
Exactly. And the thing about this for VIP is it is so exclusive that if anybody disagrees, I think within the club, if somebody does not want somebody in there, guess what? They don't get in. If there's a viable reason, somebody invites and goes, oh no, we don't want them because blah, blah. They have ties to Greg Fernandez Jr. and Walter Bradley. We don't want them in here.
Can't have that.
But it's the most exclusive club in the world. But there are many members. Why? Because they want the most powerful people in there. And you know what? It is the most powerful, influential club in all the world. That's what it is. And they meet once a year for 2 to 3 weeks, and no press, except members. And it is, as Greg will tell you, it is highly guarded, highly kept from public view. Nobody, no cameras, except Alex Jones did that one time. Have to say he got through. I don't know how he got through. I don't know what his connections were, but
Because he's a Texan.
he had to have. Well, he's a Texan, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that would help me, but
we could
I
always
tell
try.
you, well, possibilities are there.
No.
I'm game.
I know you are, but we're not doing. We're not.
I'm not going to do that. No,
Of course.
really, I won't. But it's interesting to note that this club slowly climbed into power and became what it is today. And I want to look at its evolution and growth, because it did not start out like it is today. And I don't know if the original members who formed the Bohemian Club ever envisioned that it would be infiltrated to the point that it became the most powerful and earth-altering club in all the world, that all the other clubs come under, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion, but I think it is the lead, and that all the other clubs, whether it be Masonics, and you ought to come to Waco, Greg, and see the Masonic temple here. For a small town, you ought to see it.
Really?
It is glorious. I'm going to take pictures and send it to you. You should see it. It is magnanimous.
Tell me why. I need to know more about
Because
Waco
it's
for
got
so many reasons.
the almost like sphinx-like creatures sitting on the outside of it, made in white. It's a white building, tall, big, and for a small town like Waco, and it's been here for a long time. That's why I thought, oh my gosh, Texas is the Masonic center of the world, maybe. I looked at that and went, whoa, there's a lot in here. And who did, we had Lyndon B. Johnson, the Bushes. Where did they come from? Texas. A lot of presidents. Eisenhower, guess where he was from?
Texas.
Texas.
Where was Kennedy killed again?
Texas.
Wow.
Do you see the pattern I see?
George W. Bush. Yeah. There you go.
And I go, wow. And I wonder how many from Texas go to Bohemian Grove. Well, I'm sure there's quite a few. And maybe a few mayors. You never think that the mayor of your city may be dropping off at Bohemian Grove. I'm sure the mayor of San Francisco goes there. Gavin Newsom, where do you think he goes? I bet he goes to the Grove. But you never hear any politician talk about Bohemian Grove.
No,
or
and
the Bohemian Club.
Well, here's what's even worse. And Shannon's just brought up something about our buddy Alex Jones, right? So Alex
Hi,
Jones
Shannon.
isn't talking about this. I haven't heard him talk about this in years, and he was there and he did all this stuff. I mean, that should be. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to tell him
It's
what
notable.
he should do or
It is
anything,
notable.
but
Why doesn't he beat the drum each year? Come out to the Grove. We need to protest. But the point being, now many consider him, and I consider it a suspicion, that he's part of the CIA.
a lot of people think that.
It could. Now that's what I've heard said.
Yeah.
Now whether it's true or not, I don't know.
I don't know either.
But there's a lot of people that are CIA that are in the public eye protesting.
True. Very true.
The CIA protests with you all along, and the reason they want to protest with you is they want to see where the heart of that is going. They always will want to be in the heart of every movement. They infiltrate. The Tea Party.
They try, yeah.
That's true. And if you're wise, you can see them. And I was in the military, and I was taught how to see. And I won't say anything about how that works. But they can be spotted. But you don't trip yourself by telegraphing. You never telegraph. You just act like oh, and you just keep playing along. That's what they do. The CIA is one of the best infiltration and assimilation groups in the world. One of them. Screw up sometimes, and when they screw up big. That's true also. But when they don't, they are good. And they groom. They can actually groom a group, and they sometimes get in there and try to manipulate people into leadership positions. Of course, that's the way to do it. So you have to be wise when you have a group, whether it's ours, HeartTalk, or anything that's there.
Is this like the old-fashioned thing where it's like, you know what, like there's like a group that's getting very popular, so we're going to come in and we're going to take this group over? The old-fashioned, that type of thing, right? Where they see, it starts out as good, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's like We Are Change doesn't look like how We Are Change started now. It looks like it was taken over.
And the thing is, it starts going a different direction than what its inception and heart was about. In other words, they lose their heart. They, like the Tea Party, what happened to them? Well, they were taken to some degree, and it didn't become a viable third party.
No,
so they don't have a convention.
Yeah, and there's some that are taken over, and there's some that are purposely started, so that they can gather intelligence on people, on real people. That's what this is for. All of these fake clubs, all these trolls, all the fake news, all this stuff is targeted at real people. It's targeted at people who really care. People who don't want to throw away care, who don't have dull care, who have real care. We're the ones that are targeted. So that's why I think it's very important to keep talking about things like the Bohemian Grove and 911, Federal Reserve.
People have forgotten about 911. You hear memoriams on 911, but talk about during the year who really did it. A lot of people don't believe that it was done on the inside.
That's right.
John would have been one who you mentioned, former bosses there, who did not accept that and would
he was almost crying. He was almost crying when he realized that, you know what, there's something wrong here. But he could not admit that what he was told was wrong. He couldn't.
And I think it was a belief in the United States and the military and everything, not realizing there's a dark side to that, and to our government. You look at Epstein. Okay, I don't want to bring current news into this right now with that direction, but and the pedophilia, and who had ties with that? 2 presidents. And that kind of shows you the state of the government right now. It's really strange that you're going to have 2 presidents that are tied to a businessman that seemed to traffic, maybe not traffic, but involved himself with young girls. And it seemed like when they were around presidents that these young girls would be around the presidents, and it would be around the people involved with him. Like there was a kind of a known factor that Epstein could give you a good time. And I don't know anything about that, although I've seen the photos and the contrivances of the media and people saying it's true, which, frankly, it could all be contrived and all be a lie.
Right.
Because the media is hawking this and they say he's been arrested, but frankly, just because someone's arrested doesn't mean that they're actually guilty, because they have to prove they're guilty. And they say certain things and paint him a certain way in the media. He had 14-year-old girls over. Okay, guess what? I've had 14-year-old girls over. I've had children over.
Guilty.
I'm a father. I've had children.
Nope.
You know,
guilty.
you could say that. Like, I saw Brad with 2 6-packs and 2 women running down the road just driving free. You know, that could, 2 6-packs of beer.
Well,
He's
you know
running
that-
down with some wild women instead of his wife.
That's
And I have 2 6-packs of Coke. And I'm with my wife and maybe my daughter. He was with a young girl and an older one. And however you say it paints a picture to the people who are hearing.
Correct.
And they just let their imagination take it to where it should not go, but that's where they want it to go. So that they can get a media reaction. People say, oh my gosh. And that's people who are uneducated, who are not thinking. It's called the sleeping sheeple. They hear the media, they believe the media, they react to the media.
We've got to help them. We've got to help them because
Some people are beyond help.
No, never.
Some people are.
Never.
But you can shake them up with the realities. People, you know, let me put it like this. Sheeple are sheeple until the wolf appears in their midst. Then they're running. And if you point out the wolf in the sheep's clothing, they then get nervous and begin going, wait a minute. If you make them doubt the lie, they're closer to the truth.
Right. And so what they've
And that's
been
what
doing.
I want to get.
Yeah, what they've
I
been
want to
doing.
get people to doubt what people tell them.
I got you.
What I tell them. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to find the facts. My idea is to point to them, talk about what I know, Bohemian Grove, which some people go, what are you talking about? and they don't know. Bohemian Grove, is that a place in Germany that grows trees? Well, no, maybe. But the Bohemian Grove is the Bohemian Club and the Grove in Monterey where they meet. That is the real Bohemian Grove I'm speaking of. And why do I say it? Well, I've read the books that Nixon was there, and the Manhattan Project, which was about the atomic bomb and nuclear weapons, was developed right there in Bohemian Grove. That is where it was. Oppenheimer, heard the name? Was at the Grove.
Yeah, that's a big
All
point.
the people, think about this. Major scientists, you know, come and go there too. Look at what happens after July. Look in the fall. What major things in government? And if you see things change in the media, and big media moguls go to where? Bohemian Grove. And they have one mantra. If you want the sheep to follow you, you gotta give them the food and the water and the pasture to dwell in. Think about that. They're right now, and I told you in my earlier Heart Talk about 1984 and Brave New World.
Yes.
We're not in 1984 yet. We're in the Brave New World portion of existence right now. It's not draconian government dictating how we're going to be, although in the future that will be under the New World Order. Right now, we're in the Brave New World where everything is happy, and let's everybody be happy. Can't we just love one another? Can't we just get along, even though this person may do wrong, and, you know, promote it? Can't we just say that's okay? Well, no, we can't. As believers, as I am, and a follower of, I'll say Jesus, but I know him as Yahshua HaMashiach, or Yahshua. I can say different things. Yahshua. He is tantamount to coming back. He's not close yet. It's very near. But the first thing that has to happen is the one who is to take the world into the New World Order must appear. No, it isn't Donald Trump. Don't believe that in a moment. But he will be revealed in due time. And he's going to appear to really appear, truly appear, and most arduously show us that he's the one. Because he will do miracles. He will be able to do things, heal people, I think, imitating the Savior. He will be able to bring peace to the Middle East. He will be able to bring families together. He'll be the miracle worker. However, don't believe it. Because there comes a time when he's going to say, I'm God. And it's going to appear to be so, even so close that it says that even the elect could almost be deceived by him. And then it goes south. The temple is restored.
Scary.
And
that's scary.
And
I mean, when you think about even the people that walked with Jesus Christ and they had a hard time taking him seriously, really understanding who he was, and they were with him. That's just a fascinating point for me. It's a constant reminder that I should never, think bad about anybody else or get mad or get frustrated, I should say, get frustrated with people who don't
Yes.
understand who Jesus Christ is. The people that walked with him didn't either.
And
some of them.
The reality is, they really noted who he was when they were crossing the lake that time. They were leaving. They were going across. He went to sleep. The storm came. The Son of the Most High was asleep in a major storm. Water was splashing in the boat. They were sinking. And they woke him up and says, don't you want to know? Get up. We're perishing. And he woke up, kind of probably shrugged a little bit and goes, what? Oh, you have little faith. What? And then he says, peace, be still. And the storm stopped immediately. And then they were stunned, because in the scriptures it says he commands, meaning commands the seas, the wind, the storm, and he can quiet them. And what happened? They said, who is this? They began to realize that they were sitting in a boat with the creator of the universe. They began to saying, wait, this is the one that spoke to Moses then. And I bet you they couldn't say it. This is Yadevave, this is him. This is the one who chose Israel, the one who, they were in stunned shock when he quieted the storm, because they knew the only one who could do that. And all he said is, peace, be still. Imagine if you're with a man, you're in a tornado, is coming around you, the storm, the hail is pounding, and he stands up and says, peace, be still, and then it just stopped immediately. What would you feel about that at that moment? If you would have been in that boat with him, I would have been the same way. I'd be going, what? I'd say, he's a man, a prophet, but he can't be. But no man commands the storm unless he's, wow. And that was the realization in that boat that day that probably stunned the apostles into almost silence. They probably withdrew from him and were going,
it just got real. Things just got real
it stunned
at
them.
that point.
And guess what? In the beginning it says Adam and Eve were cast out of the garden because they were once righteous and they turned from the word. Mm-hmm. What's happened is that representation, Adam being the elite and Eve being the world that they draw after them, will also be cast out of this Garden of Eden. They're creating their Garden of Eden, the New World Order, and they shall be cast out from it by the same one who cast out Adam and Eve. And they don't want to deal with that. Some know the reality of the Creator and that the Son came. And they've rejected him and chosen darkness over light. Why? It isn't because Satan led them. It is because their hearts are evil, desperately evil. They don't even know how evil. And yet, they hunger to do the bidding of the Dark One. Why? Adam and Eve did it. They did his bidding. But he fooled Eve. He didn't fool Adam. Adam just followed after Eve. And if you got a righteous guy, the way to get to him is get to him through his woman. Always remember that. That's always true. If evil wants to get to you and you're doing the right thing, and you got a woman in your life, Satan will try to use her. Guaranteed. May not be major, may be subtle. May be, you might not even be aware, hardly. But always be on guard. It's not that your loved one is trying to ditch you or lead you astray, but sometimes, even unaware, they can do that. And true for women with men. We have to be on guard. And getting back to the business of the Grove. The Grove is still meeting right now. In fact, you could go there 3 weekends when they first start, the next weekend, and then the next, and it would be going, ongoing. The wind down is when they're relaxed, because how many people go to the Grove when it's the 3rd week? And they know this. Why not show up then? They know. They watch things. But for those who are not understanding where we go, like 9/11, 9/11, many engineers across the nation said those buildings could not fall like they did unless it was what? A controlled demolition. That is what happened to the World Trade Center. They were brought down not by 2 aeroplanes, not by Muslims, but by those who are here that wanted to bring it down, to start a movement and to start a war. Hitler did it in Germany by dressing Germans in Polish uniforms and attacking German installation. False flag. Your books, Greg. False flag. We are in a false flag world, and it happens nearly daily, and we're unaware of it. Every day, there's a lie and wool being pulled over the people's eyes who are not watching and thinking that it's all a ruse to get them as a group to move a certain direction. They look at people as sheep and cattle. When you have sheep and cattle, you know how to move them if you are the rancher who's working with cattle. The one thing that works is noise, or making them fear, and cattle will run away from the fearful event and get away from it. And if the rancher wants an area clear, he knows what to do. So, those in government, can look at us like cattle and say, we need to cull the herd, cut it down a little bit. We need to do this. We need an event to get their attention so we can tell them what to do and what to believe. Do you think that 911 got America's attention?
Yes.
It did.
Oh yeah.
And then who immediately started saying it was who? Oh, it was Muslims that came over here attacking us here in America. And they knew all the names. They knew everybody that was on, where they came from, what they did, what their organization was. And how many times in a situation like that, in any event such as that, do you just happen to know everything right up front?
Yeah.
Ever. That, and then Building 7 went down too. Oops, but it wasn't hit by a plane.
They should have just blamed it on Trump, and then, everybody would just take it seriously. I'm still waiting for that to come. It's coming.
It may. But the thing is, this thing about Russia and a collusion with Russia was all the Democrats' idea, in my opinion. And it seems like Dianne Feinstein quieted down quite a bit, as she should. And this ruse of American politics that tries to beguile the people with all the bull that they're putting out there right now. They are passing stuff, and when they want to get something through Congress quick and clean, they do something major to distract. They don't want anything, the media leads the way so that Congress can do what they do, whatever it may be. And Congress gets their marching orders not from the president or the people. Otherwise, this would be a different United States. They do not answer to the people except in public arenas in a way, and then they have the scapegoats that they throw out there to show, oh, we're standing for good. But a lot of times, it's not really the way it is in Washington. The way they portray themselves and show themselves, in my opinion, because of the biggest example I can say is, what changes after the election year? Well, a few faces in Congress.
The policies.
It'll either go to the Democrats or it goes to the Republican way. But like change that we need, for example, the border situation in immigration and those illegals that cross over secretly. How long has that been a policy and they say they're going to work on it? That's been since I was a kid. And my nephew was on the border as a border patrol agent. It's not a pretty place.
That's tough.
Because a lot of times it's not just immigrants and people poor trying to just get in here and make a good living. There are mules that are packing, individuals over here that have paid their life savings to come to America. And they come through cartels, drug cartels, and they're packing drugs to help pay their freight to come in here and get in this country. And a lot of them died. And the wagon train of people that have been coming up here from Nicaragua and southern and central and Mexico, and they've been, here at the border, you hear all this stuff that, look at how Trump's treating them and things like this. This started back when Bill Clinton was in office. He signed that bill. And no, it wasn't Clinton that decided to do that.
Clinton
Guess
fooled
who was
me. Who?
Well, no. Guess who the bad guy really is in all this? It always gets away with it, and the president takes the lightning rod.
You're right.
Congress. The reality is Congress. And where do congressmen go each summer in July? A lot of them. Bohemian Grove. Therein, people.
You think so?
Is our problem. Of course.
I mean, but active people in government aren't supposed to go there, right?
Why not? Why should they stop going to Bohemian Grove in their opinion?
As long as
that's where all the power is. That's where all the money is. That's where they can find out how to get reelected. If you're an up and comer, I wouldn't be surprised if Beto O'Rourke showed up.
Don't say that. Now, here's that brings up a big thing is, we've been told for so many years that it's just a bunch of rich Republican white men,
That's not
men.
a Republican enclave.
It's not a Republican
it's
thing,
Democrat,
though, right?
It's Republican, it's Tea Party, whomever.
Right. Those are just labels for us.
I'll tell you what this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Let me say something. Remember Prohibition? Guess who was involved in it? Congress, police officers, and the police would tell the people who were running the speakeasies, the mob or whoever, we're going to raid you in 2 days. Get all your people and all the ones you don't want hit out of there. And they would raid it, and the mob would pay them generously for keeping things on the level. Our government is corrupt. There are some good people in there that are pushed to the side because they don't follow the agenda leading up to the event, which is being planned for probably centuries. I don't know. But there are those within our government that have been there forever that are corrupted to the core. You can't always find them. You can point to a Democrat, but it might be a Republican. You could point to anybody, and it could be an aide. It could be that is coming from the Pentagon. Because guess what? Guess what the most powerful military, one of them is in the world, is the United States military. If they told the president and Congress, if you don't shut up, we're gonna take some actions y'all are going to regret. And all they'd have to say is something just like that. And believe me, that would get some attention. The government could be run by the military behind the scenes, including Congress. Have you noticed that the budget of the military never really ever gets cut? They get what they want. I remember that. I was on board a submarine. I told the captain I need this. But they say we don't have it in the budget. He said, we'll have the money. We don't need a budget. We just get it. So the military truly doesn't have a budget. Now that came from me. That's in my honest opinion. They don't have a budget. They get what they need because they have the power. They have the, you talk about secret societies, they've got secret assassins that come from the military that are so good that you would never know it was an assassination because they make it look like something else. So, that being said, the Bohemian Grove has military folk that show up there from around the world that talk with each other. In public, oh, Russia is out to get us, we got to build up. And in Russia they say, oh, Americans, we got to watch out, they're coming after us. But that's dealing with the cattle and the sheep, as I told you before. As you've seen a picture of Putin and George W. Bush, the younger, they're in Masonic robes, chit-chatting and laughing. Who knows what about? But the point being is that in these clubs, they're all members that look out for each other worldwide. And yet in the public's eye and in the media, they show division and, oh no, look out, we're going to do this, America's doing that. And we, the people, suck it up. But in reality, when you're behind those things like I was, it's a little different world. It's not what you see. And it's not that people are sheeple, but they try to treat them like that and make them believe everything is okay, it's the other guy. It's those Russians. It's the Russian collusion with, oh, Trump. But the Russian collusion goes in with Congress. Because who deals with foreign governments more than anybody else is Congress. Is there Russian collusion in there? Yeah, I bet you there is. And Chinese collusion. German. British. You don't ever hear them worried about the British collusion, but there's some there. Why does the president, once elected, always go to London and meet the Queen? Well, that's an interesting thing. Remember the 3 cities, Greg, that rule this world?
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
I don't know.
Bring up to the people. You do too.
I don't, and I'm not 100% convinced on the 3 cities, but I have heard you talk about this.
They do have the flag with the 3 stars. That's the Vatican, Washington, D.C., and the Bankers' that in London. Those 3 cities, those people go to the Grove. Do you think the Pope goes to the Grove? Maybe not. You think a representative does? Could be. Because he considers himself what? God on earth. Would he want a representative at the Grove to help direct his subjects? Interesting thought. But he has people everywhere too. The Jesuits. And those are those who are the warriors. And guess who the head pope now is? A Jesuit. So there are so many layers to the onion of the New World Order that it's hard to touch one without touching it all. And Rome is a part of it. And, you know, we still have a Senate and a House of Representatives. Guess what that's based on? Rome. Nearly every country in the world still works on the framework of what Rome did in its ancient time. And you have to realize that when the Bible speaks about these things, it's speaking about reality. The reality of the world you live in. Babylon. Well, where's Babylon? That's dealing with Iraq and Iran. And what's the center? In Israel. How come the whole world is always concerned about Israel, Iraq, and Iran, Persians, and all of this? It's because they have input. Where are the 4 angels judged and bound? In the Euphrates. Even Ronald Reagan wanted to go find them. Couldn't do that because they are hidden from the sight of men. But they are there. What is in Antarctica? Why did John Kerry go to Antarctica? Who knows? Even Barack Obama at one time went to where? Antarctica. What in the world is in Antarctica that major politicians go to and ties in with the Grove? What is it? Who is down there? Or what is down there? They can make up any story. Say, oh, we were down there just to look at some major finds. Well, yeah, there's some major stuff down there. That's where some major angelic hosts are chained up and been cast. Listen to that about Stephen bin Nun. Look him up, Stephen bin Nun. Talks about the judgment that led to those being outcast in Antarctica. This is biblical. This is things that people don't understand. And this is all based on the Bible. All things are coming about in accord to the will of the Most High. Now, some would disagree with that, but if you read the Bible, you will see the links that tie into this world that show we are headed in the same direction that the Bible says we are going. To one world ruler who will rule with absolute authority over the whole earth, and he will be anti-Christian, anti-religion, except the religion that worships only him.
Is that what brought you out to the Bohemian Grove? Was it knowing all of this stuff? Like, what really got you thinking, not only that, okay, this is real, but hey, why not go out there with a couple of crazy guys?
Well, what really got me out there, in being honest, I didn't like poking the lion. Meaning, that's a representation of evil there. And even the Indians, as you recall, said the area where the Grove is was really a place they avoided. From what I have heard in the lore of California. Why is that? It was an evil, dark wood that many of the Native Americans there would not go. Why? What is in the Grove? But get it now. They wouldn't go there because of the evil there, but now the whole world is meeting there. Do you see a connection? I do. And that's kind of what drove me to go out with you that summer in 2012. I'm saying I'm going to the heart of earthly evil. And here, I would not go in there and celebrate with them anything. Why? Because it is an evil place that draws unto itself what? Evil. So those who go there and congregate are the congregation of the anti. Oh, yes. That which is against the Most High. who want to run the world their way and not the Father. They want to take it away from him and take control of it and make it theirs. And they want to be not just men, they want to be gods. They want to be living forever. That's why the science is going about tracing out the genome. It's not just to find out how life is. They want to create people that live forever, create a superhuman race. Even if it means making them part cyborg, meaning part machine, part human.
Yikes.
This world is being directed from Bohemian Grove. A lot of it, a major part of it, is coming right through there. When you talk from China, how they act, Russia, how they act, it's all, to some degree, either minorly or majorly, orchestrated to reach a certain end. And the public at large, who is not part of the inner circle of rulership, cannot see what they're doing and how they are being played. Have you ever been in a group of people where you have a few of the people that think they're part of this group, but there's this inner circle of group that are just making them think they're part of the group? Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
And they manipulate them to get whatever they want out of them, and then it's over, and then boof. Well, whatever, man. Nothing's wrong, man. We're just not hanging today. We'll see you later. And all of a sudden, you're out. Once you've met the quota of what they want, then you're gone. And there are some girls and some guys who know exactly what I'm talking about. You thought you were part of the, quote, in-group, and then they played you for a reason that they wanted to get out of you, maybe to get somebody else in the group or something, and they do that, and then you're out. Gone. So that's the New World Order. And several people who are forming it don't know, but soon they will be out. They won't be in like they thought they were, whether it be the bankers of London, Rome, or Washington, D.C. The three city-states, Washington, D.C., Rome, or the Vatican, and London. They have a flag. Flies in Washington, D.C., flies in Rome at the Vatican, and flies in London. The 3-star, yellow star, red flag. Look it up, people. Look it up. It's real. I met a man in the clinic in Waco here. He started talking to me. It made me very, very wary, because he started talking about stuff like we talk about, but he was leading me with his blah, blah, and he was saying, and he said, we think like, and blah, blah, you know this and that. And I would mention something, he says, yes. And I thought, there's a plant if I ever saw one.
He's trying to get you on record to say something.
And I thought, wow, I didn't think, I'd be meeting somebody that would start talking my talk like I do on HeartTalk. Everything, every note I talked about. Well, you know about the 3 cities? Yes, and the 3. I went, whoa. He knows everything I know. At least 4 of these. Oh, pardon me.
It's okay.
I was looking at the gasifier and have it on video here. Accidentally hit the play on that. But anyway,
gasifier. What is that?
Gasifier is using wood to burn off to get certain fumes, and then using that to run your engines. You can do that. You can throw that. And it's just using wood pellets or wood. They used them in World War II when fuel ran out. You could use wood and process it, and the fumes from burning wood could be then channeled off and used to run your vehicle. Don't need gas.
Well, I don't think they're burning wood at the Bohemian Grove. They are peeing on wood. If they peed on wood and then burned it, would that make any difference? Would that be better? Would that give you more fuel? Or would they give you less fuel if it's wood that has been peed on?
Well, I would just say that it would make it probably something that would be good for fertilizer.
Oh, okay.
But I'm sure they have a lot of beer and a lot of liquor flowing out there, and a lot of the best food in the world.
We heard so many just bottles, bottles. It was raining bottles, basically. And as far as food, we heard that
there's a lot of waste, that they're wasting a lot of food. They're wasting a lot of, just not only food, but plates, the silverware, dishes, blah, 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 all that stuff. There's just a massive waste. And it was, we were told by one person that it's just a bunch of really old men, pretty much almost like zombies, just walking in lines and just going from here to there. And there's like empty plates. There's people that aren't at tables. There's like empty tables. From what they were saying,
yes,
it's dying down, and these old white men are dying down with them. Now, I don't believe that, and I don't believe that it's about old people. I don't believe that it's about white people. I don't believe that it's about anything like that. I think it is a power structure. There is some type of a power structure that maybe even the club members don't even know about. It's so multi-layered. It is a spider's web, and if you look at the spider's web, you gotta find who the spider is. That's why they don't want weaving spiders to come to the grove, because no spider wants to see another spider in its web. That's it. You have to do their thing. You have
thing here, and the spider weaving its web. Now, I'm going to share something that I told you about. I've met a black-eyed person before. I've told you this.
Yes.
A real one. And it's not a pleasant experience. But it was in broad daylight. It wasn't a child either. It was a type of entity. Why I was shown this of the father, I don't know. But it was a woman, and she was in San Francisco, bumped into her, and then she ran away. I just looked at her and said, whoa. It didn't frighten me, but I saw totally black eye. And she had this look of fright in her face, and then pulled her cloak back over her face and just ran and was gone. After I saw it and thought about it, I thought, whoa, that was weird. So the thing about the Grove and about the old men, that might be something they're saying to throw people off the Grove. Because if you don't want anybody bugging you, and you're a powerful group, what do you say? Oh, it's on the wane, it's all going down. Oh, they may make a big leadership change and say it's all going to pot, make up a big brouhaha that looks like something that's collapsing, when in fact they're just putting the wool out to make you think that it's something that is going wrong and it's over. How do you get ultimate power is make people think you've lost it when you still have it. Think about that.
Right. That's right.
They say America is waning, and you hear them showing all this stuff about America losing power and that Russia and China are about to take over. I think Americans like to lie to make them think that, and then show them something that they didn't think was coming. I think that's true about Russia.
Yeah.
I think that Russia, United States, and China all work together in some form to bring about the ultimate end game, as they talk. You've heard the end game, or the event. I've seen that on the internet. The event. The event. What are they talking about? Well, that's the change from freedom to the one religion, the one new world order, and everybody submitting. And those who don't submit, they quit. They make it where they go away. And getting at the event to where they can then enforce that. That means like Germany did, but in a worldwide sense. Anybody who disagrees is brought to a place, a center, and they're dealt with. If you don't bow, we will bury you. And that will come to that point where believers and followers, whether they be Muslim or Christian or any religion or any faith or any belief system, if you don't believe this way, our way, well, we have a means of dealing with that. We want you to become right with us. It's going to sound very plausible. We just want everybody to get along together. We want everybody to be at peace. Don't you want peace? Of course you do. See, we are of one mind. You need to join us because we're here to make it good for who? Not just you, but for everybody. But if you disagree with us and turn away, or if you believe that Bible stuff, well, we're going to have to deal with that. And they will. Because the Father will be taking his Spirit away, and he will use the world to take us away. We'll be beaten, we'll be hated, we'll be killed. And we'll be marginalized to nothing. As you see in the media today, everybody who is envisioned as a Christian in the media is denigrated and made fun of as though they're a dope. Look at how they view us. And that's how the world is going to go. And where does it begin? In a lot of these meetings, Bohemian Grove. In a very evil place that Native Americans would avoid because of the evil that was there. The evil that was there draws the evil there to work out evil means. Bohemian Grove, the reason I went to Bohemian Grove is because what dwells there needs to be faced and confronted. Because it is the face and confrontation to Satan. Because Satan goes to Bohemian Grove. Evil shows up at Bohemian Grove to subdue, suborn, and destroy mankind and lead them to the new world order and where Satan will come, dispense with all the ones he used to get it and replace it with his demonic horde, who then will turn it into 1984, and then it will be run his way. So that was why I went to the Grove in the final thing. But people must realize this is a spiritual battle in every sense of the word.
Okay,
you cannot. Yes.
So after going there, did it change how you felt about it? Did it change how you felt about the people that were also looking into this stuff?
I was disappointed some in the people that were there.
Why?
Not you. Because of their actions. Here's the backside to this. I also pray for those people in the Grove to come to their heart and senses, the true heart of the Father. We are to love those who hate us and spitefully abuse us and do all manner of evil against us. The Son said, you are to love them. We have to understand, we can protest evil, but we must not bring evil with it. Because when you're mocking them, or when you're actually denigrating them, you're denigrating yourself. Even though, yes, what is coming there and what they're doing is evil, you don't want to act evil to confront evil, because the Father will not bless that. We are to love them that are in the Grove. That sounds counter to what we're doing, but it is not. If we're of the faith, we are to love them, because the Father blesses them with good even though they're evil. How much more we who are amongst them and from this world should do good unto them who are evil. No, we don't join their evil and join in it. And no, I'm not telling people you should go out there and party with them and do that. No, but we are to love them. How? We bring them the truth. We protest because we're bringing truth to them. That's what this protest was about to me. Bringing them the light of truth. That they are wrong and we know it. They're not hidden. We know what goes on in the Grove. We know what they're planning. Because it's been written about. We have read the book. The Word of the Most High. We know where this is going. They think they have the inside track. No, they're on the outside, trying to get on the in. So we would want one of them to be saved and be a brother, because it's just like Saul of Tarsus. He was out there killing the believers and those who followed the Master. But the Son saved him as an example to us today of how to look at people. The very worst person in the world who hates you and wants to kill you and abuse you and thinks you're nothing but, excuse the expression, you're just a sack of crap to me. I'd rather throw you out than take you out as a friend. I'd just rather just kill you. And the Father tells us to love them. So we must also remember when we're protesting that we are not to lower ourselves to a point of mocking, of hatred, or making crass statements about them as people. Because on the other side of the coin, there's a lot of us that have benefited, believe it or not, from what some of those people have done. And that's true. Although they do evil, by the fact that they're in the public, they will do good. They will do some things that help the common man. And we can't forget that with evil there is good, and with the good there is evil. I have met some people sometimes who are the most vile people in the world, but treat their children and friends and family and those on the street and those they meet like gold. Never abusive, never negative, and the Father would commend them against some believers and Christians and those who follow the Word based on the behavior he sees in that wicked one, and then the behavior of those who claim to know him and those who even do know him. I've had to face this in myself. So that was what I was describing as the disappointment. Seeing people go not with the heart of truth, despising, bringing the fact of they're doing evil like we're all so great. We all fail, and we all have to face our failings. And I'm not saying that we should not protest evil, because John the Baptist was going around preaching, and when he saw the tetrarch, he said, "Hey, you're with your brother's wife. That's unlawful. You should not be." And many people, "Oh, it's none of your business to be talking about stuff about people's." John the Baptist preached the truth and told it the way it was. He was not faulted by the Son, saying, "Oh, he shouldn't have preached that." He preached the gospel and the way to live. And that's what I like to do. That's the way it should be. We should not denigrate, even though I don't like what maybe the Rockefellers do. But the Rockefellers have done a lot of good for the nation and for the people at large. Yes, they have an agenda, and behind that they're working on other things. And they started the Trilateral Commission and all of these things, which are working to chipping people and making the New World Order a reality. They don't realize they are owned and that the believers understand them and know them. So that was my disappointment, and why I was disappointed, to answer your question, is because many people need to reflect the love of God and the Father, because he could have reflected his judgment, and he did contend with the Pharisees, but he didn't bring judgment. He just told them their ways were evil, your ways are wrong, you're going the wrong way, and well did the prophet speak of you. You draw near with me with your lips, but your hearts are far from me. So we cannot reflect that. And that's why I say that. The Bohemian Grove has a lot of people who are evil, and I do dare say there might be some that will be saved, and there are some that may be believers who are on that inside, and they're praying and reaching out to them. I don't know that, but the Father goes where most do not. And if I was invited to the Grove, I would go by a member. Why? Because I wanted to be part of the Grove and everything? No. But to say, why do you do these things? You know that some of this is not good. Some of it, some people may be doing not an innocent, evil thing here, and may be innocent of evil. But within it, there's also a lot of evil. So we have to look at things in a balanced way, and I hope that many of you who may disagree with me on how I'm saying this will understand that I'm not speaking from a perspective of wrong and right. We've got to stand against the wrong, but to realize that we're also dealing with people that are made in the image of the Most High, and that they have been deceived and need to see a light that can get them out of darkness. Wouldn't you agree with that, Greg?
Yes, I would. I would. And that is a continual test.
It is.
Until the
end. It is.
Yeah.
And that is our daily test.
Yes, it is.
It's to react to people that treat us badly, and there's a lot of people that will. Because you look different, because you're Hispanic, because I'm a white, privileged male that's rich. And you get all that thing, and you know how the immigrants look at it. America's the land of the rich, who everybody has money and a car. And they don't realize, no, it isn't. It's a land of great poverty and depression and sorrow. And a lot of people are medicated due to the great distress. And some of it's brought on by, guess what? The media. Look at how much media stress comes out. If you ever want to de-stress, get away from the radio,
Amen.
The iPhone, the YouTube, and get out in nature and turn off your mind to the news. Because
come out to the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to. But realize, have you ever been listening to something about what's going on and immediately you're feeling anger just build like steam, and you just want to hit something, or you wish death upon them? You are just, and that's not, anger. And where can you put that anger? Where's it going to go?
To everybody
Well, the
else.
only place it can go is it's going to affect the people around you,
right?
Your loved ones. So you have to disconnect sometime. The way the Son did it, he was the Almighty, but yet he would run off and pray. And he had the most important job in all the world. He had to bear the sins and testify of the evil and tell us the right way to go. And yet he would get away, and he would get away and be gone in prayer all night, would be gone, and would get off to himself and the Father and would say, what do I do? Because he was yet a man, and he had to ask like us daily, Father, what is your will? So people out there, you may not believe in the Savior, but you do believe in right, and that's good. And I'm thankful for VIP and all of those out there who know good and question these things, question more. Do not believe me or Greg. It is not what we teach to believe, and follow us in this program and our thoughts and ways. The thing we want you to do is go and look for yourself and tell others about what you find that is the truth. I know the truth. Greg knows the truth. It is a man who was a creator, who came and walked among us to bring us together, not divide us, but not bring us together with evil, but with good and righteousness and peace and respect and honor for that which is good and true, while pushing away that which is evil. That is the right way to unify. And many out there are going, oh, listen to this guy talk. Well, I don't talk this way because I thought these words up and thought this is what I've got to say, and I planned it. It came from the Bible. It came from seeking to do what is right. And it's not because I'm right. It's because the words that work in me talk of the righteousness, while I, being yet a sinner, can bring forth truth, which is a great oxymoron. And one of the greatest conundrums I think of life is that the Almighty would work through sinners, broken shards of this earth, to make a great and beautiful people from Israel and from the world, where he creates Israel, not just from Israel, but the Israel of the Father, those who follow after the faith of Abraham, whom I named my son after. And I named him Orion after the constellation, to say, just like Abraham, he looked at the stars and the Father promised him, your seed, your people will be as the sands of the sea. And look at him today. He honored that promise. Look at it. If you ask the Father, even as an unbeliever, and say, Father, I want to know about you, show me something that can be undeniably you and that I can't deny. And I pray for those who are asking that or who are not and need to see it, that the Father will answer you. because my love extends to the point that even if you hate me, I cannot hate you. Nor those of even of the Grove, or those who oppose us. We are to love them. It isn't easy, and we as human beings can't do that. But with the power of the Most High in the Word, we are empowered in truth, just like the Son was, by the Father, to carry out the mission we are sent to do. And I'm thankful for that. And so those who are in the Grove, we need to protest the wrong they do. But we also need to recognize the right that they have done. And we also need to stand in ourselves in truth and not condemn arbitrarily or in hatred or in mockery. And that's my stand. I don't stand against people. I stand against evil. We all have it. I have to stand against it in myself, and I will stand against it publicly and stand against it at the Grove. But I will not and do not wish to denigrate the people who are going in there. They're people just like you and me. They wear pants, they're regular people that have power and money given to them, not by themselves, but by the Father. He's the one that gives them the wealth and the power to do the things they do. However, they turn it to evil instead of giving him the praise. We are to pray for them, love them, and help them see that there's a better way out there. And it is a better way when you follow him. Even if you don't know him and you read the Bible and start trying to apply it in your life, you're better off than those who do not. Be careful, because if you carry a mockful heart in doing that, that word is not a book that you read. That book will read you and will bring you down. If you lift you are greater than the book, or that the people that the Father chooses, and you say, they're nothing. I could kill them in a heartbeat. I could do whatever I want. Yeah, and sometimes the people will not fight you and will let you do what they do. But remember, there is a judge and a judgment. And on this earth, you will not escape either. There is judgment. And there's judgment coming for us all, and we must all look that squarely in the face. And as Walter Bradley, I know that I'm just a human being talking about some important issues here on Heart Talk with Greg Fernandez Jr. And we came together and met at a job in which we were promoting the truth. There were troubles there and wrong there, as we both know. But we also recognize we have wrong within ourselves that must be dealt with through the Bible. And that's important. Now, carrying on with this, I don't want to jump on a bully pulpit on it as I just did, but the reality is there's an evil world out there, and you don't have to just go to the Grove to take care of the problem. You can do it in your community. You can do it in your family. You can do it with yourself and your children. You can do it with your circle of friends. It's not about just the Grove, as Greg knows. It's about life and promoting that which will bless life and others. That's what we're to be about. And Greg, that's what I was blessed in knowing you, is to see your focus on those things with your family, your friends, and the circles that you walk in. And I'm thankful for that. And I don't just say it lightly. And I always look at myself as the low end of the totem pole under the faith, because I'm a sinner. And I know what he saved me from, but yet I still sin. And as Paul said, who shall save me from this body of death? Thanks be unto who? The Savior, who is sitting on the throne right now. He hears our conversation. He knows where we are. He knows our thoughts. He knows our end. And he knows the end of the New World Order. It will not prevail. In the Bohemian Grove, for all they plan, whether it be for evil or for good, because some good comes out of it. The Manhattan Project ended World War II, but it also brought a lot of death, and more people were killed with those two bombs almost than were killed in the war, it seems like. When you're talking about hundreds of thousands,
changed everything.
you know, nearly, I mean, really, think about that. 100,000 killed with one bomb in just a second.
Fear.
My goodness.
That was a fear bomb.
Oh my goodness. And the atomic bomb of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I thought, wow. When I looked at that and I saw the pictures of it, and I saw the hit, and they showed the explosion in Nagasaki, and I thought, oh my goodness, I am watching death in action right now. The evil of war at its worst, when thousands upon thousands to hundreds of thousands die because one nation says, I'm going to do this, and another says, I'm going to do that. And war is a horror.
It is.
As Greg said.
It really is.
It panders itself to whoever will take up its cause. And it's, the nations think they'll get some pleasure and good out of it. Well, no, war brings no good to either side. And I say that to Washington, D.C., China, Russia, Putin, Trump, Bush, whomever. And I live out close to Crawford, where the Bush ranch is. I would never protest Bush, never harm him. I'm a former military person. I would be more inapt to protect him from anybody that would try to harm him. And even Obama, I would do the same for him. Protect. If there was a problem, I'm a gun carrying and certified with my license to carry. I would protect the president, former President Obama, Clinton, any of them. If they came under fire or in need, I would be there and I would stand for them. Don't agree with their policies, politics, but I will stand for their life because they're made in the image of the Most High. And that's the point I make to those who go to the Grove. Realize there are people. They have feelings, they have desires, they have thoughts, and they have good thoughts at times. Although, as the Father says, our thoughts seem to be turning continually to evil, and that's why he brought the flood in the beginning, and when the judgment will come at the end. Because at that time the world will be really thrust into a world of continual evil. And that's where we know it will not end. I want to end on a good note saying that through all of this, the Father will triumph and will come and will rule on this earth and will bring it into subjection to his will with a rod of iron and the grace of glory in his people. And I'm thankful for that and his will and his work, because that gives me hope in this hopeless looking world. It gives me hope. And whether there's a meeting of 1,000 Bohemian Groves daily, they cannot overcome one word of the Most High, nor of his plan, because they're all just falling right into the working of his plan as they think they're working theirs. Greg, what do you have to say?
Oh man, I'm just getting ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to be back out there, and this year, just like every year, kind of has its own feel, and this year has really that kind of very tense feel. And so I'm very curious to see what happens tomorrow, because the deputy sheriff, okay, so they have a whole new crew, right? They got a whole new group of guards, a whole new group of cooks, of whatever, servers, all these different people. The deputy sheriff is new. It's the first time I've ever seen this guy. Not, he kind of gave me a little grief. And I think in the video that I'm going to show later, I'm probably going to show it tomorrow.
Good.
But it kind of shows the way that they kind of treat us. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. But
I remember.
Not very nice, not very friendly, and they need to understand.
Call it professional.
Yeah, they need to understand, like, okay, what are they doing there first? Second of all, are they on duty? Are they getting paid? Yes. Okay, so should they really be inside of the Grove, or should they be outside where we are? I don't know. I've had a couple issues with that. I think this is going to be the last year, hopefully this will be the last year, that the county actually pays for it. Pays for the deputy sheriffs to be there, and then the Grove reimburses them, or they get reimbursed, whatever, so
yes.
It's just like, no. If you want to hire your own people to stand and to make sure that 2 or 3 people don't try to cross that line, that little property line, great. But you know, it's there's no need for any deputy sheriff to be there the whole time that we're there.
Especially a whole line of them like we saw.
Yeah, and they are probably there for those whole 2 weeks, whatever, 3 weeks. They're there for that whole time when they could be doing other things. There's a lot more important things that they could be doing. The Bohemian Club has their own group of guards. They have their own team. They don't need anybody else. If it's true that they have Secret Service there, then they definitely don't need anybody else.
Oh, the Secret Service is there. Oh, yeah.
Well, then why do they... Okay, well, that's a whole nother issue, because I don't see why they are there. You know, that tells a whole nother story, but...
there's a big story behind that, because there's a lot of different Secret Services from around the world
yeah,
that are congregating there, and are on the outside amongst the protesters.
Right, which is us now,
yep.
I guess, when it's like, wait a minute. We're just out there asking questions. We're not, you know, we're not saying, oh, we're protesting anything. We're not protesting the people that go there. We're trying to figure out what is going on there and why they are there, and why this is such a big deal. Why do you have so many people gathering in this one little spot?
Well, let me refresh your memory, and one of the things I'll say
Yeah.
is they gather there to plan and to see what is plausible for the coming year, or 2 to 3 or 4 years ahead, and to see how things are going. All of these meetings around the world, whether it's the Bilderbergers and everything, I think tie into the Grove. And England and the Royals, many of them are tied to the Grove. Now, you won't see Queen Elizabeth showing up there, but would there be a representative from Britain there? I would dare say that absolutely. Absolutely. Would you see people coming from the United Nations? Oh, definitely. So, maybe not the top. They would remote in my opinion. Because they don't want to think that, oh, we all go there. That'd make us look really bad. Yeah, it would. Yeah. But the reality is more people are part of the Bohemian Club than are known to be part of it. That's the part that we need to look at. Who is not seen or known of that is part of? Because that is part of their influence. Because there's a lot of influencers that are out there that are part of the Grove, who are paid up their membership, but never show up there. Never talk about it, never do anything about it, never talk anything near. I've always noticed nobody in public ever talks about Bohemian Grove, whether it's any official anywhere. I don't care who it is. You never hear him talk about the Bohemian Club. Have you ever heard the Bohemian Club mentioned by anybody in public? I have not.
Nope. Only when they're forced to. Only when somebody actually asks them that question.
Why is that? You don't hear them talk about Masonic lodges either, or Oddfellow lodges. I was in church one time, and a fellow invited me to a club. I said, well, where is it? He said, just come with me. And it was the Oddfellows, because he knew I was part of broadcasting, I guess, and he wanted me to be part of the Oddfellows Club. Now, you people would have to look that up, because you may not have ever even heard of it. Look up the Oddfellows. ODDFELLOWS. The Oddfellows Club. There's lots of clubs around that you don't know about, not just the Masonic, but lots of little clubs that all fall under the umbrella of the secret societies that help each other get into the positions of power to affect their agenda for life. It's not just the Masonic Lodge either. So when you look at this, and the 13 Families by Fritz Springmeier, you look at these things in Greg's book, you know, and he has his truth music. Hey, what is your latest publication there, Greg, in your truth music?
Well, I'm still working on the last song. still working on the last song of this project. So once that is done, then I do hope to put out something hopefully around September.
Excellent. Be sure and post it. We'll talk about it at HeartTalk too.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't want to just promote you, but talk about the music you're there and why you're making the music. What is it about? Yeah, it's about life, but it's about truth too.
Right.
And we need to let people know, because music is what inspires the masses sometimes. It takes a little music. And a movement without music is pretty silent.
Yeah, that's true. Well, speaking of...
I'm going to challenge you here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me challenge you.
Okay.
I want you to write
the
heart song theme and music.
Oh, I like that.
I want you to create, for me, a heart song thing. And you say we need to get a logo. No?
Yes.
I want one. I did one time set up to be with my face and a microphone.
Which I thought was good. Yeah. I thought that was good.
If you want to do it that way, we can do it, and I can send you a pic.
If you still have that pic, yeah.
Well, if you want to, I don't know if I still have it. Many computers ago. But
I might have it somewhere. Maybe.
If you still have it, let's put it together and put that on the corner of all our HeartTalk.
Yeah, because that was a good one.
Videos.
Yeah.
And that would be fine. My fluffy little beard on there, and I'm growing it back again. So it's growing again. I shaved it off for my wife, but my job now allows my beard. In fact, a lot of people at my job have beards, even a few women. So, sorry ladies, but there are some women that do, and they don't hide it. But it's not too.
Yeah.
Great group of people where I work. I'm not going to mention it because they have their own thing, and it's I'm constrained by law.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then definitely don't mention.
It's that tight. They don't bring paper in or out of the facility. You're not allowed to bring paper in. Isn't that strange?
Are you working at the Bohemian Grove? Is that what you're telling us right
now?
That's what it sounds
like. No, not at all.
All right.
Not at all. I'd love to work there, but not promote them.
People told us that it's not that difficult to get a job there, but I mean, you have to treat it like a real job. You can't.
Oh yeah, it is a real job.
But there's like thumbprints, there's like background, there's all this different stuff.
Of course, and I've already had all that. I've been checked so many times, and I got a very high clearance in the government. I was checked out to the ins and outs. They want to figure out if you're going to lie to them. They said, "You ever smoke pot?" I said, "Sure, I have. I tested it. I did. It's not my kind of thing, but I've smoked pot and bought it and smoked it with friends." Would you do it in the military? Heavens no. You got to have a brain to work in the military or you're dead. And so that I didn't believe how many. I've gone through so many background checks, military-wise. That's where the FBI goes out. And
so
I'll tell you
might
something.
fit in perfectly with the Bohemian Grove.
Well, I'm military, and I've been highly vetted. Top secret and anything above that. If you get top secret, you can go above top secret if they need you to be. But you've got to be vetted, and they vetted me, and they vet everybody when in my position. And I won't tell you the position, but it was enough. I'm going to talk about it because they debriefed me and said can't talk about it. So you know what I did?
What?
It's what I did. It was I protected our country with all the tools they gave me. That's what I did.
With that.
And I had a lot of good tools too, believe me. I had the best. And like I was saying, on our boat, I said I needed something that was run down, and they told me the budget wasn't there. The captain says, "Budget? We got a budget. When we want it, we get it. That's our budget." Okay. And I got it. I won't say what it was, doesn't matter. But I got what I wanted. I said, "We need it." He said, "Do you really need this?" And I said, "I can show you the need." He goes, "Okay, got it. All right. We'll have it." And we got it. Very quickly. No problem. You hear that Congress has budgets?
Mm-hmm.
You know who doesn't have a budget?
Who?
The military. The military. They really don't publish much about what the real budget is. You hear about the military budget? Don't believe it.
It's debt, right?
They just have debt because they're not creating money. It's just all.
Well, that's what the Federal Reserve is all about.
It's borrowed notes.
Yeah. Well, the Federal Reserve is not. Let me put it this way: the Federal Reserve was there to make money for the Federal Reserve. That's the bottom line. Mm-hmm. Second, it's off the American tax system of the United States. So when you get your ID number, Social Security, and you're paying your taxes, that's to pay the Federal Reserve notes. And the more people are born, the more they can borrow, the more they take from your value. And the warehouses are the 50 warehouses they have of people that are stored to pay taxes. Now that sounds rather crass, but you know, that's kind of what it is in a nutshell. Everybody that's born gets a Social Security number to pay taxes to the Federal Reserve, not to the United States government. The government borrows from the Federal Reserve. So we don't pay the government, we pay the Federal Reserve. It's not exactly part of the government. There's the Federal Reserve. And if you have, is the Federal Reserve part of the government? Well, yes and we have a lot of answers on that.
It can't be.
Ask them what derivatives are.
Right.
That's a good one. What's a derivative? We're derivatives. There's a lot of derivatives out there.
Your mic is cutting out a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Is it coming back?
Yes.
Oh, good. I've noticed that with you too. It'll kind of fade and come back in.
That could be the.
I think that's an internet thing.
It could
something.
be. Yeah.
Oh no, they're not eavesdropping on us. If they are, hi. But
hello.
We have to understand that the world is based on one thing: money to make the government run. That's the first thing governments think about worldwide. And maintaining their power. So taxation helps maintain their power, and they need a military. So those are the big three of every government. And do you think they concern themselves with the needs of the people? To some extent, yes, they have to make those other things viable. But it's all about control. And if you study the money of the United States and every fiat money, meaning paper money, meaning things without value, but perceived value that are not backed by gold or silver. Anything that's backed by the full faith in established government is worthless. Although, if you believe it has value and there's no runaway inflation, then it has some value, kind of, because you can use it to get stuff. I could walk in with enough $100 bills to buy a car or a house, and people would be happy to take that and go, thank you very much, because it has value to them to buy what they need from the full faith in the government of the United States. But if I said I don't take dollars because they're worthless, I have every right to do that. You don't have to accept money from any paper source. You can say, give me silver dollars or gold or copper, or I don't take that paper because it's a newspaper. It says there's $1 and it celebrates our country with a pretty picture of somebody from the past and has neat little quotes on it and pretty colors and patterns, but it's absolutely worthless, which is the truth. Except we do give it value by the faith in the government. And what does the government do? They go out and get commodities to pay off debt. How do they do that? I won't go into it right now. That's talking about war and, getting oil and getting gold and whatever else, and going out there and getting technology from ancient sources, things like that.
Right, and using fake money, not real money.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, monopoly, they could say we're going to use monopoly money and to be just as valuable as a dollar bill.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just printed pictures and a value placed on it.
It's
1,
a
2, 3.
It's a promise.
Just like children do and make dollar bills and draw and put on pretty pictures and say, this is $100. The government is doing that. They print $100 bills and make them pretty and give all those security features to make sure nobody can reprint that worthless piece of paper.
Yep. It's all about the market value. You know, they put a value on this, then everything else is based on that. Well, like gold, like the reason why I've never gotten serious about gold or silver or anything like that is, how is that going to help me if I can't eat? You know, how is that going to help me if I need a gun? You know, like things like there's certain things that I'd rather have before I have some of those things. I mean, if things get really bad, do you really think that my gold or my silver, that I'm gonna be able to take it to somebody if it's really that bad? I mean, yes, definitely I have some, but I don't have a lot. You know, I'd rather have a lot of other things. I'd rather have a lot of foods. I'd rather have a lot of water.
I agree.
I'd rather have a lot of
And that's true. You
bullets.
should have, as my dad said, have a little gold and a little silver.
Yeah.
Don't hoard a whole bunch thinking you're going to do good, because somebody will come and take it from you. But the reality is, you have to have a little gold, you have to have a little silver, you have to have a little land, and you have to have a source of water.
Right.
You know why? Because when you take away all the gold, the silver, and everything, and you got land with water, guess what you got? You got land with water. And guess what land with water can do? Yes, grow things. You know your family and the properties they have. That place is a sanctuary for you, is it not?
Yes.
In California. Absolutely. Why? Because it's land. And I bet you're close to water. And I bet you, if you needed to, you could live off that land. Isn't that true?
Yep.
That's right. If you have a little land and a little water, that's all you need. And you can throw up a tent and build up something to live in. Doesn't take much. And there's a cat here.
Oh,
Hello,
wow.
Chili.
All right. Got another cameo, another cat cameo. So who is this cat? Chili?
Yes. This cat's called Chili. He's a male cat.
Hey, Chili.
That is a very vociferous cat. Are you Chili?
Chili. Chili, what?
Are you Chili? Are you Chili? Are you
Yeah,
Chili?
we had
There
some
you
major issues with our cat. I don't know. She's having some digestive problems, I think. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, she's becoming the $1 billion kitty.
Yeah, we had a $700 kitty, and the what was it?
I think we passed.
$300 kitty.
I think we've passed.
And then there's that, and there's the saw paws we put on them at $35, just to cover their claws in cute little.
You know, grooming. It's really grooming. That's our cat's biggest problem. Well, it's digestive plus grooming and everything, but still, it's people. If somebody wanted to start their own company, could make a little grooming service or something.
Yep, grooming service for cats.
Grooming service for cats that will come to your house, because there's a lot of places you can take it, blah blah blah, but yeah.
And that's important. We have vets out here that come to our house.
Yep, and that's how you got to do it.
And they'll come up. It's not cheap.
No, it's not. No.
Just to show up, it's $65 in plus the cost of service. So, and we got a good one.
That's good.
A couple of them. We called Ramsgate, and then another that's just close by that drops in and will check them out for us, and we're happy to have them. Cunningham in Waco, Texas, good guy. And kind of in conclusion, there's a Bohemian Grove in every state. There's a place where meetings are done, and probably in Austin, Texas. In every seat of government, you're going to have a seat of evil in the midst, manipulating things. Bankers, or politicians, or those who are seeking to get something and achieve their aim. Might be an evil one, might be a good one even, but it has to be done the right way. But I've known people, I remember when I was going to the Republican office in Belton, Texas, they were going out to a constituent to deal with an issue. I don't know what the issue was, but this person had wealth, and several Republicans were going to meet out there. So, the reality is, this happens. Now, he's a constituent and he wants to voice his concern about something. That's right to do. And it's right for the Republicans to go marching, and Democrats do it. They'll go out to a constituent, probably who makes major donations. They will listen to that person. And rightfully so. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. But when it then overshadows or overreaches into the point of it kind of overthrows the people in any area when it's necessary and right. If that happens, then it's wrong. It's not always wrong. I want to be clear on that. And that's the real reality, I think, of the world, is we have to realize that evil people do good things and good people do evil things. But it's in the hands of the Father, and I pray to do the right thing all the time. That's a hard thing, and you can't do it on your own. You have to have the help of the Word, Scripture, and do it right. There's a lot of people say, well, I do the right thing all the time. I don't read the Bible. Well, it's still a gift from the Father on high, because you knew there was a right and wrong, which was in your spirit, written of the Father. So whether you've read the Bible or not, it's a gift of the Most High. And with that, Greg, what do you want to say to close out this session of Heart Talk?
The only thing that I would want to say to close this out is, first of all, I hope that you can end this with a prayer, because we are going back there, and I hope that everybody will pray for us. I know we have a lot of people praying for us, just to have a safe trip there, have a safe trip back, to find out what's going on, to do anything that we can do to really try to understand what is happening there, and to make sure that there's nothing evil happening there. That is a big thing, that we're not accusing people of doing anything evil, but we do want to make sure that no evil is done there. It's very important when you have so many people gathering there, and these prayers are very important to make sure that that we stay on the right track, to not try to act like we know what is happening or what isn't happening, but to just let God guide us, to just let Jesus Christ guide us, and we just go there. And that's why I go there personally. I don't speak for anybody else, but that's why I go there, is because I feel, for whatever reason, Jesus Christ has put me in a spot where I can go there. Not many people can, and I know that there are hundreds, probably thousands, maybe even millions of people that would love to go stand outside with us. And every time that we're out there, I feel it. It doesn't feel like it's just us out there. You know, it's a very powerful presence. It's a very spiritual presence, because I know that God is with us out there, because we're not out there to try to tell everybody that we think what is going on. We are out there to truly understand what is happening here, and to let people know that we are here, that if there is evil going on in there, people are going to know. God is going to know. You know, that is the most important thing. Everybody is going to have to stand before God and confess their sins, and
that is correct. Absolutely.
Nobody hides from God, so they can lie to us, and usually, you know, if they lie or if they play games, things happen that show them, don't do that, don't be like that. There's nothing wrong with just being honest, with just saying, hey, you know what, guys, there's nothing weird going on here. You know, and those are usually the people that we end up having a good talk with, is the club members or the guests that are like, hey, you know, it's just a bunch of guys hanging out, blah blah blah. So it's to create a dialogue, to keep the conversation going, because it is a big conversation. When you consider certain things that might be going on there, it's important to understand the secrecy of this club, and how this club was not really secret, and then it was almost like, oh, there's nothing going on there. You still have people that think that there isn't a 40-foot owl there. You still have people that think that there isn't the cremation of care there. You still have people that think that the cremation of care does not involve a life-size wooden person or a metal person, whatever it is, being burned before the 40-foot owl. This stuff is real. Whether you think that it's happening because of whatever, you can't start there. But a lot of people don't even want to get started because they're like, oh, there is no owl. No, they're not burning anything. No, it's just a play. They try to rationalize it, which is fine, because I'm trying to rationalize it too. Because to me, it does not make sense. And when I watch Alex Jones's film, what they were doing there struck me on a spiritual level. I was at Family Radio, and I was watching Alex Jones's movie. That's where I first watched it, and it changed my whole view. Now, I mean, they probably would have fired me now if they knew that I was watching Alex Jones while I was supposed to be working, making sure that the radio stations were on and everything. But that's where God brought me. God brought me to a place where he wanted me to see certain things, and Family Radio, working there, really in the most, out of everything that I've been through in my whole life, working at Family Radio helped me get spiritually right. All of the other drama, all of the teenage drama, all that stuff, none of that really helped me get right with Jesus Christ. Working at Family Radio did. It changed my whole life, and and that's why with Family Radio I have this love-hate thing where it's like, there's way more good that happened working at Family Radio. I would not change that, but there was a lot of bad things there too.
Yeah, and we understand that, but one of the things that I want to emphasize is that sacrifice of care. They're sacrificing, they're making a blood sacrifice in that,
right?
And they're putting it in the fire. They're putting children through the fire. They are dedicating their energies to a deity, and they're in that. And that is the evil that I see, and that's the thing that drew me there too, is I know they're worshiping and putting forth idolatry. That is not what we should be doing in any case, anywhere. And that sacrifice of that little, quote, baby is backed up by the sacrifice of thousands and thousands of children in abortion daily.
Right.
So it's a blood sacrifice, and it could, I don't know, but I think it does, represents a blood sacrifice brought to the deity to give them power. Why? Why do they need that kind of power? What are they doing? Because they are following after Satan and the angels that have fallen, and they are doing it for their own advancement and for advancement of things that maybe they truly don't understand. Or if they do, they know the backstory and are fully supporting the evil that will come. So that's what I say, because that is what really made me think, wow, they're sacrificing like the old Israelites and the people in the Middle East did. They're sacrificing to false gods, false ones that are idols, that are neither living or breathing. And if they are, they're demonically controlled. How horrible. That's the kind of thing that I think about. And these people are deceived and are blind and don't know their left hand from their right. And they think they've got it all in their hand, and they have nothing. It's all in the wind. And they're in the wind, and they don't realize it, and it's leading to their destruction. And that's the hurtful thing and the love thing that I think we need to reach out to them and maybe get one to come out. There have been some that have come out of it. And that's the thing that I think about. When I'm protesting there, I'm thinking, I'm protesting in the name of the Father. I'm coming out here to reach and touch one of those that looks like the devil. But they might be the saint that the Father is looking for, just like he chose Paul. One that was killing the believers, killing the followers of the Son, who were attacking and taking them to prison and beating them, and was at the stoning of Stephanus. So we need to love those people, because who knows, they might be a brother in a year or two. And you don't want to be one where they come back and say, man, where were you? You were protesting. Okay, I can understand it. But why all the nastiness? Amen. You don't want to be nasty and evil and speaking, like a mocker or one of the worldlings, as I call them. You want to speak as a believer who truly believes in love and extending your hand to your neighbor. And that's what is important. And understanding that they are deceived and they're following an idol, a thing made of wood. Yeah, there are demons that maybe support that, but those demons have no real power over this world, over in their little sphere, which can be quite strong. But we have to understand that who is stronger? Greater is he that is in us than he that is in the world, including Satan and all of his angels and all the powers of earth and of the universe even. When it's compared to the Father, is nothing. So we are thankful even in the losing, because we know in the end he is victorious. And so we go to Bohemian Grove to protest the evil, recognizing what good might be there, but also recognizing that evil is dwelt there in the past and has been noted even by the natives, and that we are there to protest in the name of the Father that land one day, which is really all the believers' land, not their land, is going to be purged and cleansed and made right again. So that's kind of what I was there praying for that day to come, and looking for hopefully some to come out of that which has deceived them into such foolish folly of following demonic foolishness and going into spiritualism and of that nature. They need to come out. And some are quite happy there and think, listen to him. He doesn't know the power I control. I can say it and it happens. I'm like, wait a minute, I am a God. And no, you're not. And you will pay for that. Because if you take on the robe of the Most High, it's too big, too heavy, too hot, and too much for you. Because it requires righteousness, which we don't have. So with that, I'll close with a brief prayer here.
Thank you.
And then we will go forth to the next time. Heavenly Father, I do thank you for this day. I do thank you for Greg and the pursuit of truth, because that's pursuing you, Father, and your word, and your Son, and the reality of you being creator. I thank you for my wife, my son, and my family, and I pray that you would be with Israel and Jerusalem, and Netanyahu, Putin, and Trump, and all of those who are working together to rule. Father, give them to rule in righteousness and truth, and be blessed in choosing to follow your word rather than counselors of evil. We ask you this in your name, Father, for thy glory and in all things for your plan to be accomplished. Thank you, and let it be done in your time. Amen.
And I just want to thank everybody for listening to the What is Truth podcast number 2. This was Bohemian Grove 2020. What a strange place. Always an interesting time. Good to hang out with my good friend Brendan O'Leary. And we're not expecting much. And there wasn't that much happening. But I think we were able to prove that there were people going inside of Bohemian Grove on July 11th, 2020 in Monterey, California. So thank you again, Brendan, for coming out. It was a little chilly. We saw some interesting cars come in, a lot of couples going in, couples going out, but not that much activity. No workers, none of the hired help that they usually have, none of that stuff that we saw. Only one security guy. I think that was it. So, once again, that is Bohemian Grove 2020. The coronavirus has also affected them as well, as we see. Didn't see any cops, by the way. No police officers. Alright, so thank you all for listening. Until next time. This is What is Truth? Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. What is truth? Pilate once asked Jesus Christ the same question in John 18:33 through 38. Then Pilate entered the praetorium again, called Jesus, and said to him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus answered him, "Are you speaking for yourself about this, or did others tell you this concerning me?" Pilate answered, "Am I a Jew? Your own nation and the chief priests have delivered you to me. What have you done?" Jesus answered, "My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, my servants would fight so that I should not be delivered to the Jews. But now my kingdom is not from here." Pilate therefore said to him, "Are you a king then?" Jesus answered, "You say rightly that I am a king. For this cause I was born, and for this cause I have come into the world, that I should bear witness to the truth. Everyone who is of the truth hears my voice." Pilate said to him, "What is truth?" And when he had said this, he went out again to the Jews and said to them, "I find no fault in him at all." Jesus Christ is truth. In this world, God is always teaching us, guiding us to him. We go where he wants us to go and see what he wants us to see. Our goal is to be disciples of Jesus Christ, knowing the Bible is the only book that matters. God gives us everything we need, and what we need is the Bible, the living Word of God. You can tell people about Jesus Christ, and you should as much as possible, but you cannot make someone believe in Jesus. For those who do believe, the gift of eternal life is given to them. Jesus Christ was born to die on the cross for our sins. Our sins are forgiven. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Lord, bless us all. In your name we pray. Amen. Okay, so here is a clip from my book, 9/11. This is Witnesses to Explosions. At 8:45 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center is hit by an airplane, American Airlines Flight 11. Firefighters rush to the scene just as they have been trained to do. The verbal accounts of 3 firefighters were suppressed for many years. What they saw, heard, and felt did not fit into the 9/11 Commission's final report because what they heard were explosives going off in the lobby of the North Tower. They were inside the lobby when it reportedly collapsed in on them. What they saw hit the South Tower at 9:03 a.m. was a large black plane. Their testimony would have discredited the 9/11 Commission's report from the start. These 3 firefighters are on record stating there were bombs going off inside of the lobby, and there may be other bombs in nearby buildings as well. Why was the information hidden from the public for so long? In 2010, their eyewitness accounts were finally released by the National Institute of Standards and Technology after being sued by the International Center for 9/11 Studies. The video reveals what 3 firefighters witnessed before and after the South Tower is hit at 9:03 a.m. on September 11th morning. From the beginning of the shorter 2-minute video, you will notice that the radio in firefighter number 1's hand isn't working. At 8:43 a.m., the top of the North Tower is struck by American Airlines Flight 11. At 9:03 a.m., the South Tower is struck by United Airlines Flight 175. This is the plane that Firefighter 3 describes as a very large black plane. At 9:59 a.m., the South Tower completely crumbles into rubble and dust in just 10 seconds after burning for about 60 minutes. 29 minutes later, at 10:28 a.m., the North Tower falls in roughly 10 seconds at free fall speed as well, also after burning for 60 minutes. Why would the South Tower fall first? If the North Tower was hit first, shouldn't it fall before the South Tower? How did these buildings collapse straight down at free fall speed without any resistance? How is it possible that 210-story skyscrapers completed in 1973 burned for about 56 minutes across 8 floors and 103 minutes over 5 floors before collapsing to the ground? How does NIST account for the laws of physics being completely ignored? Even more revealing is that at 5:20 p.m. on 9/11, World Trade Center Building 7
a 47-story skyscraper across the street from the Twin Towers, also fell to its own footprint in just 7 seconds without any plane hitting it. John Schroeder, firefighter and first responder, explains his version of what really happened on 9/11. So we were here heading up to the 24th floor stairwell, and all of a sudden we heard Mayday, Mayday, second plane, second plane. And we're looking at each other, come on, there's no second plane. There's no way there's a second plane. Within seconds, one building gets rocked. We got bounced around in the stairwell like pinballs, and we just said, you know what, time to go. We got down to the lobby. Everything was blown out, exploded. We were the only ones in the lobby now. We're going, wait a second here, where is everybody? But for every window in the lobby to be exploded, I mean, them windows, they were 2-3 inch glass. Come on, they exploded out of the lobby? It wasn't from the jet fuel, no way. The elevators exploded. They were far away down from the lobby. The lobby was over here. That should never have happened. We come down, it looked like a bomb went off in the lobby. There was no fire. It just looked like a bomb went off. The oral histories of what happened on September 11, 2001 are voiced by firefighters, paramedics, and emergency technicians. There are many people who heard or thought they heard explosions going off inside the World Trade Center towers on September 11. Chief Frank Crothers said, there was what appeared to be at first an explosion. Firefighter Kevin Gorman also heard the explosion, looked up, and saw like 3 floors explode, saw the antenna coming down. All of a sudden, it sounded like bombs going off, like boom, 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 like 7 or 8. Firefighter Thomas Turilli. As we are looking up at the building, said firefighter Joseph Miola, it looked like the building was blowing out on all 4 sides. We actually heard the pops. Didn't realize it was the falling. You heard the pops of the building. Fire Marshal John Murray's testimony explains that the building didn't come down, it shot straight out over our heads, like straight across West Street. The pops heard in the towers were most likely explosions, not a result of the pancake theory as the government has told us. Firefighter William Reynolds was distracted by a large explosion from the South Tower, and it seemed like fire was shooting out a couple of 100 feet in each direction, maybe 20 floors below the impact area of the plane. Bradley Mann, EMS lieutenant, said that shortly before the first tower came down, I remember feeling the ground shaking. I heard a terrible noise. Captain Karen DeShore, EMS, described the popping sounds being accompanied by orange and red flashes, providing more evidence of explosives inside the towers. With each popping sound, it was initially an orange and then a red flash came out of the building. And then it would just go all around the building on both sides as far as I could see. These popping sounds and the explosions were getting bigger, going both up and down and then all around the building. Referring to World Trade Center 1, the North Tower, Detective Thomas Inman also said, suddenly there was another loud boom at the upper floors. Then there was a series of smaller explosions which appeared to go completely around the building at the upper floors. And another loud earth-shattering blast with a large fireball which blew out more debris. Now he's referring to World Trade Center number 2 when he says, when I looked in the direction of the Trade Center before it came down, before number 2 came down, I saw low-level flashes. It's hard to believe that low-level flashes were due to a pancake collapse, especially before the buildings actually pancaked. Firefighter Kenneth Rogers describes hearing explosions in the South Tower. Floor after floor after floor, and when it hit the 5th floor, I figured it was a bomb, because it looked like a synchronized, deliberate kind of thing. Firefighter Timothy Julian testified that he heard like an explosion and then crackling type noises. And then it sounded like a freight train, rumbling and picking up speed, and I remember I looked up and I saw it coming down. Captain Dennis Tardio also heard explosions. It is as if the building is being imploded from the top floors down, one after another. Boom, boom, boom. I stand there in amazement. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This building is coming down. Fire Marshal John Coyle recanted this first statement when he said, "I finally got through on my phone to my father and said, 'I'm alive. I just so narrowly escaped this thing.' He said, 'Where were you? You were there?' I said, 'Yeah, I was right there when it blew up.' He said, 'You were there when the planes hit?' I said, 'No, I was there when it exploded. The building exploded.' He said, 'You mean when it fell down?' And I said, 'No, when it exploded.'" Here's the retraction Fire Marshal Coyle reportedly made later. "The tower was, it looked to me, I thought it was exploding actually. That's what I thought for hours afterwards, that it had exploded, or there had been some device on the plane that had exploded, because the debris from the tower had shot out far over our heads." Deputy Commissioner Thomas Fitzpatrick's testimony adds more proof leaning towards an explosion. A puff of smoke coming from about 2/3 of the way up. Some people thought it was an explosion. It looked like sparkling around one specific layer of the building. Then the building started to come down. My initial reaction was, this is exactly the way it looks when they show you implosions on TV. Firefighter Craig Carlson claimed he heard about 10 explosions before World Trade Center 2 collapsed perfectly straight down. You just heard explosions coming from Building 2, the South Tower. It seemed like it took forever, but there were about 10 explosions. We then realized the building started to come down. New York firefighter John Schroeder knew that something's wrong here when the elevators exploded in the lobby of one of the towers. He says, "A plane just hit the Trade Center. There was a lady on fire right outside of the door. My buddy Teddy had a can. He was putting her out. That might have saved his life. By the time we got around to the corner, to the west side, there was 30 floors on fire. So we're standing there in the lobby. We're getting it together. I look down to my right, and the elevators exploded. Some kind of like a Bruce Willis Die Hard movie. People just coming running out of the elevators on fire. We're in there for maybe 5 minutes. 5 minutes and the elevators exploded on us. Yeah, we said something's wrong here. The plane hit up on the 80th floor. I mean, in 5 minutes, and all of a sudden, the elevators are exploding on the first level of the lobby?" The following is a quote from former Mayor Rudy Giuliani during an interview on 9/11 with Peter Jennings for ABC News. "I went down to the scene and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of emergency management, and we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse. And it did collapse before we could actually get out of the building. So we were trapped in the building for 10-15 minutes and finally found an exit and got out, walked north, and took a lot of people with us. The only thing stranger than someone walking over dead bodies in Building 7 on September 11th would be a firefighter opening a closet door inside one of the Twin Towers and finding a dead body inside. For New York firefighter John Schroeder, that's exactly what happened. Schroeder was one of the last people to exit the towers after rescuing people inside. When he got down to the 3rd floor of the stairwell, he says that's where the stairwell collapsed on us. Saying his final prayers, Schroeder and another lieutenant began looking for another stairwell to exit the building. They open a door and, quote, find a body in the closet. Schroeder says, "We're like, what the heck is that? Where did this come from? Something crazy going on." Looking for an exit, veteran maintenance worker William Rodriguez was shining a flashlight that caught Schroeder's attention. Schroeder says, "That's where the maintenance fella with a little flashlight saved our lives. If it wasn't for him, we never would have found another stairwell. The building would have collapsed." The last men in the tower made it to the lobby. "We got down to the lobby," Schroeder continues, "and everything was blown out, exploded. Being the only one in the lobby, we're going, wait a minute, where is everybody? Because the building was coming down on the outside. They moved the command post to the World Trade Center 2, South Tower. In the lobby," Schroeder continued, "it looks like everything had exploded. Schroeder and his group all fled the scene, with Schroeder diving into the river of Jersey as the South Tower collapsed. The North Tower came down shortly after that.
What is truth? Thank you for listening to What is Truth. I just want to take a few seconds here to encourage you to check out Anchor. Now, if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. Now, first of all, it's free. Second, there's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer, which is what I'm doing right now. Now, Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. So make sure that you download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started right now. And now let's go into this podcast, this episode. Thank you all for listening. Let's talk about what is truth. Jesus Christ is truth. And now we're going to read a little clip from the introduction of my newest book that should be out here in a couple months, New World Order. And this is the introduction, which is just a bunch of quotes from a bunch of interesting characters. I'll let you be the judge of that. I'm aware there's still some who would question or even justify the events of 9/11. But let us be clear. Al-Qaeda killed nearly 3,000 people on that day. The victims were innocent men, women, and children from America and many other nations who had done nothing to harm anybody. And yet Al-Qaeda chose to ruthlessly murder these people, claim credit for the attack, and even now states their determination to kill on a massive scale. They're trying to expand their reach. These are not opinions to be debated. These are facts to be dealt with. President Barack Obama, Egypt, Cairo, June 4th, 2009. 10 years ago, in the wake of the worst terrorist attacks in our nation's history, Americans turned to one another and God for help and for comfort. The wise still seek Him. They know the truth, as did most of America's founding fathers. In Psalms 33:12, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." God bless and help all victims of 9/11. From United Flight 93 to the Pentagon and New York and beyond. And may the real memory of 9/11 live on in our hearts and minds, so that even our posterity will say, "We will never forget." Chuck Norris. After 9/11, I voted for the authority to go after Osama bin Laden, and my frustration was that we didn't go after him. Ron Paul. It's clear that mistakes were made before, during, and after the events of 9/11. I'm not saying that Bush is the mastermind behind the events of 9/11, but Bush is definitely part of that master plan. There are many masterminds who collaborated to execute the terrorist attack on United States soil. New World Order. After 1989, President Bush said a phrase I also use myself. We need a new world order, and instead it looks like we have a lot of disorder. Bill Clinton. Kennedy Center, Washington, D.C., 2009. In 1976, Congressman Larry P. McDonald wrote, "The drive of the Rockefellers and their allies is to create a one-world government combining supercapitalism and communism under the same tent, all under their control. Do I mean conspiracy? Yes, I do. I am convinced there is such a plot, international in scope, generations old in planning, and incredibly evil in intent." In 1979, the congressman also supported H.R. 555, a bill to require the Comptroller General of the United States to audit annually the gold held by the United States on the first day of each fiscal year and to report his findings to Congress. McDonald brought forth the same House resolution to the floor in 1980, but was unable to get any co-sponsors for it. On September 1st, 1983, he was aboard Korean Airlines Flight 007, which was allegedly shot down by Soviets during the Cold War. In 1922, Winston Churchill told the London press, "From the days of Spartacus, Karl Marx, Trotsky, and Emma Goldman, this world conspiracy has been steadily growing, This conspiracy played a definite, recognizable role in the tragedy of the French Revolution. It has been the mainspring of every subversive movement during the 19th century. And now this last band of extraordinary personalities from the underworld of the great cities of Europe and America have gripped the Russian people by the hair of their head and have become the undisputed masters of the enormous empire. The real truth of the matter is, President Franklin D. Roosevelt wrote, as you and I know that a large financial element in the larger centers has owned the government ever since the days of Andrew Jackson. Joe Kennedy, father of the future President John F. Kennedy, told the New York Times, 50 men have run America, and that's a high figure. Likewise, in 1952, Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter stated, the real rulers in Washington are invisible and exercise power from behind the scenes. Senator William Jenner in 1954 also knew of the coming world order by a shadow government, when he said, today the path of total dictatorship in the United States can be laid by strictly legal means, unseen and unheard by the Congress, the President, or the people. Former U.S. Senator Barry Goldwater wrote, the Trilateral Commission is intended to be the vehicle for multinational consolidation of the commercial and banking interests by seizing control of the political government of the United States. The Trilateral Commission represents a skillful, coordinated effort to seize control and consolidate the four centers of power: political, monetary, intellectual, and ecclesiastical. What the Trilateral Commission intends is to create a worldwide economic power superior to the political governments of the nation-states involved. As managers and creators of the system, they will rule the future. L. Fletcher Prouty described the New World Order as a one-world growth of a world elite of international bankers and industrial giants who totally disregard sovereignty of nations and the individual rights of man. Okay, and next we're going to premiere a new song called Criminal. This is produced by Dublin Beats. He did all of the music. I did the writing and the performing. This is a new song from my upcoming album, The Restart.
To be a criminal, you're meant to be original, you're meant to be a thinking individual. You were meant to be a criminal, you're meant to be original and not to be a crooked individual. You were meant to be a criminal, you're meant to be original, you're meant to be a thinking individual. You were meant to be a criminal, you're meant to be original and not to be a crooked individual. What is the price of fake love? What is the cost of fake hugs? What is the goal of fake news? Who will decide the real truth? Who will decide how we live? And who will decide what we give? Where would you work without skills? And who would you pay without bills? Tell me where is the money that we made? And show me where are the people that we've saved? How many wars without end? They sit on the top and trade men. We sit on the bottom and go broke. Some people live in a world with no hope, and so they roll in a hole and find friends until the criminal's taking them in again. You were meant to be a criminal, you're meant to be original, you're meant to be a thinking individual. You were meant to be a criminal, you're meant to be original and not to be a crooked individual. You were meant to be a criminal, you're meant to be original, you're meant to be a thinking individual. You were meant to be a criminal, you're meant to be original and not to be a crooked individual. How many times have we lost? How many rhymes have we tossed? How do we live for each day? If someone forgot to say grace, where is the food that we ate? We're spending money on credits and co-pays. You can look at the wars that we claim, and you can measure the debt that we gain. You can look at the people that we hate, and you will live in the world that we make. Or you can run for your life and lose time. Don't try to hide in a hole and stay blind, cause you can dream of a world with no race. And I can tell you we're from the same place, but they use you to do the real crime. So it's you that will do the real time. You were made to be a criminal, you're made to be original, you're made to be a thinking individual. You were made to be a criminal, you're made to be original and not to be a crooked individual. You were made to be a criminal, you're made to be original, you're made to be a thinking individual. You were made to be a criminal, you're made to be original and not to be a crooked individual. But you were made to be a criminal, you're made to be original, you're made to be a thinking individual. You were made to be a criminal, you're made to be original and not to be a crooked individual. You were made to be a criminal, you're made to be original, you're made to be a thinking individual. You were made to be a criminal, you're made to be original and not to be a crooked individual.
And last but not least, we're going to listen to a clip from the Sentinels of Truth. This is one of the first times that I spoke about the David Crowley case on the Sentinels of Truth radio show with Eric Spitfire Wilkinson. Take a listen.
I'll let you tell the story about David Crowley, what his situation is, the film Gray State, which we're still waiting to finally see, which we probably will never see. Anyway, take it away.
Nope, you never will. Nope, you will never see it. You might see a hacked version of it. You might see somebody trying to take his work, but you will never see this story that David was trying to tell. It is the story of the police state coming live to the USA. That was the story based on a 2012 trailer that David Crowley made. And I believe probably it's got like over probably close to 3 million views now, maybe. David Crowley is a former U.S. soldier, And on January 17th, 2015, his body, his wife's body, and his daughter's body were found in their home in Apple Valley, Minnesota. David was found with his right hand missing, quote unquote, missing. Kamel, his wife, was found with both of her hands were quote unquote missing. And his daughter, 5-year-old daughter, her whole arm missing. All of them shot in the head. David and his wife, most of their heads were gone. The 5-year-old daughter had a fractured rib, which led a lot of people to think that somebody had ripped her arm out. They have a dog, a medium-sized dog. The dog is blamed for all of the quote-unquote missing body parts, including their heads. Now, there are so many different things in this case that do not add up. But the most simple thing is what proves David Crowley guilty. Within 24 hours, cops were saying that David Crowley was guilty before they had even looked at his body. They missed a bullet, the bullet that will be tied to David and tied to his daughter. They missed that when they left that house. They had to come back two separate times to find these two bullets. And they didn't even come back. They had to be told that these bullets were there. This could be a very sloppy investigation, sure, or it could be a cover-up. It could be both. I don't really know. What I know for sure is that nobody can prove that David Crowley is guilty of murdering his wife, murdering his daughter, and then killing himself. Because he is a soldier, they tried to blame PTSD. They tried to blame everything, but they never really looked at, well, okay, what leads us to think that David Crowley is guilty? It's nothing. It's nothing. Now, I know, Eric, you've covered this. You covered this very early on, and thank you so much for that. You were a big part of helping to keep this case going. When the alternative media turned their back on this case, covered it for maybe a couple days, and that was basically it. Nobody else wanted to touch this case, but you did. And I really thank you for that. And because of that, and because of people like you, here we are almost 5 years later. And we're told that we should not be asking questions. We're told to just stop looking at this case, just to move on. Go enjoy life. How do we do that? This could be any of us. Anybody listening to this. This could happen to any of you too. And how would you want that to be treated? How would you want your family to treat that? Would you want them to look deeper? Would you want them to actually investigate the investigators? Or would you be scared, silent, shut up, and just move on and hope they don't kill you too? Because that's what we're basically talking about here. David had a $30 million deal in the works. They were going to take his trailer and make that into a movie. Then they said, no, it'll be better as a TV series. So then they were going to make it into a TV series. And then David Crowley dies. His close friends, I guess, this Gray State team, whoever these guys are, and we could talk about that too, but they're all quick to just snap their fingers and say that David Crowley's guilty, and that's it. Everybody's told to just move on. Don't worry about it. But you know what? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen until we get justice. And that's why Dan Hennon started a justice group for David Crowley, for his family, because we are going to do our best. If it's God's will, we're going to find out what really happened. But at the very least, we wanted to make sure that David's name is cleared, because there is no evidence that David Crowley is guilty of this crime. And that's what's so frustrating, because you have all of these people who were working with David, who were making a film, making this project about cops coming in, kicking down doors, taking people, shooting them. And then something like this, when things get real, then you really see who your real friends are. You see who your real family is. And that's what I look at now. And then you have people that were threatening us too, that were trying to intimidate us to this very day. They're still trying to play all these weird games when all that we're doing is asking the simple question, show me the evidence that David Crowley is guilty. And they can't do it. And they go, well, show us the innocent, show us that he isn't guilty. And it's very simple. I can prove to you in 5 seconds that David Crowley is not guilty because nobody can prove that he is. And yeah, I hope that kind of sums it up there. I might have jumped the gun on a few things, but to me, it's very, very clear here what we are talking about. So I don't know if everybody has heard of this case, but what I'm finding is a lot of people don't even know about this case, and they've never heard of David Crowley, never heard of Gray State, never heard of any of this stuff. Well, we are going to find out what happened here, whatever it takes, if it's God's will. And I have no fear. I have no fear when it comes to confronting these people, to calling them out, and to make sure that David Crowley's name is clear. And it has to be, I want to make this clear too. I was not a fan of David Crowley. I was not a fan of his project either. But this is a slam dunk case. And for so many people in the alternative sector to turn their back on this after they supported David, after they cheered him on, but when things got real, they all went running. It's like cowards. So thank you, Eric, because you're not a coward. You've been covering this, and you have no fear in covering this when so many other people do. So thank you again, man.
Oh, you bet. And yeah, your passion is definitely appreciated and noted, Greg. This David Crowley is a slam dunk. This man, none of it adds up. But there were all kinds of anomalies, right down to the dog having a bag of dog food. I know when I've left my dogs home before, and it gets a little after supper time, and the bag, if we accidentally leave it on the ground, they're tearing into that sucker. Now, I was a fan of this movie because of what it was. People have said that movies like this have come out, but they haven't put the whole picture together, right down to shipping people, forcefully shipping people, and how the spying is so overwhelmingly in your face that they're literally able to look at you while you're sitting in your living room watching a movie. Right. This is a fact, and this is people are not aware that that's to where it is now. We're basically living in see-through houses. In fact, and he was going to bring it all out, and there was no indication whatsoever that this guy was going to freaking off himself or his wife. They had a loving relationship, a wonderful daughter. This was either, we've spoke about it, this was either a case of MK Ultra mind programming, or this was a deep state hit. What do you think, Jeff? You with us?
Yep, I'm right here.
How familiar are you with this case? I think you are too, right?
Bill's here too.
And Billy Talon, give us your take.
Well, the scene that you're describing, the actual incident scene, looks like a carefully orchestrated, albeit sloppily executed, targeted killing.
Yeah.
Looks honestly like some of the stuff that I used to see back home with the Kadrovci, the secret police. Obviously, shot in the backs of the head, nice and clean, supposedly missing hands to prevent fingerprint identification, prevent gunshot residue testing, because if his hand had been intact, if his weapon hand had been intact, the coroners, the pathologists would have tested it. They would have swabbed it for gunshot residue, gunpowder residue, and they would have seen, oh, wait, there's no gunshot residue on his hand. So, yeah. But I've seen the trailers for Gray State. I've seen clips from Gray State. What the concept film that Crowley was attempting to make. Honestly, that one, like few other things, scared me. That kind of techno-surveillance super state that has just that absolute stranglehold over the lives, everyday lives of the citizenry. Somehow, if that was a completed movie, I can imagine Ramzan Kadyrov buying a copy, watching it in his presidential palace in Grozny, and furiously jacking his fat little cock off to the thought of having that level of control of the lives of the citizens. Oh, I'm sorry, not citizens. Citizens are free men. Subjects.
Well, It was definitely a professional hit, but I think everybody's looking in the wrong direction. I think the movie studio and the people that he was involved with were setting him up and were keeping an eye on him. So he was under CIA deep state surveillance, and they were just in control of the situation. And finally, he caught on and was going to blow the whistle or something. Something came up.
Order came through.
I mean, they did it quickly, and they had no idea it was coming. So, he knew he was pushing a whole lot of buttons, and he had said that he had death threats and all kinds of stuff. But I don't know. It was a pretty nasty hit, and to me, it looks more of the direction of the release of it and the thing that was going on with the movie, the people that were producing it with him. I think they got scared, and they had to shut him down right away.
Yeah, I see Bobby Vicarious. This man's name is Crowley, really? Isn't that interesting? I mean, just to add to the mysteriousness of the possibility of a complete psyop here, too. Are we seeing, gentlemen, some fortune-telling here of, say, what's going to happen in the 2020 elections with Trump and the libtard left, and what could happen to this country because of it? What do you think, Greg?
I think you might be on to something there, definitely. I think that if David Crowley was here, I think he would be pointing out a lot of those things that we're talking about here. A lot of the libtard stuff, basically. So I think he would have been a big threat to what we are going to see here in the next year, probably in the next couple years, because I do think Trump will win. And I think that is really going to, I think it's, we've seen a lot of drama. We've seen a lot of problems. We see a lot of this weird stuff happening. I think it's just they're going to turn that volume up. And people better be ready, man. You better be ready, however you can.
The pressure cooker is definitely boiling, guys. I mean, my hometown is Dayton, Ohio. I grew up not far, about 10 miles from where the shit happened. And I'm telling you right now, the Oregon District, my dad helped produce the Oregon District to what it was, because they had started out, it was a rundown neighborhood, and my dad got on council down there and used to do the fish fries for the church. And he was the head custodian for one of the major Catholic churches down there for 38 years. So he got in with all the townspeople, and Jim Lehman. They said, would you help us do the Renew District? And so they started doing it down there. They redid that whole area and made it look like you were in New Orleans kind of stuff. And it looked beautiful, came out great. So they hit my hometown in a district my dad helped build, Wow. And look, I think Dayton was real. I don't think El Paso was. I think El Paso was completely. But see, the thing about Dayton is we have footage too of stuff that was posted in the paper for the next day and the day after. So it's hard to tell, man. But it looks like Dayton is more sporadically. It was more randomly done. But El Paso just looks like it might as well say SH and Hook and any other kind of Sandy anything, and there's 5 other things I can think of, not to mention San Bernardino.
San Bernardino.
Oh, really?
Remember when we did the big?
You just cut off last 10 seconds. You were just cut off last 10 seconds, Jeff.
The San Bernardino.
Yeah.
The SH Hook.
Yep. See, you're getting trained to do it too now.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. See, you know me, Eric.
Because we don't. If we continue to use the words, then the word never gets out. So we can still beat the algorithms. It still hasn't come to that point where we have been censored to the point where, well, maybe we are.
Yeah, because Eric, you know me. I don't punches on this stuff. I will talk about it. I'm doing that because I don't want to get us kicked off the channel. But I'm telling you right now,
we can say whatever we want on here on Revolution Radio, uncensored, and listeners.
You're the one that keeps throwing out the codes. You're the one that keeps throwing out the codes. So if Sandy Hook, listen to me. This stuff all has the same exact look as Sandy Hook and all the other stuff. So when you go down the run, there are too many things that just don't add up.
What about Ohio also?
Well, Ohio
and Gilroy. Don't forget about the Gilroy.
Well, like I said, Dayton, Beaver Creek, my dad engineered that district. I grew up in Beaver Creek. I grew up in Dayton, which is Beaver Creek's right up the road. It's 10 miles away. So like I said, everything that had to do with my dad and that town, I recognized from my childhood, and they just turned it into a mess.
Did you check into the hospitals? That was the first thing that I've learned to look into, is find out, if there were this many victims plus people injured, there would be a log of it, and lots of people in a certain hospital in close proximity to where these things went down. Did you check it out?
I didn't, because I actually was going to go today and try and take footage of the president being there, and then they called the cancellation, and he wasn't actually going to Dayton. So I got all bummed out and didn't go, because I was going to go up there and shoot live video of everything going on and how it was going down. And there were supposed to be people picketing up there and doing stuff. But then all of a sudden they called it on Fox News and said that he decided, he got to the airport and the mayor and somebody else, one of the other,
some lady from the city council
met him there and said, it's insensitive if you go he went to the hospital, but he didn't go down to the Oregon district where you can actually see anything. So I kind of I had to work today anyhow. So between working and trying to make that happen didn't work. But
right. Are you familiar with this, with these two newest shootings?
Yes.
Yeah, we are, both of us.
What about you, Greg?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What's your take?
Don't forget, there's three. There are three.
Three.
Yeah, the whole Gilroy one, that happened close here. I'm very close to where that happened. There were multiple shooters, and I made sure that I took as many screenshots, as many videos, backed all of that stuff offline, because this is what they do. The story always changes it. It always starts with many shooters, and then it winds down to one. Now, the last one, the Dayton one, I do kind of agree with Jeff there too. There is something a little different about that. I haven't heard anybody talk about any multiple shooters, but it's kind of like the Orlando at the Pulse. The Pulse, it's a nightclub or something. So that was a couple. Yeah. And I was going to ask you guys too. Is there a pattern here? I mean, at what point do we say that there is a clear pattern here, that these are not just random things, that this is all part of a bigger program?
Well, I can answer that question for you. You know for sure it's a bigger program, but you can also go by, there's certain classifications that you have to follow with this, okay? First of all, what kind of weapon was used? If he used just some random llama pistol or something like that, those are instantaneous. Those are spur of the moment things. These guys are coming out with barrel, their ATF automatically comes out. It's a 223 long rifle, AR-15 style assault weapon with twin 50 cal barrel clips on it, okay? Come on, guys, listen. The shooter walks into a Walmart with an AK-47 and 4 clips, okay?
It's called a mag, you idiots.
If you literally just do the homework as you're watching this stuff, some of it just doesn't add up. It's like, look, I know guys that have guns, I know guys that have ARs, all that other stuff. It's just the fact that every one of these nut jobs that wears, Coke bottle glasses and looks like Adam Lanza just happens to own an AR-15 with barrel clips. It's always got to be an upgrade from the last one. It always has to be, well, then he had that, and he has body armor. Oh, and he was, if you remember, Adam Lanza was 100 pounds soaking wet, and he had 130 pounds of gear on, was carrying, 2 9mm, a 45, a 357, 2 AR-15s, shotgun. They had so much stuff that they said he was on him, and then it comes down
We would have weighed Rambo down.
Right.
Rambo would have been slower.
Totally impossible. Okay? And then I love
105 pounds soaking wet and freaking over 6 feet.
Same with the Batman shooter. Same with the Batman thing.
The Batman shooter.
Right.
Look, I'm trying, this is so ridiculous when you look at it, because then you look at this. In both incidences, how close do you have to be when a guy's spraying a 100-round clip and he only gets through half of it, and you dome this guy? For real? You domed this guy with body armor on in 13 seconds while he's firing into a crowd of people. That is some incredible timing, unless you're somewhere close.
Like on scene
Like
waiting?
on scene waiting, and you're waiting for it to go down and jump the gun a hair.
Jeff, we've interviewed special forces guys who have said they could not fire at that rate with that proficiency themselves, and these are your top snipers.
Well, we're talking about the cops did this, dude. I don't know a cop that can shoot straight. No offense.
But when it comes to the sandbox, with the proficiency that this kid shot, they said they couldn't do it.
Yeah, there actually, you're exactly right. There was a whole video where the guy tried to do it in the amount of time before he was taken down, and he would have had to have been 98.5% and could.
Yeah, they keep getting that. They keep cutting them off.
He could do all this in less than 8 minutes or something, and it was some stupid thing. And the guy tried to do it, and he could only hit. And this guy was one of the biggest pros there was, and he could only hit like 73.6%, and it took him 11.5 minutes. So it's not possible. When things aren't possible, you have to do the math.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Follow the two biggest things in history.
Possible.
Two biggest things that have proven every one of these theories for me is follow the money and prove the math. If you could go through either one of those things and something don't add up, it'll tell you that this stinks all over. And if the money, you'll follow it right to whoever's making money is where this stops.
Let's use this to go back to David Crowley and talk about that. He was getting the funding. His movie was very close to being released when he supposedly suicided himself. That made no sense to me. What about you, Greg?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and that's why they tried to actually hide that. They tried to hide the fact that David was actually moving forward. There were certain people in the Gray State quote unquote team that were trying to tell us that there was no deal. The deal had fallen through, blah, blah, blah. He was at his wit's end. He didn't see any future. And so he just one day decided to just kill his kid, kill his wife, and then kill himself. No, I'm sorry. Not going to happen. We have over 1,000 pages of documents, hundreds of photos. Let me ask you guys, and I'll answer this question. How many of those documents, how many of those pages, how many of those photos prove that David Crowley is guilty? I'll answer, it's zero. Zero.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, and I mean, I'm telling you, if you follow the money on this case, it'll lead back to the movie studios. And the whole deal where it fell through and it didn't fall through and all that was all propaganda pushed to try and create the narrative that he committed suicide, right? But I'm telling you, they're the ones that are responsible. They're the ones that were behind his death. They were shutting him up because he was getting to the right thing. And when he finally got his launch date, knew it was going through, the people that were behind on the money probably got threatened. And the people, if you're holding the bank a $30 million movie and you start getting the fact that you're going to get your head cut off and some Saudi oil people tell you better stop and you don't, next thing you know, you find your dog stuffed in the blender in the kitchen, and you go like, well, what do I do now? Well, you got to shut him up, and you're not going to shut him up because he was going to tell a story.
We did I think three-part series on this a while back. Were you there too,
Yes.
Jeff? I think you were. They got thousands of hits. People were interested in it. People are interested in movies like this. And let's talk about the anomaly or the fact that Greg and Dan Hennon and others who have freaking two brain cells to run together are questioning why the people who were supposedly his brothers, people that he served in the military with, people that he was making this movie with, are sticking to the narrative that they're going to remember his buddy as somebody who flipped out, killed himself, killed his wife, and killed his young daughter. That's the way they want to remember him, and they're not pushing this movie forward. These are questions that I believe Greg and Dan have tried to get answered, and they won't show up to even talk to him. Now, isn't that interesting?
Well, Eric, do you want them to come and execute your whole family and everybody? These guys aren't stupid. They see what just happened. Do you think that they want the same thing? They're
right. I mean, that's what I was pretty much getting at. It's interesting that
it tells its own story.
Well, was this movie, because we only got a short trailer of it. That's all we got for this movie. How deep did he go? Did he go deep into geoengineering? Was this included? Was the chemtrailing? Was the spraying? Was the stratospheric atmosphere aerosols being dispersed into the air. Were they talking about that? Were they talking about solar radiation management? How far did they go? How far down the rabbit hole did he go? They're showing people getting chipped, mark of the beast. So I would say they probably went that far. We'll probably never know, will we?
There is one photo of a gray state, and hopefully it's still on their website. If not, we definitely have that. But it does show a bunch of people looking up, and in the sky you can clearly see trails. They are Kim trails there. So I do believe David was going to talk about that. I think he was on to a lot of the stuff that you guys are covering, and I try to follow your guys' shows constantly as much as I possibly can, but I do believe he was going to be right in line with that stuff. And he had a good opportunity because he was a soldier, and during that time, there was a lot of soldier worship that was going on because of the wars and all of that stuff. So I do believe David was a big threat because he was not falling in line. He was not staying silent. And so when they came out and said that David Crowley had PTSD, and I'm like, you guys worked with him for 4 years, and all of a sudden you're going to tell us he had PTSD? Why would you work with somebody like that? No, they're making it up. These guys are shameful. These are shameful people. And the problem is they're still out there with the whole Gray State project. They tried to move forward with it. And thankfully, thank God that it failed. Thank God that it failed, because it wouldn't have been David's vision.
No, absolutely not. And I pray tell, ask anyone out there to show me. There's not even conspiracy movies about spraying going on in the sky. This is a subject that just is not freaking broached in any movie capacity whatsoever, other than independent films that have come out by heroes like Dane Wigington. But other than that, there really is. There's nothing. Show me a movie out there in Hollywood, anywhere, that deals with this. And that's just one aspect of what David Crowley was showing people: the chipping, the vaccinations, the Civil War, the freaking armed forces being turned against their own people, the people being snatched out of houses. And this was just in the trailer, being lined up and shot in the head. And this is somebody who was in the military, who did go over and serve. I believe he was in Afghanistan, correct, Greg?
He was in Afghanistan and Iraq. So he served in both.
Right.
He was right there in the heart of it.
I think most of us agree that the people who come back from the military, they're the most awake you can find, because they've been right there and seen what's going on.
The workings of the machine.
Right.
That's right.
Bingo.
What I notice is, what's strange about this is how after his death they all come out and say, oh, he had PTSD, he had PTSD, he had PTSD. Well, here's my thing. Sometimes it can develop later on, sometimes years, even decades after a traumatic experience, but the warning signs are there. And for 4 years, nobody noticed anything. The guys that he had served with, the guys that he had been closest to while he was over there, the guys who, look, I'm a vet. When you serve with somebody in the trenches, ducking bullets together, side by side, you know that guy better than you know your own siblings in some cases. You know how he thinks, you know what he ate for lunch, you know what he worries about at night, you know the name of his wife or his girlfriend, who he writes his letters to. You know all these little things, all these little telling things about this person. And all of these people who were his brothers in battle, closer to him in some ways than his own family, and nobody noticed a freaking thing. Sorry, I am trying to control my language here. We have to keep some standard of decency.
Somebody asked you. Yeah.
You know what I just noticed? And there's no way this is right. There's no way this is right. This cannot be right. Because are you guys seeing this? Can you see the picture?
Yeah.
So if I'm on the right one, there's no way it only has 58,000.
No, that's a different one. No, that's
it's a different one.
Yeah. Many people have taken that and all that, and
either a hack job or a mirror.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, well, I got one for you, Eric. So the day they released the
Okay, here we go. Is this it? No, movie Indeed.
It'll say Gray State as the person who did it. I just want to say one thing about the soldiers is I do believe there are many soldiers out there who served with David that have helped us, that can help us, and that will in the near future will be able to help us. But I think you're spot on. The people that served with him.
Are you guys seeing what I'm
good?
Seeing here, guys? Holy crap! Sorry for interrupting you, Greg. But why would I type in Gray State trailer or promo? Would that not be the first thing to come up?
Filter channels. If you just go to.
Does that make any sense though? I mean, Gray State.
Yeah.
Why would it bring us to?
They don't want you to see it.
Well, that's my point. Keep going, Greg. My bad. I spoke out loud there.
No, you're totally right on that. And of course, that trailer that we're looking at now, a lot of that is for the documentary that came out later.
Yeah.
So that's the right one. If you go, I think that's the right one.
Okay, I was like 58,000. Wait a minute. Last time I looked at it had over 2 million. Now it's over 3 million.
3 million. Now, the only problem with that is that the same people that claim David Crowley is guilty are the ones that are actually running that. And every time people watch that, they're making money off of it. So I'm glad that there's many people that are whatever, they're copying that video. I don't want my money, my views going to those people that think David Crowley is guilty.
They didn't even finish the movie they were working on with him.
No, David cut them out. They were not going to be part of it. And that was their big problem, was that David was moving forward and they were not moving with him. They were not going to be a part of it.
There's your motive.
There's your motive. You're right.
Absolutely, it is. You would think they would pick up the ball and finish out the movie in memory of him.
They had tried, but how do you do that?
I've seen.
How do you say somebody is guilty, but hey, we're going to make this movie because of money?
Didn't they say it was going to be completed a few years ago, if I remember correctly?
Yeah. It was almost done when he died.
Danny Mason, was that his name?
Yeah, Danny Mason tried to actually move forward with it. He tried to pitch it to the same people that David was actually working with, and thankfully, they said no because it was tainted. By that time, nobody's going to touch this. You know what I mean?
Offered to talk to him and others that were close to him, haven't you? You tried to reach out and actually talk to them.
I was supposed to debate him, and I don't know whatever happened. He just kind of fell off. He probably realized that he would lose because there's no way that anybody can stand there toe to toe with me and tell me and explain to me why David Crowley is guilty. Can't happen.
You've had like the next door neighbor just completely take for some odd reason, an way overactive interest in this and come onto the page. And I what was her name?
Judy. Judy Prochnow. Yeah. She's my biggest fan. Apparently,
that have happened, and with the person clearly, she's nuts. She's freaking squirrel. She's buck nutty.
Dear Lord Jesus, we thank you for everything that you have given us. We thank you for keeping us blessed, for giving us eyes that can see, ears that can hear, for leading us to you, Lord. I want to pray for all of the people that are looking for you, Lord. All of the people that want to come before you but haven't yet. All of the people that are questioning you, Lord. I want to pray that you be with us all, that you be with those people, that you help lead us so that we know what is truth. We know you are truth, Lord. Many people in this world do not know that, and we need your help, we need your guidance, Lord, so that we can help show them what is truth, where they can find truth. We all have something in our life that is missing. The one thing we don't want to be missing in our life, Lord, is you. So please bless us, be with us, lead us to do your will. Lead us not into temptation, but to do your will, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Thank you for listening to the first podcast for What is Truth. We're going to be back next time talking about the Bohemian Grove. please check back then. What is truth? Thank you for listening to What is Truth. I just want to take a few seconds here to encourage you to check out Anchor. Now, if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. Now, first of all, it's free. Second, there's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer, which is what I'm doing right now. Now, Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. So make sure that you download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started right now. And now let's go into this podcast, this episode. Thank you all for listening. Let's talk about what is truth. Jesus Christ is truth. Good afternoon. We are going to talk about the Jennifer Janes case here. We have 10 pages from the Smith County Sheriff's Office. Report for 19-28456. Nature is a suicide. How it was received was a 911 line. Address 1327 Bridle Path Lane in Lindale, Texas, 75771. We're going to go quickly here through these 10 pages. And we'll see what everybody thinks. So, got a couple witnesses on page number 2. Page 3 gives us some more information about the people involved in the incident report and the supplemental reports. Here is the narrative for one of the officers. This is on page 4. Officer Wedgeworth. Looks like his number is 993. Here's what he says. While on patrol, I heard the SO dispatch give out a suicide call on 1327 Bridle Path in Hideaway Lake. I was close to the location, so I checked en route to the location. A short time later, I arrived along with EMS. When I made entry, I saw a young white female laying on the floor and an older white female doing CPR on her. When I first looked at the subject, I could tell that she had been deceased for some time. Myself and the EMS crew took the older female outside, and I secured the scene and waited on other units to arrive. SCSO Deputy Unit Number 32 was the first to arrive. I stood by to keep the scene secure. No further action was taken by me. It's page 4. Go to page 5. This is another officer, Officer McClanahan, number 579. Page 1 of the supplemental report. This is dated 11/25/2019 at 16:41 military time. Watch guard video? No. Body camera? Yes. Audio? Yes. Photos? No. Vehicle seized? No. Vehicle location? No. And here is what Officer McClanahan writes. On Monday, November 25th, 2019, I, Detective Sean McClanahan, along with Detective Drew Shepard and Detective Josh DeCur, were called to a suicide at 1327 Bridle Path Lane in Lindale, Smith County, Texas. Upon arrival to the Hideaway Lake subdivision where the residence sits to the north side of Bridle Path Lane, facing to the southwest. The residence, a single-family brick home, tan in color. We were advised by Deputy Wedgeworth that the deceased was in a backroom building unattached to the residence. I walked into the room and observed a white female lying on her back. I observed a large wound to the left temple of her head. I observed the chair where the deceased was sitting had a large pool of blood on the floor. To the left side. I noticed a firearm sitting under the deceased's right hand. I later found out that EMS had turned the body around on her back and that she was sitting in the chair when she was found. The firearm was a FN 5.7. The family did not know where she got the gun. Justice of the Peace Dunklin arrived on scene and advised we could examine the deceased. I checked the right side of her temple to see if there was an exit wound. As I felt the side of her head, I found a single bullet just under her hairline. I then spoke with the deceased mother, who confirmed she was left-handed, consistent with the wound and scene. It's page 5. Go to page 6. Officer Wedgeworth, 993. Dated 11/26/2019, 7:54 military time. Watchguard video, yes. Body camera, yes. Audio, yes. Photos, yes. Vehicle seized, no. Vehicle location, no. I, Deputy B. Wedgeworth, was dispatched to a suicide at 1327 Bridle Path Lane. It was learned by dispatch that a white female, later identified as Jennifer Janes, had taken her own life with a self-inflicted gunshot to the left side of her head with a F&N 5.7 caliber pistol. Upon my arrival, Mrs. Janes was in the floor, and EMS had determined that they were not going to work the corpse due to lividity and rigor having already set in, and the body was cold to the touch. I observed there to be no signs of forced entry or foul play involved in Mrs. Jane's death. I notified Sergeant Hatton of all the details of the case, and he made the determination after the body had been moved, and there was no evidence of an exit wound on the body to call for detectives to the scene. Deputy D. Thompson held the scene and kept a crime scene log until detectives arrived and determined that the death was in fact from a gunshot wound, and there was no need for an autopsy, and they released the scene and body to the funeral home after Justice of the Peace Dunklin from PCT 2, Precinct 2, arrived and conducted an inquest. Detectives took several items from the home to continue the investigation. Nothing further at this time. Deputy B. Wedgeworth, number 32. That's on page 6. So let's go to page 7. And this is Officer D. Thompson, and his number is 438. This was filled out on 11/26/2019 at 18:36 military time. Watchguard video, yes. Body camera, yes. Audio, yes. Photos, blank. Vehicle seized, blank. Vehicle location, blank. On 11/25/2019, I, Deputy D. Thompson, was dispatched to 1327 Bridle Path Lane in reference to a suicide. I arrived and assisted Deputy B. Wedgeworth in gathering information and starting the crime scene log. D. Thompson, number 49. Very short. Page number 8. This is Officer D. Shepard, 1103. It's his number. Dated 12/23/2019 at 9:16:16. Watchguard video, no. Body camera, yes. Audio, yes. Photos, no. Vehicle seized, no. Vehicle location, no. 11/25/2019, SD Shepard. On 11/25/2019, SCSO Detective S. McClanahan and I responded to 1327 Bridle Path, Lindale, Smith County, Texas, on a report of a dead person, possible suicide. We met Detective J. DeCour at the residence. We were escorted through the main residence and into the backyard to a detached building where the body of the deceased was located. 1327 Bridle Path, Lindale, Smith County, Texas, was a single-family residence located in the Hideaway subdivision. The house was painted brown brick with composite roofing, with the front door facing south/southwest. The small building office where the deceased was found was located in the backyard of the property towards the west fence line. The building was a wooden mobile-style construction sitting slightly off of the ground. The only entrance door was located on the east side of the building towards the south of the building. Deputy Wedgeworth gave us a brief overview of the situation. Deputy T. Goodman was on scene and told us that he arrived with EMS and they found the deceased inside the backyard building. The mother of the deceased was beside her performing CPR. EMS checked for vitals and found the deceased cool to the touch. EMS Deputy Goodman, along with the deceased mother, Rita O'Brien, left the building, which was secured, and detectives were summoned. Detectives walked around the building and did not observe anything disturbed nor suspicious. Detectives entered the building and observed the deceased white female lying on her back in a mid-thigh sleeping gown. The deceased's head was turned slightly to her left. She was lying in front of a recliner rocker chair. A large pooling of blood was observed on the floor to the left of the chair, along the left side of the chair. The deceased was observed to have blood on the left side of her head and a small pooling of blood under her head. A black-colored semi-automatic pistol was located on the right side of the deceased under her right arm. The body was found directly in front of the entrance door near the west wall of the building. A computer desk and computer was located on the northeast side of the inside of the building, and the cell phone was found and recovered from inside the top right drawer of the desk by Detective DeCoeur. Disposed of notes were found and recovered by Detective DeCoeur inside the trash. Okay, I'm going to read that one more time. Disposed of notes were found and recovered by Detective DeCoeur inside the trash can directly inside the entrance door on the right along the east wall. Justice of the Peace Dunklin responded to the scene and gave permission for detectives to move the body of the deceased. A small shell casing, 5.7 by 28 millimeters, was found underneath the deceased body. Detective DeCoeur recovered the pistol and shell casing. The spent projectile was found tangled in the hair of the deceased. We're moving on to page 9. On her right side, just above and behind the right ear. So let me read that sentence one more time. The spent projectile was found tangled in the hair of the deceased on her right side, just above and behind the right ear. The projectile was recovered by Detective DeCoeur. I took possession from Detective DeCoeur of the recovered items inside their respective packaging and retained custody of the items until we return to our vehicles, at which time I placed them inside the trunk of Detective DeCoeur's vehicle. The items included black FN pistol with magazine, unfired rounds, spent casing, spent projectile, typed letters, iPhone. I briefly interviewed the recently divorced spouse of the deceased, James, who had been on scene since before detectives arrived while awaiting the arrival of J.P. Dunklin. Justice of the Peace Dunklin. Brief synopsis of interview. Mr. Brian James stated that he and the deceased, Jennifer James, had been divorced since the summer of 2019 but were married for years and shared 2 9-year-old twin boys. He stated that he did not choose the divorce. He was told by Jennifer earlier in the year she wanted a divorce, and he found that she had a boyfriend. He said the divorce was amicable and that they did a pretty good job of co-parenting. He stated that she had also been placed on suicide watch in the summer and had been struggling with deep depression for a while. He said it was a total surprise, although not surprising, that she was dead because of her recent mental status. She had told him that she could not focus and could no longer write. She was a published novel writer. Mr. James stated that they texted each other last night, 11/24/2019, and she was to pick up the boys around 9 a.m. on 11/25/2019. He had not observed anything noticeably different of the past week or so. He felt there was something wrong when she did not show at 9 a.m. or call to pick up the boys. Mr. James stated that he had no idea where she could have gotten the firearm. He did not own firearms, and he does not know any friends or relatives who she would go to obtain a firearm. I'm going to read that one more time. Mr. Janes stated that he had no idea where she could have gotten the firearm. He did not own firearms, and he does not know any friends or relatives who she would go to obtain a firearm. The interview of Mr. Janes was recorded, and a copy was provided to Detective DeCoeur for the case file. Exact details of the interview can be obtained from the video recording. Detectives received verbal permission from the homeowner and mother of the deceased Mrs. Janes to inspect the bedroom of Mrs. Jennifer Janes' boyfriend, which was also shared by Mrs. Janes when he was in town and at the residence. Nothing of any obvious evidentiary matter was observed. The closet and bathroom contained both male and female clothing and items. A mattress was observed on the floor, and a chest of drawers contained miscellaneous personal items. Going to page 10 now. So that was Shepard. That was Officer Shepard. Now we'll go to Officer J. DeCoeur. His number is 979. This is dated 1/03/20 at 11:53 military time. Page number 10. Monday, November 25th, 2019. On this date, I was notified of a possible suicide involving Jennifer Janes at her residence located at 1327 Bridle Path, Lindale, Smith County, Texas. I was notified that patrol deputies were on scene and awaiting detectives' arrival. I then marked en route to the call location and arrived a short time later. Once arriving at the location, detectives were advised by Detective Wedgeworth that the deceased, Janes, was in an office, standalone building that was located in the backyard and unattached to the residence. Detectives were informed that no persons or animals were in the building with Janes, and the building had been secured by patrol deputies. At the location in the main residence were Jane's mother, Rita O'Brien, and her ex-husband, Brian Janes. Both appeared to be visibly upset and in a state of shock. Detective McClanahan and Shepard and I then walked through the main residence into the backyard and to the building. The building was relatively small in size, with one door into the structure and a single window which had an AC unit attached. Once in the single-room building, I observed an office-like room with a desk, computer, three bookshelf-like stands, a table, and 3 chairs. I'm going to read that one more time. Once in the single room building, I observed an office-like room with a desk, computer, 3 bookshelf-like stands, a table, and 3 chairs. One of these chairs was a lounging-style chair with multiple blankets and a pillow on it. Janes was found in this chair by O'Brien. Please see Detective McClanahan and Shepard's reports for more information. I then observed Janes lying on her back on the ground with a large wound on the left side of her head. I next observed a black handgun lying on the left side of the chair when seated, and Jane's right hand on the top of the weapon. So her right hand was on top of the weapon, even though she was left-handed. On the chair was a large amount of blood on the left upper portion, with a large amount of pooling blood on the ground next to the left and behind the chair. I'm going to read that one more time. On the chair was a large amount of blood on the left upper portion, with a large amount of pooling blood on the ground next to, left, and behind the chair. And that's what we have so far. So thank you, Dan Hennon, for getting that. And we'll see where we go from here. This was reported on 11/25/2019 at 10:49 military time. And this occurred between 10:49 on 11/25/2019 and 10:49 11/25. So, okay, this occurred within 6 seconds. Okay. For now, I think that's it. Last radio log, 15/17/18 on 11/25. That's all we have so far. Something to go on.